Chapter 695. Pei looked at the few Yakuza who were surrounding him. His gaze turned cold as he touched the hilt of his wooden blade. The road was very quiet at this time, with no one to disturb them. The leader of the men in the black suit stood at the back. Seeing that Pei Yun was slowly being surrounded, a smug smile appeared on his tanned face. "Yamada, who told you about this? Tell us the truth, and you won't have to suffer," the leader said to Pei Yun. Seeing that Pei Yun still had no reaction, the leader waved his hand, and the few Yakuza surrounding Pei Yun were ready to attack. One of them quickly took out a whip from his belt and swung it twice. The whip whistled in the air, showing that he was very skilled. He was the attacker of this group. When the organization was on a mission, if it was not a very serious matter, it would be divided into small groups. There were about 4 to 6 members in each group. One of them was the leader, who was mainly in charge of the mission and the relevant decisions. The other was the attacker, who was mainly used to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations and to intimidate the outside world. The others were usually ordinary members of the organization. In this small group, the man in the black suit was the leader and the one with the whip was the thug. When the thug took out his whip, the rest of the men took out their wooden sticks. They did not take out knives or guns. Generally speaking, due to the Violent Group Countermeasures Act, which was a crackdown on gangs, vicious crimes had been decreasing year after year. Japan's murder rate was 0. 27 out of 100,000, note 1, and it was one of the countries with the best security. Even Yakuza did not dare to openly carry a gun or a knife on the streets. Pei Yun saw someone pouncing on him. He unsheathed his wooden blade and swung it. With a bang, one of the Yakuza pouncing on him was hit in the shoulder by the wooden blade. The pain was intense, and he immediately dropped the wooden stick in his hand, fell to the ground, and let out a blood-curdling scream. "Bastard, what are you waiting for?" The leader looked at the fallen member on the ground and saw that Pei Yun had finished off one of the combatants with a single strike. He could not help but curse. Just then a long whip lashed out. It was different from the previous scare tactic. It whizzed through the air, heading straight for Pei Yun's face. The attacker had made his move, and this time he did not hold back. Pei Yun took half a step back, swung his wooden blade, and knocked the whip away. With a flash, the wooden blade flashed towards the nearest person. With a loud slap, the back of the blade landed heavily on the face, and the person rolled on the ground a few times. His teeth and blood came out, and it was obvious that he had lost the ability to fight. At this time, the attacker was only left with a whip and an empty-handed man. The leader of the assailants saw the situation and pulled out a short knife from his chest. Seeing that the situation was not good, the leader and Yakuza were of Yun. The leader took. In order to avoid detection by the police, the cadres of the Yakuza organization all used this kind of short knife. It was shaped like a chisel and had a flat blade. It was no more than a foot long and could be hidden in one's pocket. In order to avoid detection by the police, the leader of Yakuza used this kind of short knife. The knife was straight and could be hidden in one's chest. Pei Yun's figure flashed again, and the wooden blade drew an arc in the air, blocking the attack. A loud slap was heard as the whip blocked the attack. The whip then lashed out, and the attacker was hit in the stomach. He bent over and vomited. Another slap was heard as the wooden blade landed heavily on his leg. This time, the attacker screamed in pain. He could no longer stand and knelt down. It was obvious that his leg was broken. "Bastard, you're a martial artist?" The leader's name was Futajiro. He had not studied well since he was young and had been bullied. That was why he was determined to stand out. In the world that he had come into contact with, there was only one way to stand out, to join the Yakuza. After Futajiro joined the Yakuza, he used his outstanding performance to win the trust of the organization and was promoted to team leader. After many battles, Futajiro had never been afraid, even when facing opponents who were much stronger than him. This time, Futajiro was a little impatient. He had never seen a battle like this before. On one side, there were several young Yakuza, and on the other side, there was a child who had just turned into a teenager. Such a battle should have been easy, but the advantage was tilted towards the teenager. "Bastard, go and die," Fuda Jiedo's eyes turned red. It was not easy to survive in the Yakuza organization in Japan. If it was a middle or high-ranking member, it would have been fine. If it was the lowest-ranking member, it would not have mattered. However, the most stressful position was the team leader. Tsuruka Daisuke, one of the team leaders of the Takagi clan, committed suicide because he was unable to complete the mission given by the organization. Before he committed suicide, he gave his mistress a call. Rather than being fired for not being able to complete the mission and being humiliated, I would rather die. Just 3 weeks later, one of the team leaders of the Hirata group, Shimamoto, committed suicide for the same reason. Kill. Fuda Jiedo raised his blade and stabbed forward. He was fast and ruthless. Whoever dared to block his path, he would kill them. He had no qualms about doing so. Paizi Yun's gaze turned cold, and his wooden blade flashed. A pu sound was heard, followed by a scream. The bones in Fuda Jiedo's hand were broken, and the blade in his hand fell to the ground. Fuda Jiedo groaned, and his tanned face turned pale. The remaining person seemed to be a newcomer. Seeing that even the leader of the group was no match for this young man, he knew that things were not looking good for him. He turned around and ran. Pei Ziyin saw a rubbish bin and kicked it. He heard a pung sound as the bin smashed into the ground, hitting the roof. He fainted immediately. Although it was nighttime, the road wasn't very secluded. Occasionally, there would be people walking by. Coincidentally, someone was walking by. It was a couple. They were holding each other's hands, and one of them was holding onto a snack that they had just bought from a convenience store. One of them was feeding the other when they heard a scream. They looked over curiously and saw that there were a few people lying on the ground. One of them was groaning nonstop, and there were traces of blood on his face. They were so frightened that they turned around and ran. The woman didn't even bother to keep the food she had bought and ran away as soon as she could. Pei Ziyin heard the screams and looked around. He realized that someone had seen the situation and knew that time was tight. If there were no accidents, they would definitely report this to the police. The Japanese police were very efficient. If they did, they would definitely rush over within 10 minutes. Hence, if Pei Ziyin wanted to understand the situation from these people, he had to hurry. Tell me, which team are you from? Pei Ziyin stood in front of the leader in the black suit and interrogated him. Even though Tomita Jiedo was still screaming from time to time, he still refused to speak. Pei Ziyin pointed his wooden knife at Tomita Jiedo's leg and said, I've already shown mercy. Your arm is only broken. If there's enough time, you could go to the hospital and recover. There won't be any major problems. But it looks like you don't appreciate my kindness. I'll give you 2 more choices. Do you want me to break your leg? By the way, you're a member of the Yakuza organization. You know very well what it means to have your arm crippled and your leg crippled. Tomita Jiedo's left hand was clutching his injured right hand tightly. He looked at Pei Ziyin, who was speaking such cruel words with a smile on his face. Tomita Jiedo's heart turned cold. He knew that Pei Ziyin wasn't lying. The attacker, who was also lying on the ground, knew that he had hit an iron plate today. He was afraid that the leader would continue to fight. If that happened, no one would be in a good position. Hence, he hurriedly said, Leader, please bear with it. It's more important for you to recover. When Tomita Jiedo heard the attacker's words, he looked at Pei Ziyin and then at his own hand. It was bleeding profusely and there was a deep wound. However, it seemed like the nerves could still be sewn back together. Hence, he signaled to the attacker that he could speak. When the attacker got the signal from the leader, he felt relieved. He knew that there shouldn't be any more problems. Hence, he told him everything that had happened to Hayakawa Naomi. It's like this. We're all from the Uchiyama organization. Our superiors have instructed us to keep an eye on Hayakawa Naomi's condition. At the same time, we have to harass Hayakawa Naomi and create a bad reputation for her. Pei Ziyin asked, Why is that? The attacker hesitated. At this point, Pei Ziyin took a step forward and snapped the attacker's hand. With a ka sound, the attacker's hand broke. The attacker screamed out in pain, I really don't know, but I've heard from others, and I'm not sure if it's true or not. They said that if Hayakawa Naomi has nowhere else to go, she can join us. Pei Ziyin looked at their fearful expressions and felt that they weren't lying. He then waved his hands and said, "All of you get lost." "Hi, we'll get lost now." Tomita Jieto held onto his hand and struggled to stand up. He then ordered his men to run. Seeing them scramble out of the room, Pei Zi-yun kept his wooden blade. He looked around and saw a bag of food. He picked it up and took a look. "I'll take the tempura and sushi. I don't want a fresh burger and curry rice, even if it's beef curry." Fresh burger was a burger made from rice. Curry was the national dish of Japan. However, Pei Zi-yun didn't like it. Tempura, on the other hand, was made from fried prawns wrapped in flour and eggs. It was golden yellow, tender, and delicious. It was fragrant, but not greasy. Sushi was fine too. Pei Zi-yun tossed 2,000 berries into the room. That was about the same price. Tempura cost about 100 berries, and ordinary sushi was about the same price. There were about 2 servings inside, and it was about 5 to 6 berries for each dish. That added up to 1,500 berries. While munching on the tempura and sushi, Pei Zi-yun took out his phone from his pocket and scrolled through it. He sent an email to Sakako Sanako. "Sakako, help me check on the Uchiyama group. I just had a conflict with them." After Pei Zi-yun sent the message, he walked towards the next train stop. Before long, he received a message from Sakako Sanako. Pei Zi-yun looked at it and saw that it was an inquiry from Sakako Sanako. "Yamada, Sanako, did you kill anyone?" "No, ordinary people. I don't kill people casually, and I don't leave any traces." After all these days, Pei Zi-yun's strength couldn't be released from his body. However, he was still able to form a small layer of chi on his finger. "As long as you didn't kill anyone, it's a small matter." Sakako Sanako heaved a sigh of relief. "Are you going home now?" "Please wait a moment. I'll be right there." Pei Zi-yun kept his hand phone. It seemed like he couldn't hide it any longer. However, there was no need to hide his own situation. Furthermore, he had to investigate Hayakawa Naomi's matter. Note 1. The homicide rate in Japan is 0. 27 per 100,000. It is indeed the highest among the hundreds of millions of people. China's rate is 0. 8 per 100,000. Note 2. Suicides are all real aliases. Some people are more afraid of being fired than of dying. Chapter 696. After Pei Zi-yun finished reading Sakako Sanako's reply, he didn't head home immediately. After some thought, he took out his phone and wrote an email to his father, Kazuhiko Yamada. Pei Zi-yun's father, Kazuhiko Yamada, gave off the impression that he was a very serious person. He had a crew cut and a pair of brown eyes. Usually, he wore a dark blue suit and leather shoes when he was working. When he was interacting with others, he would stare intently into their eyes, giving off a strong aura. Kazuhiko Yamada worked in a large department store for 8 years. Although he didn't have much of a background, with his background in a famous school and his own talent, he had become a department head. He could be said to be a winner in life. Kazuhiko Yamada usually left home at 8 in the morning and returned home at 11 at night. Of course, there were times when he would return home late because of meetings or other work matters. If he didn't rush him, he would fall asleep. Who knows, Kazuhiko Yamada might not be home yet. After Pei Zi-yun sent the email to Kazuhiko Yamada, he went straight to a nearby bank. The bank wasn't far from here. It was only 500 meters away. He arrived in 10 minutes. Japanese banks only had people working from 9 to 12 in the morning and from 14 to 17 in the afternoon. During this time, they could handle business manually. At this time, the doors were already closed. However, Pei Zi-yun was only there to withdraw money. There was a row of ATMs outside the bank. It was already nighttime, and there weren't many people in this area. Hence, the row of ATMs seemed a little empty. There were only 1 or 2 people withdrawing money or depositing money in the ATMs. Pei Zi-yun walked into an empty ATM and took out an IC bank card. To withdraw money from an ATM, he only needed to insert his IC bank card and enter the password. Of course, just in case there was another procedure. He had to place his finger on the fingerprint verification device to verify it. This was a security measure of the IC bank card. Even if someone found the IC bank card and knew the password, with this procedure, he still wouldn't be able to withdraw money. This was because the fingerprint verification was required. 3. 83 million yuan? This was a huge sum of money for the junior high students. Pei Ziyin took a look and started withdrawing money. The ATM had a limit. He could only withdraw 500,000 yuan at a time. The limit was 2 million yuan a day. It's enough. Pei Ziyin realized that this limit was exactly what he needed. He tapped on the screen and heard a ka-ka sound as $10,000 notes flowed out. Pei Ziyin took his school bag off his back and placed the $200 notes into his bag before leaving. He waited at the power station for a while, but there was no tram. He lost his patience and waved at the side of the road to take an express train home. 15 minutes later, Pei Ziyin alighted from the car and walked to the door. He shouted loudly, "I'm back." Pei Ziyin's mother, Yamada Izumi, heard her son's voice and immediately came out to welcome him. She opened the door and helped Pei Ziyin with his school bag. "Shinichi, what happened? Why are you back so late?" Pei Ziyin bowed and said apologetically, "Hi, I've caused everyone to worry. Today, Yuta Hariyama got into a car accident. I went to visit him with a classmate and was delayed. That classmate was a girl, and it was getting late. I was worried that she might be in danger, so I decided to send her home first." "Oh, I see. By the way, how is Shingtai doing? Is the injury serious? Why did he get into a car accident?" Yamada Izumi asked worriedly. Yuta Hariyama was a good friend of Yamada Shinichi. He had visited the Yamada family many times to play. Furthermore, Yuta Hariyama was a person who liked to get to know people easily. With just a few words, they got to know each other. Yamada Izumi naturally knew who Yuta Hariyama was. "Don't worry, mother. Yuta's injury isn't serious. He's currently recuperating. He's fine now," Pei Ziyin said. "That's good," Yamada Izumi said. Pei Ziyin entered the house and realized that Sakako Hariyama and his father were waiting at the table in the living room. Yamada Kazuhiko saw that his son had returned and asked directly, "Shinichi, is what you said in the email true?" Yamada Kazuhiko had just returned home and was still in a state of shock. He received Shinichi's email and Sakako Hariyama's phone call. Only then did he know that his son had earned 4 million yuta from writing his book. 4 million yuta. As the head of the family, Yamada Kazuhiko was quite familiar with this. He couldn't believe it. It wasn't a lot of money. Excluding the capitalists, the cabinet minister was ranked first with 40 million yuta, followed by a famous professional baseball player with 35 million yuta, a member of parliament with 22 million yuta, and an ordinary salaryman with 4 million yuta. Even a cleaner had 3 million yuta. But Yamada Shinichi was only 12 years old. The department store that Yamada Kazuhiko worked at only had 20 million yuta. Hence, after knowing this news, Yamada Kazuhiko couldn't calm down. Fortunately, he was the head of the department. Yamada Kazuhiko told his colleagues that there wouldn't be an after-work gathering today. On the way home, Yamada Kazuhiko was on the phone with Sakako Hariyama. Even though he had heard everything, Yamada Kazuhiko still couldn't believe it. At this moment, Yamada Kazuhiko saw his son, Yamada Shinichi. He couldn't bear it anymore and asked, "Shinichi, did you really write a book and publish it? And you earned 4 million yuta?" Yamada Kazuhiko asked in surprise. "Yes, I made my debut at Hakusaigaku Publishing House. This is 2 million yuta." Pei Ziyin took his school bag from Yamada Izumi's hands and took out a stack of cash. He stacked the money together and placed it on top of the magazine and book that Sakako Hariyama had brought. He then said to Yamada Kazuhiko and Yamada Izumi, "Look, this is the evidence." Yamada Izumi looked at her son in shock. She covered her mouth and muttered, "Shinichi, did you really earn this? You didn't do anything illegal, right?" Yamada Kazuhiko flipped through the magazine on the table. He saw the coldly written samurai under the cherry blossoms, and the more in-depth and cruel the change of Fujimoto. He couldn't help but ask again, "Shinichi, did you really write this? Although you are my son, I still want to ask, these words, these thoughts, did you really write it yourself?" Yamada Kazuhiko stared at Pei Ziyun, trying to find some clues from his face. However, Pei Ziyun's expression showed no signs of fear. He only lowered his head and said, "Hi, it's me." Sakako Hariyama knelt down and said, I can testify that it was written by Yamada Takashi alone. Seeing that Pei Ziyun was not the least bit uneasy, Yamada Kazuhiko was silent for a long time. He finally confirmed that his son, Yamada Shinichi, was not lying. Yamada Kazuhiko once again looked at the book. Who is the second man? As he flipped through the pages, his expression became more and more joyful. However, he still suppressed his joy and maintained the dignity of father. Shinichi, since you have chosen to write, and you have the talent, you must do your best. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Pei Ziyun lowered his head and said, as long as he passed this stage, he would be able to see the world. Going on a trip would be like collecting inspiration for his writing. Everything would go smoothly. After a while, Yamada Izumi and Yamada Kazuhiko finally calmed down and accepted the fact that their son, Shinichi, was a genius. Yamada Izumi took the money and said, Shinichi, your mother will keep this money for you. Yamada Kazuhiko also calmed down and asked slowly, Shinichi, what are your plans now? Actually, the income of an author was not considered high among the professions. Most of them earned less than 5 million yen. However, if one was at the top, it would be a different story. Yamada Shinichi was only 12 years old and already had such a high standard of work. Even if he did not improve in the future, just based on the number of books he wrote, it would be very impressive. This was because the author had his own copyright. If a Japanese author received a one-time fee, meaning there was no value in republishing, the income would be relatively low. However, if the author was talented and had the value of republishing, they would be able to reap a lot of royalties. Tsukasa Kei's Finally With You was his debut work. It had been republished 20 times and had a total of 130,000 copies. The royalties were 14 million yen. Of course, this was not a one-time income. It took 15 years. If Yamada Shinji could produce one book every year and maintain this level, after 10 years, with the added benefits of more than 10 books, it was possible for him to earn 100 million yen a year. Yamada Kazuhiko asked his son for his opinion. He did not want his son to end up like the cherry blossoms. They were beautiful for a short period of time and then returned to the earth. Pei Ziyun did not care about this at all. He said, Father, I have established the National Domination Club. Our goal is to travel to all the shrines in the country. We have divided the country into 10 regions. The Tokyo region is the first region. I wish to take advantage of the holidays to complete the itinerary and travel on Saturdays and Sundays. As for the holidays, I wish to organize a trip for the members. The destination is even further away. It is even possible to go to Hokkaido. Please agree. The National Domination Club. Yamada Kazuhiko had graduated from a prestigious school. He naturally knew what kind of impression a leader of a club with excellent results would give to the university and the company. It could be said that he was a natural candidate for the position. After a long silence, he sighed. You are really amazing, Shinichi. Since this is the case, you have to be serious and take responsibility. You have to take responsibility for the club and the members. Do you understand? Pei Ziyun replied, Yes, I understand. Yamada Kazuhiko turned to Yamada Izumi and said, Today is a good day. Miss Sakagami is here too. Please prepare some sumptuous dishes and some wine. Please. When Yamada Izumi heard this, she immediately nodded in agreement. Taking advantage of the busy time, the small living room was empty. Sakagami took out a stack of documents from her bag and passed it to Pei Ziyun. She said seriously, Yamada Izumi, this is the information about the Uchiyama group that you wanted. You did not kill anyone. That is good. Although samurai have the right to do whatever they want, this is a society ruled by law. If you kill ordinary people, it will be difficult for us and the government. Please take note, please. Sakagami bowed her head and begged seriously. Note 1. The income gap in Japan is very small. A cleaner earns 3 million yen. An ordinary salaryman earns 40 million yen. A company's middle management earns 5 million to 9 million yen. It can be said that Japan is the country with the smallest income gap other than capitalists. Chapter 697. This time, Sakako brought a lot of detailed information. There were about 20 pages piled on the table, looking like a thick stack. Obviously, Sakako took Pei Zi-yun's orders very seriously. This information must have been obtained by Sakako using the power of the Makawa Shrine. Pei Zi-yun asked as he flipped through Sakako's information. Is the Uchiyama Group a newly formed organization? Pei Zi-yun asked Sakako as he pointed to the second page of the information. Yes, Yamada Takeshi. The Uchiyama Group has only been established for 7 years. Compared to the old Yakuza organization, it is a very young organization. Sakako's eyes narrowed, revealing a dangerous glint, but is indeed developing very quickly. It is very unusual. Yakuza was already a deep-rooted part of Japanese society. From gambling and prostitution to political struggles, the organization could be found at many levels. It could be said that the tentacles of the organization could be seen everywhere in Japan. Yakuza's way of making a living also included playing the role of a coordinator in society. Although its way of existence was rather sensitive, it was essential. Because of this, Japan had one of the lowest crime rates in the world. All left-wing organizations could not take root or survive, and could only become terrorist organizations. They even acted as the vanguard of disaster relief many times, which was a very strange phenomenon. Pei Zi-yun continued to look through Sakako's information. It said that the Uchiyama Group was first established in Chiba Prefecture, mainly gambling and prostitution. But soon, the Uchiyama Group expanded rapidly. In just a few years, it had expanded several times, extending its tentacles into some areas of Tokyo. Pei Zi-yun was a little surprised. It seemed that the Uchiyama Group could not be underestimated. He asked Sakako, now in Japan, is the Yakuza organization very large? Is it easy to develop like this? No, because of the Violent Group Countermeasures Act. In fact, all organizations have been severely weakened. At its peak, there were 200,000 people in the country, but now it has been reduced to 80,000. Many of these organizations' financial channels have been cut off, and now they are not as strong as before. Sakako was afraid of being misled by Yamada Shinichi, so she said softly and seriously, Yamada Takeshi, it can be said that the famous Kaneda Group's rule over half of Yakuza is gone forever. I understand. Recently, the left-wing ideology has lost its vitality. Japan doesn't need Yakuza to take root at the grassroots level to destroy the left wing, so it's not as valuable as before. Now, no, 20 years ago, the government was weakening Yakuza, forcing it to be smaller and more localized. Pei Zi-yun asked with a serious face. Hey, Yamada-ki is really amazing. He hit the nail on the head with a single glance. Sakako Sanako was truly convinced. Even a research expert might not be able to see through his way of thinking, but a 12-year-old young lord could see through it at a glance. If it was in troubled times, he would definitely be able to achieve hegemony. Yes, the Violence Group Amendment Act has been passed recently, further strengthening the Violence Group Countermeasures Act, mainly to cut off Yakuza's infiltration and actual extortion of normal businesses. That's because some of the Yakuza organizations have transformed, but they don't really operate. Instead, they use violence to obtain the shares of the normal operating companies, which is very detrimental to the normal development of the economy. Especially those companies that don't have a backer but are well managed are the targets of the Yakuza. Now, according to the Amendment Act, if a company or its staff or their family members are attacked or harassed because they refuse to cooperate with the Yakuza organization, even if it's difficult to find any obvious evidence during the investigation of the case, they can still be immediately arrested and dealt with in other ways. This is Yakuza having no human rights. Has no one said that Yakuza has human rights too? Pei Zi-yun's face was serious, but he made a lame joke. He then asked, the Amendment Act has been in effect for a few years, right? If that's the case, it's obvious that it will further reduce Yakuza's living space. In fact, in the past 10 years, Yakuza's population has decreased sharply. That's because they don't have food to eat. Under such circumstances, each organization will keep a close eye on their traditional territory, keeping a close eye on it. They won't give up any territory for no reason. Then how did the Uchiyama group grow so quickly? Does it have any connections or backers? This can't be explained by starting from scratch. Pei Ziyin closed the documents in his hands and placed them on the table. He was very curious as he spoke to Sakano Keo. Sanako thought about it carefully and said, "Indeed, this is a very important issue. Yamada-chi, I will investigate further. Don't worry, although it is more democratic. The people of the shogunate still hold the positions of financial groups and members of parliament. We can investigate who is backing them. Is that so? Then I'll leave it to you. Also, investigate Hayakawa Naomi's situation. Finally, I hope that you can protect my family." Pei Ziyun said. "Hi, if it's Yamada-chi, no problem." Sakako agreed without hesitation. Seeing that Sakako had agreed, Pei Ziyun was silent for a while, then said, "Give me the information about the Jinchuan Shrine, especially information about swordsmanship and cultivation." Pei Ziyun sighed his heart. Is it still unavoidable? Originally, Pei Ziyun didn't want to come into contact with the Jinchuan Shrine so early. It was obvious that the Jinchuan Shrine was very complicated. No organization would allow a stranger to inherit them, even if Pei Ziyun had passed the so-called trial. But for an organization that had been around for 500 years, an organization that had a lot of power in society, an organization that had mysterious powers, it didn't make sense that he could inherit it just by passing a trial. Something must have happened to the Jinchuan Shrine, and it must be a huge problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Pei Ziyun to inherit it so easily. Pei Ziyun had intended to break the seal on his own strength before considering coming into contact with the Jinchuan Shrine. But these days, Sakako had been handling the tasks that Pei Ziyun had given her in an orderly manner. Most importantly, it wasn't just the Uchiyama group. There might be other organizations that would clash with him in the future. Pei Ziyun wasn't worried about himself. It was just that his path to becoming a legend and his family would be affected. No matter what, the Yamada family in this world had taken good care of him. Even if Pei Ziyun couldn't repay them, he had to at least give them an explanation. Now, the Jinchuan Shrine was the closest to Pei Ziyun. Many times, the power of an organization couldn't be replaced by a single person. "Hi!" Sakako's face lit up with joy. Pei Ziyun's words meant that he was one step closer to the Jinchuan Shrine. "Uchiyama Group, Ichu Villapa." A crisp slap rang out. "Bastard, you can't even handle such a small matter." The chief of the Uchiyama Group, Uchiyama Daiki, stepped forward and slapped Futajiro. Uchiyama Daiki was bald and had a ferocious face. He was wearing a kimono and wooden clogs. He looked like he had just taken a shower. His eyes were fierce as he glared at Futajiro. Futajiro, who had been slapped by Uchiyama Daiki, stood straight and lowered his head. Although there was blood on his body and at the corner of his mouth, he replied loudly, "Hi, Chief. I'm sorry. Please punish me." Futajiro said with a determined expression. When Uchiyama Daiki heard this, his anger subsided. He looked at Futajiro. Futajiro looked very pitiful. His hands were in a sling, and his body was covered in blood and dust. Uchiyama Daiki paced back and forth a few steps before kicking Futajiro. He scolded loudly. "Bastard, why aren't you getting treatment? Go and collect your 200,000 yen." The Uchiyama Group had been established for less than 10 years. It was different from other large organizations. There was no such thing as a pedigree. It could be said that they did not have a strong sense of unity. Futajiro was usually very diligent and loyal. They could not afford to lose him so easily. In the past, there were many biker gang members who served as reserves. But now, many of them had become otaku. People's hearts were not what they used to be, and the country was no longer a country. The otaku were really despicable. They had reduced our reserves. If it had been 20 years earlier, people like Futajiro would not have been a pity. But now, he had to be cherished. What was going on? Uchiyama Daiki thought to himself. "Hi." Futajiro did not know what the chief was thinking. He replied with tears in his eyes. He had screwed up, but the chief was still taking care of him. It was hard to repay the kindness. Fuda Jieto bowed deeply to the chief, Uchiyama Daiki, then turned around and left. After Fuda Jieto left, Uchiyama Daiki walked into a room. The room was not big. It was only about 40 to 50 square meters. The floor was made of wood and covered with tattered rice. There were no decorations in the room. There was only one person sitting cross-legged in the room. This person was wearing a light black suit with a tie. He had taken off his shoes and was sitting alone with a calm expression. Uchiyama Daiki slowly walked into the room and bowed to Tomoshi Oka. He said, "Oka-kun, Hayakawa Naomi is having a little problem." Tomoshi Oka was the person sitting cross-legged in the room. He did not speak immediately. His eyes were closed as he pondered. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he gave off the impression that he was very kind. Of course, that was not the case. Uchiyama Daiki knew that Tomoshi Oka was scheming and ruthless. He was a very powerful person. More importantly, the power behind him was very strong. It could be said that Uchiyama Daiki was very confident in his own strength. However, he also knew that without Tomoshi Oka and the power behind him, his Uchiyama group would at most be mingling in a few streets in Chiba Prefecture. It would be impossible for them to become an important organization in Chiba Prefecture and infiltrate into Tokyo. Tokyo was the capital of the country. Not only were the waters of Kyokushin deep, but the waters of financial groups and politics were even deeper. Therefore, even if Tomoshi Oka did not say anything, Uchiyama Daiki continued, "I'm really sorry. The plan was going smoothly, but now there's a problem. Should we get rid of this Yamada Shinichi?" Tomoshi Oka opened his eyes at this time, revealing a glimmer of light. He said with a cold expression, "Let's investigate and see who this Yamada Shinichi is. If Yamada Shinichi is from a certain force, then we'll see if we can negotiate with the force behind him. If Yamada is just an ordinary person, then you know what to do, right?" Tomoshi Oka said. Uchiyama Daiki nodded, bowed again, and said, "Yes, I understand." Note 1. Before the birth of the Japanese internet, the youths who were ostracized by the collective could only go to the biker gang and become reserve members of the underworld. After the birth of the internet, most of them became otaku, and the size of the biker gang shrunk a lot. Therefore, the Japanese underworld said that otaku are our enemies. Chapter 698. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. It was a long time ago since Yuta had gotten into a car accident. On Saturday morning, Hayakawa Naomi carried her backpack and held her lunchbox in her hands. "Mom, I'm leaving. I have a club event today. I have to get there early." "Wait, Naomi-chan. Mom will give you some pocket money. You can't cause trouble for the president and others during a club event." Hayakawa's mother, Hayakawa Tsuko, said. She was originally Tsukasa Tsuko, but after she got married, she changed her surname to Hayakawa. She had long black hair and wore a pair of glasses. She was tall and wore a navy blue dress. She gave off a mature and gentle aura. She was usually gentle and steady, but now her eyes were red as she held back her tears. She listened to her daughter bid farewell and turned her head away from her as she took out 5,000 yen from her pocket. "Thank you, Mom." Hayakawa Naomi said goodbye. Hayakawa Tsuko watched her daughter leave and wiped away her tears. Her eyes were filled with anticipation for a bright future. How long had it been since Hayakawa Tsuko had seen her daughter so happy? It was as if her face was glowing. In the past, Hayakawa Naomi would return home after school and go straight to her bedroom. She would not talk to her and would do her homework alone. Occasionally, she would play with her dolls. Every time she saw this, Hayakawa Tsuko felt as if a knife was stabbing into her heart. She knew that her daughter was ostracized and had no friends. Hayakawa Naomi had not been like this before. However, there were rumors that Hayakawa Naomi was an unlucky star. Many unfortunate things had happened around her, especially on the day she went to school. Within a day, all her family members had met with misfortune. From then on, the cheerful Hayakawa Naomi had become a different person. She was quiet and would return home after school. She would even hide in her room, not daring to meet anyone. To the Japanese, due to their collective nature, They cared a lot about the evaluation of others. This might seem a little abnormal in the eyes of outsiders, but it wasn't uncommon for them to commit suicide. At the thought of this, Hayakawa Tezuko couldn't help but feel sad. However, a smile soon appeared on her face. Fortunately, her daughter had become much more lively in the past 2 weeks. This was all because Hayakawa Naomi had joined Peizi Yun's ruling nation society. Her daughter had regained her youthful vigor. Department head Yamada is such a good person, Hayakawa Tezuko mumbled. Room 206. After 2 weeks of cleaning, the floor was so clean that one could see the reflection of the mirror. The tables and chairs were even more so. The bookshelves were filled with information about various shrines and historical research. There was a water dispenser and a microwave. If he was hungry, he could heat up a bento. Peizi Yun sat down and flipped through the information on Hayakawa Naomi that the Sakanu Senko had gathered with the help of the Mikawa Shrine. Peizi Yun flipped through the pages quickly. When he reached a certain page, his eyes focused on it. At the same time, Peizi Yun took out his phone and wrote an email. He asked Sakako Sanako, "Are you sure that Hayakawa Naomi is related to that legendary thing?" Soon, Sakako replied to Peizi Yun's email, saying, "Yes, Hayakawa Naomi may have the blood of mermaids." In Japan, the origin of the mermaid was like this in the myth. The sea god of Japan, Kaiji no Hime, had a dragon tail because of the influence of the Dragon King in the process of formation. It was said that the first generation of the Mikado had the blood of the sea god, which extended to many other gods, such as the god of the tide, the god of the wind, and the mermaid was its descendant. Can the blood of the mermaid make people immortal? Peizi Yun sent an email and asked. He used his phone to search for information about the blood of the mermaid, but found that he could only find some legends about the mermaid. There was no information about the blood of the mermaid. Sure enough, some important things will not be known to the outside world. Peizi Yun looked at the search results and said silently, "No, of course not. How can it have the effect of immortality? Even the legendary gods have never heard of a divine medicine that can make people immortal. But the blood of the mermaid, strictly speaking, the heart of the mermaid, is a very precious thing. Although it can't make people immortal, it can slow down aging. However, it has to be offered voluntarily. If it is not drunk, it will turn into a monster. Our shrine has recorded several examples of such failure after forcibly taking the heart of the mermaid. The key is that each mermaid has at most 3 drops. In recent years, due to the degeneration of the blood, there is only 1 drop, so it is difficult to distinguish. No matter how you coax it, it is difficult to guarantee that it is completely voluntary, so it is a gamble." Sakako replied and then sent another email. Moreover, the blood of the mermaid is very rare. The last time it appeared was 300 years ago, and it caused a conflict. It even led to the 3rd generation of generals and the related shrines to be involved. Now, it is reasonable to say that the blood of the mermaid should be extinct, because the blood of the mermaid cannot be inherited stably. Even if the previous generation has the blood of the mermaid, there is still an 80 to 90% chance that the next generation will not have it. In this case, after the research of various shrines, it was found that the blood of the mermaid can only appear in atavism. Sakako Sanako sent another email to add, "Yamada-ki, please be careful. If this is the case, we know why this happened to Hayakawa Naomi. It must be the people of the Uchiyama group or the people behind them who want the blood of the mermaid. So they want to force Hayakawa Naomi into a corner and then give her a little sunshine so that she will be willing to offer it. However, this has not happened for hundreds of years. Is there anyone who wants to do this now?" Peizi Yun replied, "I understand." However, Peizi Yun still had some doubts. He sent another email and asked, "How did the Uchiyama group know that Hayakawa Naomi might have the blood of the mermaid? Who is the person behind it?" "Yamada-ki, we have already investigated the 2nd level and have made contact with the people behind the Uchiyama group. Don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this," Sakako replied. Just as Peizi Yun finished sending the email to Sakako, Hayakawa Naomi arrived. In Japan, for the sake of collectivism, primary school students were required to wear uniforms in order to attend school. After entering middle school, junior high school, and high school, senior high school, they were required to wear school uniforms, just like the soldiers in the army. Even if you were the child of a billionaire, it was the same. However, Hayakawa Naomi was relatively free on Saturdays and Sundays. This time, Hayakawa Naomi was wearing a white casual outfit, and a smile appeared on her face. "Thank you for your hard work, Minister." Fukuoka Maya, Murata Saikaro, and Hayakawa Naomi all bowed to him. Now that everyone was present, Pei Ziyin tidied up his things and smiled. He stood up and said, "Everyone, today is the first Saturday activity of our club. According to the plan, we will use Tokyo as the starting point. During this Saturday, we will travel and pay our respects to the surrounding 5 prefectures. We will draw up a map of our movements and leave a record of our visits. When we return, we will also draw up a magazine. This is a precious treasure for ourselves and our descendants, so that our youth and lives will not be wasted. Does everyone understand?" "Yes, we understand." The so-called magazine was actually a weekly travel newspaper. Every year, it would be gathered together to form a magazine. Every 3 years, it would be gathered together to form a generation magazine. Everyone felt that it was very meaningful and agreed loudly. Today was Pei Ziyun's first official club activity, and everyone would be participating. Even Yuta had recovered from the car accident. This time, the domination of the National Club activity would be held at the Maoki Shrine. The Maoki Shrine was a famous shrine in the area. It was the headquarters of over 100 Maoki shrines in Japan. The locals called it Maoki Shrine. The main hall of the Maoki Shrine was made up of 2 different buildings, the shrine and the hall of worship. It was an important cultural heritage of Japan. During the Maoki Shrine Festival, many people came for sightseeing, and it was very lively. Since the summer festival had not started yet, Pei Ziyun wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were not many people around. He wanted to let the members of the domination of the National Club get used to it and prepare for the upcoming tour. The Maoki Shrine was not far. Pei Ziyun and the rest only took half an hour to reach it. At the entrance of the Maoki Shrine, although it was not the peak season, there were many people who came to pay their respects. Once they got off the car, Yuta could not help but say to Pei Ziyun, "Shinichi, this is great. I finally have the chance to play at the Maoki Shrine. The last time was during the summer festival. I came with my parents. It's a pity that there were too many people, and my parents were worried about me playing alone. This time, I must play to my heart's content," Yuta said excitedly. "That's right. Fukuoka, you also said with a look of longing. I heard that when you come to the Maoki Shrine at night, you can enter from the south side of the shrine and see the white lanterns in front of the shrine. It said that the view is very breathtaking. Let's go up together." Pei Ziyun brought the rest to the hand-washing house. This was a pavilion without walls. The 4 pillars were slightly inclined towards the center of the hand-washing house, and there was a water tray in the center. The group of people used ladles to fetch water, wash their hands, rinse their mouths, wash their hands again, and that was it. Next, they went to the hall of worship. There were no statues in the hall, and no incense was burned. They put in 3 renminbi, and pulled down the bell, indicating to the gods that they had arrived. They then bowed twice, clapped twice, clasped their hands together in prayer, bowed once. The above was considered complete, and there was no need to kowtow. After paying their respects, Yuta became excited and said, "Haha, we can play now. Although it's daytime now, there are many things to do in the Maoki Shrine. We can get rid of bad luck, drink some Shigeru wine, buy some straw ropes, and buy some Imperial Guards. The most important thing is that there are many delicacies in the Maoki Shrine, and it's right in front." Fukuoka Maya said excitedly. "Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go and have a taste." She turned to Pei Ziyun. "How about it? Minister, are you guys coming along?" Pei Ziyun said, "There's no need. I'll go and have a look first." Hayakawa Naomi said softly, I'll follow the president." Murata Saikaro scratched his head and said to Pei Ziyun, "Minister, I'll go with Yuta and Maya. I want to try the delicacies of the Maoki Shrine as well. I've never had the chance to come here before." Pei Ziyun nodded his head and got permission. The 3 of them rushed into the shrine, shouting, "We're here." Pazian looked at them, turned around, and said, "Naomi, let's go and pay the fees for the Imperial Red Seal." The previous 5-0. 3 renminbi did not count. They had to pay 600 in order to obtain the Imperial Red Seal. Their luck was pretty good this time. There weren't many people, but there were 5 of them. Together with the stubs of the shrine, they paid a total of 3,600. The other party politely received the seal. Although they were taken aback when they saw the shrine, they still wrote down the date and a message of congratulations. They also stamped the seal. This was the Imperial Red Seal. Pazian looked at it and thought to himself, "The legend has finally begun." Chapter 699. In less than half an hour, the two of them took out the Imperial Crimson Seal. It was said that the Maoki Shrine was very effective in the areas of love, fortune, business, and health. Every year, many people would come to the shrine to fulfill their wishes. In the middle of the shrine was a dance hall. Around the dance hall, there were many smaller shrines. These shrines were called Takesha shrines or last shrines. Simply put, these shrines were dedicated to gods who had a deep relationship with the shrine's deity. They all had different functions. One of the smaller shrines was dedicated to beauty. Beside this shrine was a spring called the Beautiful Spring. It was said that washing one's face would make one more beautiful. At this point, Pei Zi-yun and Hayakawa Naomi were standing in front of the shrine. Pei Zi-yun smiled at Hayakawa Naomi and said, "Naomi, how is it? Don't you want to wash yourself? I heard that if you wash yourself in this water, you will become more beautiful." When Hayakawa Naomi heard Pei Zi-yun's words, she was somewhat tempted. Her eyes revealed a look of eagerness, but she was still shy and her face turned pink. Hayakawa Naomi looked at Pei Zi-yun and asked, "Department head, is this really effective?" Pei Zi-yun was amused and teased Hayakawa Naomi. "Of course. However, this water requires someone else to help you wash yourself. If not, it won't work." When Hayakawa Naomi heard Pei Zi-yun's words, she did not know what to do. She looked around and saw that there weren't many people around. Hayakawa Naomi then said, "Department head, are you lying to me? What should I do?" Her face was filled with depression. Pei Zi-yun looked at Hayakawa Naomi's expression and said, "All right, you can wash yourself. However, whether it will work or not, I don't know." At this point, Yuta was holding a bowl of fried noodles and was biting into a chicken kebab. Fukuoka Maya and Murata Saikuro were holding a bowl of koyaki. "Woo-woo, Shinichi. Come try it. It tastes really good," Yuta said from afar. At this point, Pei Zi-yun suddenly turned around. He saw several silver gray cars lined up outside the Maoki Shrine. In the middle of the custom-made car, Uchiyama Daiki squinted his eyes, smoking and waiting. "Nishioka, are you sure Yamada Shinji is inside?" Uchiyama Oke took a puff of his cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and asked the person behind him in the car. Sitting behind Uchiyama Daigue was a middle-aged man in a dark suit. His hair was combed to a glossy sheen, and his eyes were very small. If one did not look carefully, one would think that his eyes were closed. "Hey, rest assured, after our investigation, we are certain that Yamada Shinichi is definitely inside." The middle-aged man lowered his head and said, "I'll leave it to you, Nishioka." "Hi." Uchiyama Daiki did not get out of the car immediately. Instead, he let Nishioka Raijin get out of the car. He was Uchiyama Daiki's confidant and had followed Uchiyama Daiki since the establishment of the Uchiyama Group. It could be said that the growth of the Uchiyama Group was closely related to Nishioka Raijin. Although Uchiyama Daiki had personally arrived to meet Yamada Shinji, Uchiyama Daiki still allowed Nishioka Raijin to be in charge of the formal invitation. At this point, Nishioka Raijin stepped forward and bowed deeply when he saw Pei Zi-yun. "You must be Yamada Shinji?" As he said this, he looked at Hayakawa Naomi. Hayakawa Naomi seemed to have some sort of intuition and immediately took a few steps back, hiding half of her body behind the leader. Pei Zi-yun straightened his back and looked at this man who had an aura of extreme power. He showed no signs of fear and said, "Yes, I am Yamada Shinji. What business do you have with me? Nishioka Raijin looked friendly as he bowed once more and said, Hi, I am Nishioka Raijin from the Uchiyama group. I will be the one to explain the situation to you. It's like this. Our leader would like to meet you. Of course, it would be better if you were with Ms. Hayakawa Naomi. Nishioka Raijin said respectfully. Pei Ziyin looked around and saw that there was no one else around. He then said, No problem. When? Is it now? Yes, that's right. Please head inside. Nishioka Raijin bowed again and said, AI, leader, are we going to be all right if we just follow them like this? Hayakawa Naomi was a little afraid. Her face was pale and her hands were trembling. Pei Ziyin said, Don't worry. With me around, nothing will happen. As he said this, he strode forward. Nishioka Raijin didn't lead them to the carriage. He didn't even lead them out of the shrine. Instead, he led them to a quiet room. In front of the room, there was a man-made rock and waterfall. The water was clear and clean. As they entered, they saw a tea table on the floor. The mats were decorated with light green patterns. There was a shelf, a tea box, a tea stove, a pot, a ladle, a bowl, a jug, a teapot, etc. It was very simple and elegant. Such simplicity was the beauty of tradition. Please come in. This is the leader of the Uchiyama group, Uchiyama Oki. He wishes to see you. Hearing the sound of Pei Ziyin pushing the door open, Uchiyama Oki turned around and spoke to Pei Ziyin and Hayakawa Naomi. Yamada-kun and Ms. Hayakawa? Pei Ziyin walked to the seat opposite Uchiyama Oki and said, That's right, it's us. May I know what brings you here? There's no rush. Serve some refreshments. The few of them were within arm's reach. The first person that caught Pei Ziyun's eyes was a man dressed in a black kimono embroidered with Uchiyama group patterns. He looked like Uchiyama Oki. Although he was bald and had a fierce look on his face, he exuded an aura of stability. He looked a little gloomy. This gloomy look was not meant to scare anyone. Perhaps it was because he had been in the underworld for a long time. His face was a little dark. When Pei Ziyun looked at Uchiyama Oki, he raised his head and smiled at him. When Uchiyama Oki smiled, wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. This made Pei Ziyun feel that this man who started from scratch and became the leader of such a big organization in less than 10 years should have such an aura. There were two people kneeling behind him. They were dressed in samurai attire. Their waists were bulging, as if they were hiding something. The tea maker moved quickly and quickly served up the elegant kaiseki dishes. In fact, the process of the tea party was very complicated. Apart from the kaiseki dishes, there was also the ritual of lighting a fire, boiling water, brewing tea, and serving it to the host and guests. However, it was obvious that even if Yakuza was an elegant man, he would not be able to complete these procedures in 3 to 4 hours. Yamada-kun, please have some tea. Uchiyama Oki said to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun took a sip out of boredom and put it down. The tea was not that good, but it was not bad either. If it was not for cultural considerations, it would not have been worth so much effort. Yamada-kun, you must be the heir of Mikawa Shrine. You're so young that it makes one envious. Uchiyama Daiki sighed as he picked up a checkbook and tore off a page. He then wrote something on it and handed it over to Pei Ziyun. I've heard that the price for a proper demonic exorcism is 10 million ryu. I hope you'll be magnanimous. Hayakawa Naomi was a little curious. She took a look and saw that it was 20 million kaiseki. She could not help but be shocked. She seemed to have a bad feeling. Uchiyama Oki thought that Pei Ziyun would gladly accept it, but he did not. Uchiyama Oki asked, Why? Yamada-kun is not satisfied? Then I'll increase it to 30 million. This has nothing to do with you. Please give us a way out. Pei Ziyun was slightly taken aback. Disregarding the Great Sui dynasty and the Greek Empire in his original world, although there were many experts in the novels, he knew that these weapons were all cheap goods. He once had the opportunity to explore the famous feng shui master of Xianjiang. He had only earned 2 million kaiseki in his lifetime. He did not expect to earn more than 10 million kaiseki, which was the income of the strongest person in Xianjiang for 10 years. But on second thought, he was relieved. In Xianjiang, there were no ghosts or gods that could interfere with the world of the living, but in this world, there were. 10 million kaiseki was not a lot, and even 30 million kaiseki was not too outrageous to buy one's life or even the fate of one's family. Pei Ziyun immediately understood how Shi Duqing earned so much money. Uchiyama Oki saw that Pei Ziyun did not move at all, and his face became a little ugly. 50 million kaiseki, or are you still not willing to accept it? Pei Ziyun nodded and said, "You're right. I refuse your conditions. Since Hayakawa Naomi has joined my club, I will not give her up. This is the basic responsibility of a leader. Will the Uchiyama chief give up his own club member?" Hearing this, Uchiyama Oki was angry. His face was full of muscles, and his eyes were fierce. He asked again in a suppressed tone, "Yamada-kun, please consider it." As he said this, the two people behind him stopped and deliberately revealed the black gun handles at their waists. Pei Ziyun looked at them coldly, and his face turned cold. He asked Uchiyama Oki, "Does the Uchiyama group want to fight with the samurai?" As he said this, Pei Ziyun's eyes revealed a hint of danger. Although they could not kill ordinary people, it did not matter if ordinary people provoked the samurai first. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. Hayakawa Naomi realized that the deal they were talking about was actually her. She was so scared that her whole body trembled. She knelt beside Pei Ziyun and stole a glance. She felt a little relieved when she felt Yamada Shinji's determination. At this time, the paper door moved, and someone said, "Of course not, Yamada-kun." A man in a kimono appeared. He looked to be about 30 years old, and he looked very smart and capable. He lowered his head slightly and said, "I am Oka Tomoshi. Hayakawa Naomi was chosen by us first. Your interference is a little rude and against the rules." Seeing that Pei Ziyun was indifferent, he said regretfully, "But since you insist, we will do it according to the rules. This is an invitation to the Rikami Club. Please accept it." Pei Ziyun looked at it and immediately felt a familiar aura from the invitation. He stood up and said, "I understand." As he said this, he did not look at the people around him and left with Hayakawa Naomi. Seeing that Pei Ziyun had left, Uchiyama Oki asked the person who came in, "Oka-kun, are you going to let him go just like that? We can totally keep him here." The power of a samurai is not something you can imagine. Oka Tomoshi looked at Uchiyama Oki coldly, and after saying this, he got up and left. When Oka Tomoshi was far away, Uchiyama Oki's face turned red. With a sweep of his hand, the tea set flew out and he roared, "Bastard!" Chapter 700. Watching Omoka Tomoka leave, Uchiyama Daiki's face turned cold again. His expression was indiscernible, but his tightly clenched fist showed the blue veins in his veins, showing his anger. Uchiyama Daiki was the founder of the Uchiyama Group. Even if he used to be a wild dog, he was still a wolf in disguise. He had worked so hard to achieve his current status. He wouldn't be respectful when summoned by Uchiyama Daiki. Even people of equal or higher status wouldn't give Uchiyama Daiki any face. But now, he was being looked down upon by a junior high school student. Even Omoka Tomoka was ordering him around like a dog. This was intolerable. Uchiyama Daiki loosened his collar and took a deep breath. Although he felt humiliated that Omoka Tomoka had someone backing him, it wasn't the right time yet. But a shrine heir dared to look down on him? Even if this guy was a so-called samurai, in Uchiyama Daiki's life, he had never heard of samurai being scary. Even if Omoka Tomoka reminded him, he didn't take it to heart. If samurai are useful, why do we need guns and cannons? The shogunate wouldn't be democratic. I'll get a few more swords. At worst, I'll use guns to chop this guy into meat paste. Uchiyama Daiki thought, his eyes glinting fiercely. At this time, a middle-aged man in a black suit entered the quiet room. He was the Uchiyama Group's executive elder, Katsuji Muraki. Katsuji Muraki had a square face and was the most radical core figure in the Uchiyama Group. He had presided over many internal and external operations and called himself the Scavenger. Uchiyama Group's growth from a small organization to its present day was largely due to Katsuji Muraki's many lives. He asked the ashen-faced Uchiyama Daiki, "Chief, Are we really going to let him go? Oof. How could we give up just because of Omoka's words? Although we must show respect to the person behind Omoka Tomoka, the Uchiyama group's growth to this day wasn't purely supported by others. Besides, you have to understand that the Uchiyama group can use our strength. Now, facing a junior high school student, we're giving in. If that's the case, our Uchiyama group will lose face. What prestige will there be? Who would still believe that we have strength? I'm afraid that at that time, anyone would want to take a bite out of us. I don't believe that the so-called warriors can resist our swords and spears. An ominous glint flashed in Uchiyama Daiki's eyes. I have made up my mind. Immediately mobilize our most elite Tada group. Uchiyama Daiki smiled cruelly. Hi. Katsumi Muraki bowed and turned to leave. Not long after, a man came over. He was the leader of one of the most elite teams in the Uchiyama group. He was known as the Uchiyama meat grinder by outsiders, Ryota Tada. Tada Ryota was dressed in a tight outfit. He had short hair, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Uchiyama Daiki looked over and said with a cold expression, "Bring your weapons. Tonight, you will chop Yamada Shinichi into minced meat." Yes, Tada Ryota listened to Uchiyama Daiki's orders with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes and a murderous aura. Although Pei-zi Yun and Hayakawa Naomi had been invited by Uchiyama Daiki for a long talk, in actual fact, they did not spend much time there. It only took about half an hour for them to return to the entrance. They saw Yuta, Fukuoka Maya, and the rest waiting for them. Seeing Pei-zi Yun, Yuta shouted loudly, "Ah, you're finally back. We thought that something had happened to you. If you didn't come back in half an hour, we would have really called the police." That's right. If you didn't come back in half an hour, we would have called the police. Those people don't look like good people. It's so scary. Fukuoka Maya touched her chest, her heart pounding in fear. They had also seen the people who had invited them. It's all right, let's go back. According to the rules of the society, even if they would go back, they could not act like sheep. They boarded the tram and returned to the school, arriving at room 206. Without any instructions, everyone started to clean up the society and kept the records of the day. They even took out the newspaper that was about to be published. Rather than calling a newspaper, it was more like an advertisement. Let's go together, Domination National Society. Since you can't satisfy the needs of ordinary societies, why don't you join the Domination National Society? We are a society that aspires to dominate the entire country. Let your youth burn brightly and leave a mark on your life. No matter what happens in the future, right now, you are a legend. Below are the pictures of their first trip, as well as their travel notes. Looks good. Everyone, you've worked hard. Pei-zi Yun looked at the shiny floor, as well as the first draft of the magazine. He was very satisfied. He then looked at the darkening sky and said, "Now, let's end the meeting. Make sure you all return home safely." "Yes, Minister." The four of them bowed in unison. Even Hayakawa Naomi, who had something on her mind, bowed as well. She watched the three of them leave, hesitating. "Don't worry, Naomi. Leave everything to me," Pei-zi Yun said. It was obvious that Hayakawa Naomi was feeling uneasy. This matter had exceeded her expectations. She wanted to ask, but she did not have the courage to do so. Reluctantly, she replied, "Yes." After everyone had left, Pei-zi Yun locked the door and left. At this point, his phone rang. Following the beeping sound, Pei-zi Yun took out his phone from his pocket and answered the call. Following that, a low, unfamiliar voice could be heard saying, "Yamada, if you don't want anything to happen to your family, go to the warehouse in the middle of the outskirts." After saying this, the voice hung up. When Pei-zi Yun heard this, his face turned cold. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he rubbed his chin. A faint smile still hung on his face. "I had already let you off, but you still came here to seek death. Yakuza, no matter how you try to whitewash yourself, you're still Yakuza. No matter how hard you try to disguise yourself, when faced with a sharp problem, you'll use violence to solve it. And you're even using such underhanded methods. In the past, there was a question. They were both organizations. But what was the difference between Yakuza and a company? Actually, there was not much of a difference on the surface. This was the crux of the problem. When faced with a sharp problem, the company would use economic means to solve it, while the Yakuza would use violence to solve it. Of course, the country could also use violence to solve the problem. Paizi Yunsai was desolate, but cold. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to hold his phone. This time, he did not use email. He called Sakako directly. Sakako, someone is threatening me and my family. I think it's the Uchiyama group. I'm going to settle it now. Help me deal with the aftermath. After saying this, Paizian hung up without waiting for Sakako to reply. He got into an express car to the warehouse in the middle of the suburbs. Hurry, here's 5,000 yen. If you get there in 15 minutes, you'll get another 5,000 yen as a tip. Paizian got into the car and said to the driver, Okay, sit tight. The driver listened to Pei Ziyun's words. He only earned less than 15,000 yen in a busy day. Now he could earn 10,000 yen this time. He did not ask why they were going to the suburbs at night. He sped up and sped towards the warehouse in the middle of the suburbs. The warehouse in the middle of the suburbs was originally used by a wood processing company to store wood. However, the company that originally rented the warehouse closed down due to poor management. Furthermore, the warehouse itself was not big and was too far from the prosperous district. Due to other reasons, the warehouse gradually fell into disuse. At this time, the abandoned warehouse in the suburbs was brightly lit. It seemed a little strange. In the warehouse, one could see that there were many people in the empty space under the light. These people were preparing to use their long swords. They sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the long swords on their knees. They wiped them carefully with oil. With one look, one could tell that these people were people who used swords for a long time. There were also two people holding guns. From time to time, they gestured with their guns. Very soon, the express car arrived at the warehouse in the middle of the suburbs. However, when they were still a distance away from the warehouse, Pei Ziyun asked the driver to stop the car. He threw the 10,000 yen to the driver and got off the car alone. At this time, the rain started to fall. It was a little light and shrouded the night. Pei Ziyun looked at the brightly lit warehouse not far away. His eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He moved slightly and disappeared into the darkness. In the warehouse, team leader Tadariota looked around and ordered, Although this place is very far from the center, remember, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use your gun. Yes, the two people with guns replied in unison. One of them raised his sword and bowed. Rest assured, team leader, this time, there will be no problem. We have all practiced martial arts and can be considered martial artists. We have also been through many battles and have seen blood. That Yamada is just a junior high student. If he meets us, he will definitely die. Yes, we can actually kill him alone. Now that the entire team is here, as long as Yamada is here, even if he is a demon, he will die. Don't you think so, Shanya? The vice president of the student council, Shanya Chiharu, was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Under the light, his face was pale. He bit his lip and agreed softly. Yes, you are right. He was really scared to the point of peeing. He was just an ordinary student. In order to stand out, he had to look for someone to rely on. In the end, he ended up relying on the Uchiyama group. Usually, he only did things like threaten other clubs, kick Hayakawa and Naomi out, or monitor the movements of other students. Now, the 7 of them were gathered in a room and discussing how to kill someone. Was this the extreme Tao? This wasn't the life he wanted. Not to mention Shanya Chiharu's pale face at that moment. There was a pop, and the lights went out. Tada Ryota frowned and said, what's going on? Shanyuan, didn't you check this? Didn't you say that there was no problem with the lighting circuit in Nakao? Shanyuan Yushir was one of the members of Tada Ryota's team. He was in charge of the lighting. Not long ago, Shanyuan Yushir had checked if there were any problems with the lighting circuit. He found that the warehouse was only a little old, but there was no sign that there was a problem with the lighting circuit. However, it was a fact that the lights had gone out. He stood up and said, I'm really sorry. I'll go take a look now. However, he had only taken a few steps when he heard a puff sound, followed by a blood-curdling scream that made one's hair stand on end in the dark warehouse. Chapter 701. He had used a bamboo sword in the training hall. If he did not wear any protective gear, it could have been fatal, much less a wooden sword. The wooden sword sliced through the air. It was perfect, swift, and silent. It drew a perfect semicircle across Shan Yuan Yuki's neck. His fragile skin and blood vessels could not withstand the force. The carotid artery, trachea, and scalene were sliced open. Fresh blood splattered in the darkness. Shan Yuan Yuki groaned and tried to cover his wound, but the blood could not be stopped. In an instant, the warehouse was dark and silent. All that could be heard was the sound of blood splattering, sobbing, and the sound of several people panting and retreating in fear. Metal frame, slightly slanted, 50 centimeters wide, about 0.5 meters away from me, need to avoid it. Wooden cabinet 1 meters tall, there's a person not far away. Wooden block, 20 centimeters tall, to prevent falling. All of this entered Pei Ziyun's mind. Idiot, light the fire. Tada Ryota reacted quickly. He roared, but immediately rolled to the side. He reached into his robes for a lighter, but hesitated as he lit it. The others were not as smart as him. A small spark appeared. It was the lighter that lit it up, and it became an eye-catching light in the darkness. No, Tada Ryota realized, but it was too late. Pei Ziyun moved to his back and pointed with his wooden sword. With a pu sound, the wooden sword pierced through, avoiding the bone and piercing through the internal organs. Pong! A gunshot rang out. Tada Ryota did not hesitate to open fire. The bullet left the barrel, but it did not hit its target. It hit a metal pillar behind him, and sparks flew. The lighter fell to the ground, and darkness reappeared. Die! One of the men took advantage of the last target he had caught and rushed forward. He waved his long sword, and his comrade, who was still alive, screamed in pain. In less than a second, thick blood splattered 3 feet around him. But apart from his comrade, no one else was hit. Blood spurted out from his crotch. Pei Ziyun had crouched down, and the wooden sword had pierced through his crotch. This person was not dead yet, and was screaming in pain. The last gunman could not stand it any longer. He fired into the darkness, emptying his magazine in a single breath. But apart from breaking some wooden tools or hitting the iron sheds, it had no effect. Tada Ryota immediately changed his target to his companion. He wasn't trying to kill his companion, but since his companion's location was exposed, he might be ambushed. Sure enough, after the bullets were emptied, there was a scream. The moment his companion screamed, he lit up the lighter and threw it out. Then, he fired at the black shadow beside his companion. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets passed through and missed by a hair's breadth. Tada Ryota's heart trembled with fear. This was a samurai. At this moment, without any hesitation, he leapt into the darkness and moved along the wall, trying to escape. No, I have to go back and report this to the chief. Just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a cold pain on his neck. Ryota Tada knew that something was wrong, but he immediately pulled the trigger. Die with me. Bang, bang. The remaining 2 bullets hit the air, but it was obvious that they did not hit anyone. Then, there was another stab to the heart. Kiki. Tada Ryota suffered 2 fatal blows in a row. He could not take it any longer and slid down the wall. Spare me. Spare me. Not everyone was unafraid of death. The last man wielding a knife was so frightened that he ran for the warehouse door, not even caring about his back. Pa! The lighter lit up, and the cold barrel of the gun was pointed at the man's head. The man's entire body froze as he begged for mercy. Spare me. You're from the Uchiyama group? A voice asked. Yes, spare me. I'm for the Uchiyama group. Your chief shouldn't be too far away. Where is he? This question caused the man to hesitate for a moment. However, the lighter could clearly see the trigger being pulled. The man hurriedly said, He's at Wakamatsu Station, 5 to 10. Very good. The trigger was pulled, and the man screamed in fear. However, there was no sound. Have you forgotten? I'm out of bullets. As Pei Ziyun said this, the man's fear turned to joy. With a flash of the knife, the long knife on the ground flew up and pierced through the man's chest. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the surroundings were dyed red. With a pa sound, The lights in the warehouse lit up again. The bright lights dispelled the fear brought about by the darkness. Pei Ziyin looked around, but did not see a single living person. There was only fresh blood and corpses, as well as food packaging scattered all over the place. At this point, a strange sound came from a corner. Someone was trembling uncontrollably. Pei Ziyin walked over and saw that this person was Xiangya Qinshan, the vice president of the student council. She looked different from when Pei Ziyin had seen her in the student council's classroom. She had a wretched look on her face, and her body was curled up. She was hiding in the crevice of a box on the right side of the warehouse. These old and tattered boxes were originally used to store wooden planks. However, because the warehouse was abandoned, the boxes were too big and were made of cheap materials. Hence, they were thrown here. Xiangya Qinshan was hiding in the cracks of these boxes. Her entire body was trembling, and tears and snot were flowing down her face. She prayed in her heart, "Don't find me, don't find me. Please don't find me." However, as the lights were turned on, it was impossible for an ostrich like her to hide. Pei Ziyin had just gotten closer when he heard a pu sound. Xiangya Qinshan's pants were soaked in some unknown liquid, and a foul stench filled the air. "Oh, so it's you, Senior Xiangya." Pei Ziyin hurriedly stopped in his tracks and asked Xiangya Qinshan. It was as if there was no killing at all, and they had just met in school. It's not me, don't kill me." Xiangya Qinshan heard the voice, and her body trembled even more violently. "Oh, Senior Xiangya, since you're here, does that mean that you were the one who leaked the whereabouts of Hayakawa, Naomi, and I?" Pei Ziyin looked at Xiangya Qinshan and immediately guessed the reason why she was here. Yamada-kun, it's not like that. I was forced. Xiangya Qinshan heard the coldness in Pei Ziyun's voice and hurriedly begged for mercy. "I borrowed some money and wanted to repay it slowly. However, I didn't expect that someone would find me and ask me to cooperate with them. If I did, they would write off all the money I owed. If not, they would make me lose all my reputation. I could only cooperate with them and warn all the societies not to accept Hayakawa Naomi. Please forgive me. I had no other choice. I owed them money at first, and if the school found out about this, I would be finished." Xiangya Qinshan cried, and with a pu sound, she knelt down and begged for mercy. In Japanese schools, if such a situation was discovered, the lightest punishment would be a serious demerit, and the student would be stripped of all their positions. The most serious punishment would be expulsion from school. Hence, such threats were extremely fatal to Xiangya Qinshan. At that time, a group of people even carried weapons and threatened me. I had no other choice but to agree to their request. "Yamada-kun, please forgive me on account of our former classmates." Xiangya Qinshan fell to the ground and begged for mercy. "I'm the vice president, and I can help you a lot. I can use my influence to allocate more funds to the society, and I can help you gain more publicity and more members. Please forgive me." Pei Ziyin remained silent as he listened to Xiangya Qinshan's cries. So this person was from an ordinary family, and to be elected to the student council, one had to either be very talented or have a good family background. Pei Ziyin had neither. It was naturally not easy for him to be elected. This required him to do everything he could, and no matter how frugal he was, he still had to spend money. Hence, he fell into the trap of the extreme Tao. Pei Ziyin sighed to himself. Why was it that people of low birth were often the ones who were discovered? It was because they had no choice but to do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to climb up, how many choices did they have? And people of high birth usually had more choices and could be more dignified. However, this was not a reason for her to live. Pei Ziyin asked coldly. "In other words, you were the one who revealed my whereabouts to them." Hearing Pei Ziyun's words, Xiangya Qinshan's pale face turned ashen. It was as if he had foreseen something. Ignoring his throat, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "No, Yamada, you can't do this. I'm the vice president. You can't kill me. Give up on your futile struggle. This is a remote place that you chose. The gunshot might be able to be heard, but if you shout, no one will be able to hear you. Pei Ziyin shook his head. I never show mercy to people who want to kill me, much less you. I can guarantee that once you escape, you will immediately report to the police and the Uchiyama group. I've seen people like you too many times. No. There was a flash of light, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Xiang Cha Thousand Spring was clutching her neck as she struggled on the ground. Pei Ziyin turned around and searched the corpse for a magazine. He then prepared to leave the scene. At this moment, hello. Liang Tai. Are you guys there? What's the situation? A voice came from a communication device on the ground. Pei Ziyin walked to the communication device and stepped on it. He then opened the door and saw a few motorcycles nearby. He immediately rushed over. Modified motorcycles? These were the vehicles of the Tata Group. Although there were cars and trams, it was undoubtedly faster and more convenient to use motorcycles. The rain was getting heavier, and as it hit the ground, small pits were formed. The motorcycles disappeared into the darkness. Suburban, villain the heavy rain. The main house of Wakamatsu village was shrouded in the rain. The courtyard was not particularly big, but it was about 600 to 700 square meters. There were mountains and a river. The mountain was a fake mountain, and the river was about 2 meters wide. Usually, this river was Uchiyama Daiki's favorite place to relax. When he was free, he would fish for an hour at the side of the river. But at this moment, Uchiyama Daiki was furious. He smashed the communication device on the ground and stepped on it, cursing, "Baka, what's going on? Could it be that Ryota Tada's entire team was wiped out?" Useless, truly too useless. Nishioka Raijin, who was standing, put down a new scroll of documents. His face was gloomy. "Chief, I'm afraid this is how things are. There's no need for us to fight to the death. Let's retreat." "No, if we retreat now, the Uchiyama group will lose all face. We came here with great fanfare, but if we return in defeat, how will others look at us? I don't believe that we can't deal with a mere junior high student." Uchiyama Daiki's face was ferocious, and his eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 702. Leader, we just received a new report from Okatamoshi. It contains information about the samurai. Nishioka Raijin raised his voice. Samurai can kill evil spirits, but their power comes from evil spirits, or rather, demons that are like evil spirits. Nishioka Raijin revealed a look of fear. Yamada Shinichi was the chosen successor of Ishido Sito, but Ishido Sito himself was devoured by evil spirits. These samurai do not live for long, but possess terrifying powers. Many of them cannot be dealt with by guns. Nishioka Raijin said to Uchiyama Daiki, "Leader, you hold the fate of the entire Uchiyama group in your hands. Are you going to let this go?" As he said this, he saw Uchiyama Daiki hesitating. He knew that he was tempted, but he could not back down. Nishioka Raijin sat down with a thud. "Leader, I beg of you." He then turned to Muraki Katsumi. "Muraki, you are the chief executive. Aren't you going to protect the leader while he retreats?" Rainy night. Highway Pei Ziyin slowed down the car and took out his phone from his pocket. Sakagami Sanako's voice could be heard. "Yamada Takashi, how are you now? Where are you? Our men have gone to the warehouse to clean up the mess, but they reported that they did not find any trace of you." Sakagami Sanako's voice was filled with worry. "I'm on my way to Wakamatsu 5 to 10 Temple in the southern suburbs." "What's the matter? Is there a problem?" Pei Ziyin asked. Wakamatsu 5 to 10 Temple in the southern suburbs was the stronghold of the Uchiyama group. This was what Pei Ziyin had found out after interrogating a member of the Uchiyama group. "Yamada Takashi, are you heading to the stronghold of the Uchiyama group? If possible, please don't kill people so casually. Although you're fighting back and have a valid reason, killing too many people is not a good thing," Sakagami Sanako advised Pei Ziyin. At this time, Sakagami Sanako had been sent by the Jinchuan Shrine to help Pei Ziyin settle the aftermath of the Uchiyama group. 7 people had died in the warehouse. Things are different now. 100 years ago, as long as the samurai did not kill important people, or did not kill more than a certain number, they would be fine. But now that they had entered a democratic society under the supervision of the government, although warriors had hidden privileges due to social necessity and power, it was far from comparable to the past. Although a martial artist could kill, there were many restrictions as well, especially now that Pei Ziyun had already killed 6 people. If he continued to kill, the situation would not be easy to handle. This was especially so since Sanako had found out through the Jinkawa shrine that there was a powerful figure behind the Uchiyama group. Hence, if Pei Ziyun continued to kill, the consequences would be dire. The Jinkawa shrine could not guarantee that Pei Ziyun would be safe. After all, the government was still very powerful. Hearing these words, Pei Ziyun, who was on his motorcycle, stopped at an empty plot of land by the side of the road. His entire body was drenched from the rain. There was a canopy on the empty plot of land. It was unknown when it was built, but it looked old. There were a few holes in the canopy, from which the rain kept leaking out. Under the canopy, Pei Ziyun wiped the rain off his forehead. He held the phone in his hand and asked Sanako, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Yamada-ho, this is not a matter of fear. It's just that you've killed too many people. You've already killed 7 people in the warehouse. If you continue to kill, it will be very difficult for you to withstand the pressure. In Japan, when there was an abnormal death, such a case would be called a criminal case. The Jinkawa shrine was a shrine that had a history of 100 years. It held the power of a secret agreement with the government. It was impossible to say that it did not have the power to deal with the aftermath of a murder case. But now that there were 7 deaths, it was considered a major criminal case. Even if the people who died were related to the Yakuza group, if there were more killings, the Jinkawa shrine would have to pay a heavy price to deal with the aftermath. "Yamada-ho, please, don't kill any more people," Sanako begged over the phone. Hearing this, Pei Ziyun slammed the phone shut and wrapped it in a tarpaulin. He continued to ride the motorcycle, turned the accelerator, and sped into the rainy night. Wakamatsu 5 to 10 Teramoto family Uchiyama Daki entered the car. The car was sleek and black. The dark blue glass windows glowed with a metallic light. This was a modified car with bulletproof glass. Even the Yakuza group in Japan would not be able to obtain it easily. Ryujin Nishoka said loudly to the people around him, "Remember, this time, escort the chief to retreat. If anyone tries to stop you along the way, I'll allow you to open fire. Don't be afraid of the impact. Once you see Yamada Shinji, open fire immediately. At the same time, warn everyone, understand? Whoever kills Yamada Shinji on behalf of the chief, I'll reward him with 20 million yen and promote him to team leader." Ryujin Nishioka promised loudly. If anything happens, the group will also find a substitute to take responsibility for the meritorious person. Do you understand? Guns were strictly controlled in Japan. If a knife was used, even if there were casualties, it would be relatively easy to handle. However, if a gun was used, it would easily cause panic among the people and the media. Even if the Uchiyama group had a deep relationship with them, it would be difficult for them to answer to the Metropolitan Police Department. If there were continuous gunshots, even if they were in the suburbs, it was still within the boundaries of Tokyo. Even if the Metropolitan Police Department wanted to answer to the media and the public, they would still chase after the Uchiyama group like crazy. This was not something that could be resolved by handing over a few people. However, this was Ryujin Nishioka's loyalty. I understood. Hearing this, the dozen of them replied in unison. In the Uchiyama group, if a member wanted to be promoted, he or she had to work for at least 5 years before he or she could be promoted. Furthermore, he or she could not make a single mistake. Hence, to ordinary members, being promoted was a very difficult thing to do. And now, although compared to others, the treatment of the Uchiyama group members was not bad. Who wouldn't want a chance to be promoted? Now, there was a chance. After Ryujin Nishioka said this, the members of the group were filled with excitement. They hoped that Pei Ziyun would be able to catch up and appear in front of them. Very good. Let's set off now. Ryujin Nishioka looked at his group members and took advantage of the fact that they were in high spirits to announce their departure. He then turned to Katsumi Muraki and said, Muraki, I'll leave the command to you. I'll leave everything to you. Katsumi Muraki bowed and said, Don't worry. Leave everything to me. Everyone, check your equipment. Make sure there are no mistakes. Katsumi Muraki gave his orders to his subordinates. With a loud, "Hi," his subordinates started checking their equipment, following which they all boarded the car. The door opened slowly, and the motorcade smoothly slid out into the rain. The motorcade could be said to be orderly and well-guarded as they sped off into the distance. At this point, the sound of an engine could be heard coming from the highway. A motorcycle stopped at a junction and wiped the rain away, revealing a pair of calm eyes. There was no light coming from the windows of the wooden house, and it was easy to sense that there was no sign of life inside. It seemed like the owner had moved. Pei Ziyin looked at the wooden sign that said "For sale." Pei Ziyin hopped off the motorcycle and walked briskly, at the same time reloading his gun. This gun that he had snatched was not considered a famous gun, but it was rather crude and sturdy. Pei Ziyin did not stay on the highway. He climbed up the houses and reached the rooftop. The rain continued to fall as Pei Ziyin bent down and waited. He washed away the blood that had splattered on his clothes. The rain continued to pour, and he only waited for 3 minutes. Under the rain, the headlights of the car cut through the rain. There were a few cars around, and no one knew which car the target was in. "It's a pity that we've met before," Pei Ziyin said plainly. Just as he was about to sigh, he heard a bang. A gunshot rang out. Bang! The shot landed on the glass of the third car. A dent appeared on the glass, but it did not completely shatter. This was because it was bulletproof glass. With this shot, the third car lurched to the side. The driver tried his best to avoid the bullet, but Pei Ziyin did not move. He continued to pull the trigger. A pong sound was heard as the second bullet pierced through the window, hitting the crack in the window. This time, the glass shattered. Bang! Pei Ziyin's eyes did not move. The third shot was fired, and he did not look at the result. He narrowed his eyes and slid down the heavy rain. With a flip, he started the motorcycle and drove in a certain direction. Along the way, in just a few seconds, he dismantled the gun and threw it into the river, following which he disappeared into the darkness. "Chief, it was only 3.79 seconds. The entire fleet reacted quickly. The moment Uchiyama Dake was attacked, the fleet stopped. Nishioka Raijin quickly got off the motorcycle and rushed towards the chief's car. He quickly opened the door, and Uchiyama Dake fell out. He had been shot in the chest, and fresh blood flowed continuously. The seat was stained red. Chief, quick, get the first aid kit." Nishioka Raijin shouted and ordered the driver. "Idiot, I'll settle the score with you when we get back. Why aren't you heading to the nearest Yuchian hospital?" The driver reacted and hurriedly turned around and opened the first aid kit. Nishioka Raijin quickly tore off some hemostatic medicine and bandages and wrapped himself up. He was usually a cold man, but now his eyes were red. Uchiyama Dake panted and laughed. "Nishioka, do you know how to cry?" "Don't cry, this is Ji-Dao." The so-called Ji-Dao is a person who walks on the extreme path. To put it bluntly, we are all losers in society. If we don't want to lead a mediocre life, we have to be prepared to die at any time. I've drunk the best wine, hugged the best women, and made the biggest bet. I want to take over Tokyo and even the entire Japanese Ji-Dao world. It's a pity that my path ends here. At this point, Uchiyama Dake's body twitched. He said, "Give me the communication device." "Chief, give it to me." Nishioka Raijin handed over the communication device. Uchiyama Dake took it, and in the next moment, his voice could be heard throughout the fleet. "I'm Uchiyama Dake. From today onwards, Nishioka Raijin is the second chief." "Yes." Everyone in the fleet responded. Uchiyama Dake said, "Nishioka, don't avenge me. Carry on my dream. I'm a little thirsty and cold. Pour me a glass of wine." "Yes." Nishioka Raijin opened a fridge and poured a glass of wine. He raised his glass and looked back, only to see Uchiyama Dake standing still. Only his hand was swaying along with the speed of the car. Chapter 703. Tokyo, Eternal family. In the heart of Tokyo, there was a spacious garden. This was the outward appearance of an aristocratic family. Although it had rained heavily last night, the sun was shining brightly today. At this point, more than 10 hours had passed since Pei massacre. In one of the rooms, a few people were looking at the screen with ashen faces. The screen in the room was showing bloody corpses. If one were to count them carefully, they would realize that there were 8 corpses on the screen. The image on the screen changed, and Pei Ziyun's face appeared. He was wearing a school uniform and was entering the school. He looked very innocent. This scene was very strange no matter how one looked at it. If it wasn't for the detailed information displayed on the screen above, perhaps no ordinary person would have thought that such a major criminal case was actually the work of a 12-year-old. Eternal family, look, 8 people have died this time. Including the 3 from last time, we've killed 11 people. Kawaguchi Gano looked at the screen and said angrily, "How can a modern world allow such savagery? Do they think the Metropolitan Police Department is dead?" The Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department was the oldest police organization in Japan. It was only established in Tokyo. The other police departments in other areas were known as the police headquarters. It had 30,000 members. "Please support us, please." Kawaguchi Gano was the deputy head of the Metropolitan Police Department's Special Operations Division, 7th Division. He was a civilian with no background. He was only 33 years old, but his hair was white and his skin was tanned. He looked like a man in his 40s or 50s. To have such a status at such a young age, even if he was from a prestigious school, and to be in charge of such an important department, one could see that he was very capable. It was also because he had expended so much energy that Kawaguchi Gano's hair had turned white. At this point, Kawaguchi Gano lowered his head and pleaded with the old man. The old man sat on the chair and wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His hair was combed straight, and there were a few age spots on his face. He looked calm and gave off a dignified aura. He didn't speak for a while. "Kawaguchi-san, please pay attention." Hanoi Yuki spoke up. "The problem is that according to the agreement between the government and the samurai have the authority to enforce the law at the scene of a supernatural attack. Furthermore, the samurai can be charged with assaulting the police and executed on the spot. Although the Special Operations Division has a lot of authority, we still have to follow the agreement." Hanoi Yuki was not tall, only about 1.6 meters tall. He wore the uniform of the Special Operations Division and spoke in a respectful but cold tone. Yuki Hano wasn't tall, but he had a powerful background. His entire family was from the Metropolitan Police Department, especially his grandfather, Shuji Hano, who was once the head of the Special Operations Division. He had deep connections with various departments. Therefore, Yuki Hanoi could be said to be deeply rooted in the Special Operations Division. He had always thought that the position of the Special Operations Division's dean was in his bag. However, his competitor was Kawaguchi Takeo, who was born a commoner, so he had always harbored a grudge against him. Now hearing Godfather Kawangxiang's complaint, Yuki Hanoi said coldly and politely. In fact, he was refuting him. But before Hanoi Yuki could finish, Kawakano Ganfu shouted, "Baka, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a samurai? Even if they were to be dealt with as assaulting the police, they could have surrendered as long as they put down their weapons. How could they continue to chase and kill them? Which policeman has the right to do that? Besides, didn't those Yakuza have a tacit understanding with the government in the past? Aren't they still settling accounts now?" Kawaguchi Takeo said with a furious expression on his face. At this moment, the silent old man spoke. He turned around and asked, "Tomoshi, what do you think?" Behind the seated old man, a man in his 30s stood upright. It was Tomoshi Oka, who had previously appeared in the Uchiyama group. Tomoshi Oka lowered his head and said to the old man, "Good. In the past, the Yakuza had an effect, which was to take root at the grassroots level. In our country, during the craziest era of the left wing, they couldn't even establish a grassroots level. They could only become terrorists and make the people hate them. Many of that was due to the Yakuza. That's why they were allowed to expand their influence. At their peak, they had 200,000 members. After entering the modern era, due to the lack of soil, the left wing gradually declined and basically ceased to exist. The Yakuza were no longer of use, so a series of liquidation and attacks were carried out. The Yakuza countermeasures and further amendments were not only pushed by us, but also the needs of the people and the economic development. We can't let the Yakuza affect the economic development. But samurai are different. Hearing this, Kawaguchi interrupted. But aren't the evil spirits also fading away? With Kawaguchi's identity, he had long come into contact with many cases related to the evil spirits. These cases all showed how terrifying the evil spirits were. Indeed, in the past 100 years, the evil spirits have been fading away. Therefore, the government has considered reviewing the agreement with the samurai in this regard. But the bad thing is, according to the statistics of the relevant departments, it seems that the evil spirits have become stronger in the last 10 years. What's worse is that not only that, but other mysterious forces are also awakening one after another due to some unknown reason. Tomoshioka was not angry at being interrupted by Kawaguchi at all, as he explained to the old man. Tomoshioka was an even more secretive department in the government. He could come into contact with more secret information that Kawaguchi could not. Now, if not for the fact that he had to explain to the old man in front of him, Tomoshioka would not have casually revealed this information. Of course, one of the reasons was that everyone present was a high-ranking police officer. Moreover, the Metropolitan Police Department's Special Operations Division, 7th Division, was the department that dealt with this kind of incident. Therefore, under these circumstances, it is impossible for the government to tear up the agreement with the samurai. Tomoshioka said with a serious expression. Yamada Shinichi is only 12 years old, but look at the wounds on the corpse. This kind of swordsmanship, this kind of determination, for a junior high school student, is simply impossible. Because of this, we suspect that a samurai has awakened in Yamada Shinichi's body. No, impossible. It is impossible for this to happen. What era are we in now? It can't be a myth. Kawaguchi's face was full of disbelief. At this time, the old man looked at Kawaguchi coldly and said, "Shut up." Kawaguchi was like this, so even if it was his own people, it would be difficult for them to advance further with his support. At that moment, the old man turned around and asked Tomoshioka, "So, what's the plan now?" Tomoshioka continued to lower his head and said, "After our discussion, there are 3 plans. Among them, we believe that the best strategy is to stop fighting because we haven't intervened yet. Yamada Shinichi's information is too little, and we don't know who the samurai who possessed him is. If we fight rashly, I'm afraid the outcome will be unimaginable. Therefore, the best thing to do now is to observe for the time being and not fight. What if we don't take this plan?" The old man said as he lowered his head and looked at his hands, which were covered with age spots. The old man's name was Henjin Yukio. The Henjin family was deeply trusted by the Shinagawa shogunate. They had 20,000 stones and were one of the feudal lords. During the war to topple the Tabaku, it happened that the family governor, Henjin Yukio, was ordered to take the throne. He was only 12 years old, but he immediately expressed his determination to support the shogunate. Therefore, after the war was won, they received preferential treatment and moved to Tokyo. Now, it was the 15th generation. After entering democracy, the heads of the family held high positions. However, with the progress of democracy, even the shogunate's family gradually lived in seclusion, let alone the Henjin family. I don't want to die like this. Yes, although Henjin Yukio was old, he still wanted to continue living. He had not finished enjoying his beautiful life and wanted to continue to have power. However, if he wanted to continue living, he could not do without the mermaid's blood. In a top-secret document, Henjin Yukio knew that if he could obtain the mermaid's blood, he could prolong a person's life and even restore a person's youthful vitality. This was an incredible temptation for a person who was about to die. What's more, Henjin Yukio had a plan that he wanted to complete by himself. I can't die. I still have to revitalize the Henjin family. If I die, will my descendants still have the same influence as me? No, it's impossible. That's why I can't die. I have to live for another 30 years. Henjin Yukio secretly investigated the descendants of the mermaid's blood, and finally, he found the mermaid's blood that had disappeared for hundreds of years in a little girl. This must be an opportunity given to me by God, so that I can further serve the Mikado. Therefore, he secretly made all kinds of detailed plans around the girl, and the Uchiyama group was a part of Henjin Yukio's plan. But now, the members of the Uchiyama group had suffered heavy losses. The key was that the girl was sucked away by Yamada Shinichi. Seeing that his detailed plan was about to fail, he was filled with anger. He must obtain the mermaid's blood, because it was an important guarantee for his youth and vitality. Henjin Yukio had experienced many disasters in his life in the political arena. His state of mind had long become profound, and he would not be moved by the slightest thing. But when he learned that this had happened, he was still very angry. After listening to Okatomoshi's plan, Henjin Yukio was silent for a long time. He was very disappointed and said to the person behind him, "Let Takagi Hirahei of the Rimi Gakuin come up." Listening to Henjin Yukio's words, Okatomoshi's expression changed slightly, but he did not stop him. He just lowered his head. Seeing this scene, Henoi Ahiro's heart suddenly moved and he frowned. Okatomoshi was a person cultivated and promoted by Henjin Yukio. From the way he addressed Okatomoshi, it was obvious that they were close. Henjin Yukio directly called him Tomoshi, which showed how close they were. In the past, Okatomoshi had always listened to Henjin Yukio and wholeheartedly considered the Henjin family and Henjin Yukio. But now, there seemed to be a change. Why did he come up with this so-called plan? Although Henoi Ahiro did not know about the mermaid's blood, he keenly sensed the estrangement. What was going on? The room seemed to fall into a short period of silence. At this time, a person knocked on the door and was allowed to enter. He respectfully said to the old man, "Kawatake Takahiro from the Shinto Hall has arrived. He said that he has something to discuss with you." Chapter 704. The name Kawatake Takashi sounded ordinary, but this person was an important cadre of the shrine. Just this identity alone was enough to make people respect him. Even Yoshio Hung stood up from his seat and waved a few people away, leaving only Okatomoshi to go to the door. The person who came was a middle-aged man. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man. There was nothing special about his face. He wore a black suit, black leather shoes, and held a briefcase in his hand. He was no different from an ordinary office worker. When Kawatake Takashi saw Yoshio Hung, he bowed. "Hung, sorry to disturb you." After saying that, he took out a letter from his briefcase and handed it to Yoshio Hung with both hands. Yoshio Hung opened the letter with his hands full of age spots. When he saw the content inside, his face changed. "Kawatake-kun, you even support the shrine? Is Jin Chuan's shrine that important?" Yoshio Hung asked in confusion. Jin Chuan Shrine was just a shrine with a history of 500 years. There were many other shrines, but the standard was only 600 stones. There was nothing special about it. But now, even the shrine supported it. Why? Hung Yuan Xiong was a little confused and asked straightforwardly. "Hung, you're the son of the former vassal states. You should know. The vassal states have more than 100,000 stones and 200,000 stones, but the Mikado only has 30,000 stones. The Gagakura family, the highest official, only has 2,000 stones. The second series, the Qinghua family, only has about 500 stones. The shrine system only has 1,100 stones. The standard of 600 stones is already very high." Facing Yoshio Heng's question, Kawatake Takashi replied, "Moreover, one of the responsibilities of the shrine is to mediate the conflict between Shinto and the secular world. The problem of samurai is also one of them. You should be very clear about this." Kawatake Takashi's attitude was respectful, but in fact, he was a little cold. This was the power of the shrine. 500 years ago, before the establishment of the Shinagawa shogunate, it was in the stage of integration of Shinto and Buddhism. However, the number of Shinto believers was only half of that of Buddhism. After the establishment of the Shinagawa shogunate, The Shinto was rectified, and the separation order of gods and Buddhas was issued, which led to the rapid expansion of the power of Shinto. It reversed the long-term situation where Shinto almost became a vassal of Buddhism. In spite of the separation of church and state, the power of Buddhism was revived, but only a third of the power of Shinto. The shrine, main shrine, controlled 80,000 shrines in the country. Although the dispatch system had been abolished after the democracy, a considerable part of the power had been controlled by the democratic government. Their power was not as great as before, but they were still very powerful. Hiroyuki Heng-yuan had to be careful. This document allowed Heng Yuan to see the will of the Divine Tao Hall. Why is it like this? Heng Yuan Xingxiong became tough. I will protest to the public. Heng Yuan, of course you have the right to protest, but you crossed the line first. Kotake Koho's eyes flashed. Do you really want to be investigated by the Hall of Gods and the government? These words were already a direct hint. Xingxiong's face immediately turned pale. The Hall of Gods knew about it. Seeing his expression, Kawatake Takashi couldn't help but sneer coldly. The mermaid's blood was clearly forbidden, and anyone who took it would be treated as an evil spirit. This wasn't jealousy, but the fact was that even if there seemed to be no side effects at the start, the person involved would become inhuman in the long run. This is intolerable. If the investigation was really exposed, Heng Yuan Xingxiong could only die of illness. Now, it was already because of the Heng Yuan family's prestige and power. Kawatake Takashi continued, "It seems that you understand. The Hall of Gods originally wanted to mediate this conflict, but since you have already sent a blood notice, we won't stop you. But according to the rules, you can't use any modern force, and you must be present, and your entourage can't exceed 5 people. If you bet everything, why don't the person involved come?" I see. Heng Yuan Xingxiong was indeed worthy of being the family head. Although his expression changed greatly just now, in the blink of an eye, he calmly answered without a trace of emotion on his face. After saying this, Kawatake Takashi bowed, turned around, and retreated. Heng Yuan Xingxiong looked at the document and was silent for a long time. He took out a lighter, lit a corner, and watched the document turn into ashes little by little. Then, Heng Yuan Xingxiong asked Okatamoshi, "What do you think about the current situation and countermeasures?" Hearing this, Okatamoshi narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "There are 2 reasons why the Hall of God supports Yamada Shinji. One is that the evil spirits and mysterious power have recovered, and the value of samurai has increased. The second is that they may have found some clues or even some evidence." At this point, the muscles on Heng Yuan Xingxiong's face twitched, but Okatamoshi didn't seem to see it. He lowered his head and said, "But the matter has been decided. Then, you can use all your strength and let go of the Rimi Club." "I'm afraid that's not enough." Heng Yuan Xingxiong's complexion improved a little. He turned to Takagi Kohei, who was not far away, and said, "Choose the most elite people under you and let Izaki Yoshiaki bring them to the Rimi Club." Takagi Kohei controlled the Heng Yuan family's private army, which was their ultimate trump card. However, Takagi Kohei was not the strongest person in this private army. The strongest individual was Izaki Yoshiaki, who once had a record of killing 13 people in one night. However, Izaki Yoshiaki had a very serious problem, which was that he was extremely bloodthirsty and cruel. He had no sense of propriety when he attacked, accidentally injuring his allies many times. He was even imprisoned because he accidentally killed civilians. If it was not necessary, this person would not be used. Hearing Heng Yuan Xingxiong's words, Takagi Kohei's muscles twitched, and he lowered his head and replied, "Yes." At this moment, Okatamoshi stood up and said, "I'm sorry to disappoint you." Okatamoshi apologized very sincerely. He took off his shoes, took 2 steps back, and slowly knelt down. "Please give me a chance. Let me follow you to the Rimi Club." Going to the Rimi Club was a duel to the death, and he would die. However, Okatamoshi didn't seem to feel any shame, as if everything was natural. Heng Yuan Xingxiong didn't look surprised or moved. He just glanced at him coldly, and after a long time, he said, "Oka, since you are my retainer, I will give you this chance." Yes. The Yamada family Sakako was wearing a long dress, and her hair was tied up in a lady's bun. She was sitting at the table with Pei Ziyun, and she reported the sales of the novel to Pei Ziyun. She said softly, "Yamada-ro, you are really amazing. Your first novel, who is the second, is selling well. It has already sold 7,000 copies, and the publishing house has decided to publish another 10,000 copies. For a newcomer like you to have such a result on your first full-length work, it is very rare. More importantly, your work has already been nominated for the Desolate Wood Award, and it has even entered the top 10. It has successfully entered the final stage of the judging. On the 26th of this month, the final announcement will be made, and you have been invited as a guest. If you are not a samurai, I would say that you were born to write." Sakako congratulated Pei Ziyun seriously. These were her sincere words. The characteristics of the Japanese publishing industry were its strong distribution system, relatively cheap prices, and huge sales of books, magazines, and comics. However, since the beginning of the last century, the Japanese publishing industry had gradually gone downhill. Due to the decrease in publishing sales and the increase in returns, thousands of bookstores went bankrupt every year. Therefore, every publishing house was eager to obtain more outstanding authors. Pei Ziyun was too young, and he was also a newcomer. When Baishur Gakuen Publishing House recommended "Who is the Second?", they did not pay much attention to it. Unexpectedly, it won the award and entered the final stage. This was a pleasant surprise. If he received the Wildwood Award, the royalties would be completely different. The original 5,000 yen for the first draft would now be at least 10,000 yen. This was the treatment for newcomers, and the royalties would also increase. Overall, he would be able to earn 10 million yuan a year, which was considered very good in Japan. No wonder Sakako was so happy. Pei Ziyun laughed when he heard this. In history, Who is the Second Man had been reprinted 5 times within a year, with a total of 60,000 copies. As for the current Who is the Second Man, it had only been reprinted once, which was not much. He only asked, "You didn't promise me to appear in public, right?" "No. Before you turn 15, according to the agreement, you will not appear in public, but you still have to go. If you win a big prize, I will collect it on your behalf." "That's a good idea," Pei Ziyun said. At this moment, the phone rang. Sakako apologized and picked up the phone. At first, she had a smile on her face, but after a while, her face darkened. She quickly answered, "I understand." She then hung up and said, "Yamada-ki, something bad has happened. On the 6th of next month, the Rimi Gakuen will officially open." Sakako said with a serious expression. What's going on in the Rimi Gakuen? What will happen if I lose? What will happen if I win?" Pei Ziyun lowered his face and became serious again. He asked carefully, "Yamada-ki, please be careful. The Rimi Gakuen is an evil ghost Gakuen with a long history. It is said that it leads to the Yellow Springs. Its history can be traced back to the establishment of the Shinkawa shogunate. Although part of it was opened, with the intervention of the Shinto Hall and some families, it is still an evil ghost Gakuen. If you lose, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to survive. If you win, you will obtain the other party's life. It can be said that this battle is a gamble for both sides. If you lose, you will lose everything. If you win, you will be able to come out of the Gakuen. So, Yamada-ki, please be careful and don't be careless." "Gamble everything?" Pei Ziyun nodded thoughtfully. He didn't say anything else, but asked, "Besides this, what else did you bring me?" She had a box with her. "This is the secret message that you wanted from the last time." Sakako picked up the box and handed it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun opened the wooden box and saw a few discs inside. "What's this?" It looked very simple. "These are all the secret messages from the Mikawa Shrine. Besides the final test, there's also a lot of knowledge about evil ghosts. There are still more than 10 days until the 6th of next month. Please study it carefully and understand it better. After all, your opponent is very strong." Sakako, Don't worry about me. Go and enjoy the wild trees first. Paisiun was grateful for her concern. He lowered his head and said seriously, I'm a man who can rule the entire country with just a wooden blade. Note 1. The Emperor of Heaven has 30,000 stones. The highest-ranking official family only has 2,000 stones. The second series of Qinghua family only has 500 stones. The third series of ministers only has 300 stones. The fourth series, the highest-ranking official family, only has 200 stones. The fourth series, the highest-ranking official family, only has 200 stones. Note 2. In real history, during the era of Oda Nobunaga, the power of Buddhism was 2 times that of Shinto. After the Meiji Restoration, there was a separation order of gods and Buddhists, which caused the power of Shinto to expand rapidly. This reversed the situation of Shinto becoming a vassal of Buddhism. 85% of the population became Shinto believers. Even now, although Japan has entered the era of democracy, the number of Shinto believers is less than 2 times that of Buddhism. Since the Meiji Restoration and the defeat of World War II were less than 100 years ago, and the book says that it was 500 years ago, 3 times is a very conservative number. Chapter 705. Tokyo, Yoshii was a prosperous area with people coming and going. A hotel, although it looked like an ordinary hotel, there was nothing special about it. At this time, there were many cars parked in the parking lot. A car slowly drove in and stopped at the entrance of the auditorium. The driver in a suit opened the door and let Sakako and Paisiun out. Shinchikawa Hotel covered an area of 2,000 square meters. It had a long history and a deep heritage. Because of its very comfortable conditions, the guests were satisfied with the environment. It was once rated as one of the top 100 hotels for Japanese residents. It was the location of many commercial cocktail parties. This hotel had held many Baron Wood Awards, and now this event was about to be held again. Along with the flow of people, the welcoming guests stood neatly in front of the door and kept bowing. Paisiun and Sakako entered the hotel and saw the media reporters who had been waiting for a long time. Because literary works had a very deep position in Japan, many people would pay attention to them. Major literary awards were even more popular. Every year, the Baron Wood Awards was something that the Japanese people talked about. Today was the latest Baron Wood Awards, and many reporters were paying attention to the latest news. Which newcomer would win this award this year? Many reporters were guessing. Welcome! When Sakako and Paisiun entered, a few reporters looked over, but they did not attract much attention. Because there were many celebrities and important people gathered in the hotel, the two of them looked very unfamiliar. One of them was a junior high school student, so naturally, not many people paid attention to them. Nagano Narumi, who was waiting, immediately came up to welcome them. She had her hair in a bun, wore a women's suit, and had light makeup on. She looked very intellectual and serious. In Japan, women had to put on makeup at work, or else they would not be serious about their work. But this time, it was more formal. Sakako Sanako asked, Have you arranged everything? Yes, we have. We will not expose Yamada-kun's information. Nagano Narumi bowed her head slightly to show her etiquette. It was not allowed, but the board knew about Yamada-kun's information and agreed. Baron Wood Awards never selected famous works, but paid more attention to newcomers and unknown writers. When the board knew about Yamada-kun's information, they were shocked, because even the knowledgeable board could not imagine that a work like Who is the Second Man would be written by a junior high school student. And Yamada Shinichi was only 12 years old. Those who found it hard to accept Yamada Shinji not showing his face in public were now speechless. Of course, there was also the influence of the Makuwa Shrine and other forces. He led the way to the elevator. The elevator's performance was quite good, and it was smooth and silent. He then entered the banquet hall on the second floor. As soon as they entered, the organizer appeared. He was a middle-aged man with a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was wearing a man's suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He was elegant and amiable, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. When he saw Pei Ziyun, he didn't say much and just introduced him. You must be Yamada-kun. I am Ikeda Haruki. It's our first time meeting, and I hope to meet you. If you have any needs here, you can look for me. This is my name card, Ikeda Haruki said as he handed his name card over to Pei Ziyun. However, he sighed inwardly. Although he already knew the information, he was still very shocked when he saw who it was. Pei Ziyun lowered his head slightly as he received the token of thanks. He also took out his name card with both hands and handed it over. In Japan, name cards were given to each other. Otherwise, it would be considered rude. However, there was no title on Pei Ziyun's name card. It was just a name, a phone number, and an email address. Ikeda Haruki's eyelids twitched. This was the simplest name card, right? But when he remembered that the person in front of him was only 12 years old, he understood. As he led the way, the center stage was empty. The host was fiddling with the equipment, indicating that the Iraqi prize had not officially started. Below the stage, there were tables and sofas. The tables were made of glass, and there were some books and fruit drinks on them. Many authors sat on the sofa and chatted with each other. This was not the first time the event was held, and the circle was not big. To many people, they already knew each other. Although the Iraqi prize was for new authors, most of them were above the age of 30. According to the definition, anyone below the age of 40 could be considered a young author. Japanese literature was plentiful, and the pressure of competition was high. To have a work, it required a writer to spend months or even years polishing, sculpting, and polishing it. Therefore, it was understandable that the authors selected for the Iraqi prize were above the age of 30. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that a freak like Pei Ziyun had appeared. At this time, an author called Kazuhiko Katsuragi was chatting with someone. He said, "Look, there's a sign on the table. Yamada Shinichi. Has anyone seen it before? Are you coming?" Kazuhiko Katsuragi's eyes were small, and his face was slightly red. He was wearing a kimono, and his hair was combed short. He asked in a low voice. He was one of the 10 authors selected for the Iraqi prize, and his work was Soul of the Night. Soul of the Night was one of the best-selling novels in the past few months. It revolved around a pair of students who had unusual feelings for each other. The story spans a long time, from middle school to university, and finally to society. This novel combined hopeless love with persistent and meticulous reasoning. It was very much in line with the aesthetics of the Japanese people. When this book was published, it caused a great response among the people. It was also an important competitor for the Iraqi prize. Why wouldn't I come? This is one of the finalists for the Iraqi prize. Takashi Ikeda laughed. Takashi Ikeda was not a simple character. When he was 20 years old, he had already shown his talent. He had published a novel called Soul of the Distant Mountain. At that time, this novel had received good reviews. However, after 5 years, there were no other works that were worth mentioning. Many people thought that it had withered like the cherry blossoms. In fact, Takashi Ikeda was completely immersed in writing his novel. The Crane from Afar was a huge success when it was published. Several publishing houses had requested to collaborate on it. Takashi Ikeda had been selected for the Iraqi prize because of this novel. But the stage is still empty. Kazuhiko Katsuragi said to Yukio Yukako. Yukio Yukako was the only female author present. She had big eyes, a light blue dress, and snow-white skin. It made her look very beautiful. It was almost impossible to tell that she was in her 30s. That's right, I've checked on Yamada Shinichi. He debuted less than a year ago, but he has published 3 novels in a row. They are short, medium, and long, and all of them have received quite a response. I have to admit, who is the second man is very capable. But until now, no one has seen this person. I wanted to get to know him here, but he hasn't shown up yet. That's really strange. Yukio Yukako frowned as she spoke. She held the book in her hands and tapped it lightly. She was puzzled by the situation. Pei Ziyun heard this and didn't speak. He sat down with Sakako, Sanako, and Narumi Nagano at the empty seats behind. Pei Ziyun didn't take more than a few minutes before the Iraqi prize officially began. Following the host's deep and low voice, an important person, and some famous authors gave a short speech. But Pei Ziyin naturally didn't want to listen to their nonsense. If not for the fact that the Iraqi prize was related to the establishment of a legend, he wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Narumi Nagano took the opportunity to whisper, "The first edition of your Who is the Second Man has been sold out. The second edition of 10,000 copies has already sold 3,000 copies. The speed is very fast. The Society is preparing for a third edition. This time, an additional 20,000 copies will be printed. Looking at the situation, we might be able to sell 50,000 copies this year. With this result, you've officially made your debut. You're an author through and through. Congratulations, Yamada-kun." Narumi Nagano said this and lowered her voice. She hesitated for a moment before asking, "Have you started writing your new book?" Yamada Shinichi was a junior high school student. It was different from primary school. Now that the workload was gradually increasing and there were club activities, she was very worried about the production of her works. After all, the response was very good now. It was best to strike while the iron was hot. Peizian heard this and didn't answer. He only took out his phone and sent an email to Narumi Nagano. The email was Nocturnal Ghost. This was 1/3 of the length of Mizuno's first full-length novel. Although this novel was still a little immature compared to the standard of the future, it had already surpassed the peak that a Buki Mitsuki could reach. Top-tier authors were top-tier authors. Even if they worked hard for a lifetime, it would be difficult for them to catch up. It could be said that although the two had similar styles, Nocturnal Ghost had elevated Who is the Second Man by half a level. Narumi Nagano looked at it and immediately immersed herself in it. Pei Ziyin closed his eyes and thought about the martial arts of the Makawa Shrine. He thought to himself, "There's not much to say about martial arts. I can quickly digest and learn any martial arts technique with just a glance. This is the level of a grandmaster martial arts technique." There was actually a fixed pattern to the fighting and killing of the human body. It could be said that once one mastered the grandmaster realm, there is a kind of the path of the grandmaster realm is equal. There is no superior or inferior charm. It was the same for Japanese martial arts. With a glance, one could see through it. But the further I go, the more entangled it becomes. In martial arts, it seems unnecessary, but in fact, it is a summoning spell. Especially the last ritual, I feel that something is wrong. God's intuition would not be wrong. There was a big problem here. After an unknown amount of time, there was continuous applause. It turned out that it was time to officially announce the Iraqi prize. Narumi Nagano was also awakened from her reading. Although it was not very polite, she still turned around and said, "Yamada-kun, you are really amazing. I already thought that the previous book was very good, and this one is even better. The painful reality, the poetry that permeates the cold reality, and the fragility and loneliness of life. This beauty is really touching. Please hand it over to Shiroishi Academy Publishing House." Narumi Nagano lowered her head, respectfully and solemnly begging. Although she spoke in a low voice, it still startled a few people around her and caused them to look at her with disgust. The Japanese paid great attention to the opinions of the people around them, and she immediately shrank back. Sakako also spoke quickly in a low voice. "Of course, but please look at the stage. The results are about to be announced." "Excuse me." Narumi Nagano turned her gaze. At this time, someone went on stage. It was Wakaki Yasuhiro, a very famous author. Chapter 706. Wakaki Yasuhiro was a well-known writer. At the age of 29, he won the Iraqi prize for his book, The Absurd Thief. He was now in his 40s. His hair was slightly white, and he wore a pair of light red-rimmed glasses. He was dressed in a gray suit and tie. He stepped onto the stage and bowed slightly to the crowd. Everyone applauded him. Wakaki Yasuhiro had written several works in the past 10 years. Among them were Hometown, Empty Talker, and The Last Soul Fiend. In particular, Empty Talker could be said to be Wakaki Yasuhiro's best work in the past 10 years. It brought him many honors. In the recent Oka Prize, Empty Talker was successfully nominated and almost won the crown. Even if it didn't succeed, it still made the famous Wakaki Yasuhiro famous. It made his status rise, and he became one of the top writers in Japan. Therefore, the host of the Araki Prize this time was Wakaki Yasuhiro. It was enough to show his identity and status. As everyone knows, the Wildwood Prize has always prioritized quality. If there isn't a suitable work, we would rather fail than make up the numbers. But what we are very happy about is that this year, we have produced 3 outstanding new works. Wakaki Yasuhiro did not hold the script for his speech. He spoke to the audience. These 3 works are Takashi Ikegaki's The Crane from Afar, Hiroshi Murakata's Remembrance is Not Nostalgia, and Shinji Yamada's Who is the Second Man! Let's applaud for these people. With that, Wakaki Yasuhiro applauded. Then the audience applauded. Amidst the applause, Takashi Ikegaki and Hiroshi Murakata stood up and bowed to the people around them. Takashi Ikegaki was wearing a custom-made black suit today. His appearance was extraordinary, and coupled with the meticulous dressing, it made him look very elegant. His gentle and modest attitude could not help but greatly increase people's impression of him. As for Murakata Hiroshi, the most powerful candidate for the Araki Prize, he had a wavy hairstyle that was not commonly seen in Japan. His eyes were small, his eyebrows were thick, and his mustache was long, giving people a very strange feeling. Hiroshi Murakata was a diligent writer. He wrote a lot of short stories, but his name was not famous. Until the publication of Remembrance is Not Nostalgia, it received a lot of positive comments. It was said that Hiroshi Murakata's book was profound and thought-provoking. It was a good book worth reading. And there was a famous Japanese writer, Keiyuki Yamagawa, who made such comments. Keiji Yamanokawa was best at writing short stories. His articles were profound, humorous, and had rich philosophical connotations. Reading his novels, one would find that if one were to delve deeper into the issues of human nature and human relations, as well as the speculations that arose from this, and Notes to No One was the masterpiece of Keiyuki Yamano. Yamanokawa Keiji was usually a very serious person. He did not usually praise people, and those who were worthy of his praise must have something outstanding about them. Because of this, when Keiyuki Yamano reviewed Hiroshi Murakata's Remembrance is Not Nostalgia with a high evaluation, Hiroshi Murakata became known to more people, and he even made it into the Wildwood Prize shortlist, and now became one of the 3 candidates. After the 2 of them bowed to each other, Pei Zi-yun did not move forward. This caused the surrounding people to be astonished. Someone in the audience whispered in a regretful voice, "Is Yamada Shinichi not here yet? What a pity. I will definitely fail the Desolate Wood Rewards this time." Works that could be selected for the Desolate Wood Prize would naturally not be bad. In a situation where the works were about the same, the author's attitude was very important. Every award needed to be recognized, whether it was the recognition of the person involved or the public. A candidate who couldn't come to receive an award would usually be eliminated. There were even some major international awards that stipulated that if a candidate couldn't receive an award in person, the award would be nullified. Now that Pei Zi-yun didn't even show up, everyone else was looking down on him. However, the podium did not seem to be affected at all. Wakaki Yasuhiro continued. Now, let's invite Hideo Neon to announce the Desolate Wood Prize for everyone. At this moment, there was another round of warm applause. Hideo Neon was also a well-known author, known as the Father of Evil. His most famous book was Revenge. This book vividly portrayed the evilness of human nature, making people gasp in amazement. Some people even said that Revenge showed the evilness of human nature. This book brought him many honors. This time, the Desolate Wood Prize was announced by Hideo Neon. Hideo Neon stepped forward and opened the name list in his hand. There was not much suspense. After all, he was an author and not a professional host. He only said slowly in a low voice, "The winner of this Desolate Wood Prize is Yamada Shinichi's, who is the second man!" When Hideo Neon announced the result, there were people below who were dissatisfied. Even the Japanese could not maintain their composure at this time. Someone whispered, "Yamada Shinichi didn't even come. How can he win the award?" Someone else also replied, "Yes, could it be that there is some inside story to the Desolate Wood Prize? This time, the winner of the Desolate Wood Prize will definitely be commemoration, not remembrance. How can who is the second man win the award? No, I think it should be the crane from afar." Although it was not an open question, there were still whispers below the stage. Wakaki Yasuhiro listened to the noise below and frowned as he walked to the center of the stage. He held a microphone and said, "Please remain quiet. The winner of the Desolate Wood Prize is absolutely fair and just. Due to special reasons, Yamada Shinichi cannot come personally. He will receive the award on behalf of his representative." After Wakaki Yasuhiro finished speaking, the noise in the venue became quiet. After all, everyone present was someone with status. Although they were somewhat puzzled and dissatisfied with the final result, they immediately understood what kind of occasion this was, so they kept quiet. Hearing this, Sakako went up to receive the award. At this time, there were still people muttering in low voices, expressing their dissatisfaction. Sakako held a trophy in her hands. This trophy was made of platinum, with 3 words written on it, "Desolate Wood Prize." This was the symbol of honor. When Sakako returned to her seat, she did not directly hand the trophy to Pei Ziyun. This was because everyone was watching and it would be easy to link it to Pei Ziyun. Instead, she congratulated him softly. "Yamada Shinichi, you are really amazing." While the Jinkawa Shrine was dealing with the aftermath of Pei Ziyun's attack on the Uchiyama group, they once again evaluated Pei Ziyun. This time, the Jinchuan Shrine had made a conjecture based on the information they had gathered. It was highly likely that Pei Ziyun was the reincarnation of a warrior's soul. There was also a small possibility that he was born this way. But no matter what, such a person was definitely qualified to be the young master of the Jinchuan Shrine. However, Pei Ziyun receiving the Desolate Wood Prize was a pleasant surprise. For a samurai to receive such an honor was something that had never happened before. The Jinkawa Shrine had no choice but to adjust their evaluation and attitude. Although in terms of money, writing a novel might not be able to match up to a successful retirement. Writers were highly respected in Japan and had a high status in society. In some aspects, even samurai would find it difficult to achieve. Thus, Sakako Sanako's feelings were somewhat complicated. At this time, the president of the White Rock Academy publishing house, Omuri Hiro, came over. It was Nagano Narumi who passed Pei Ziyun's latest manuscript, Nocturnal Ghost. When Omuri Hiro saw it, he was shocked. He didn't expect the youngest author to have written such a good book. Just in case, he came over personally. Omuri Hiro looked at Pei Ziyun and said, "Congratulations on receiving the Desolate Wood Prize. Firstly, I believe that with this reputation, we can increase the print run of Who is the Second Man. It's even possible to sell 100,000 copies. There was a precedent for this. Once a book received a great prize, it would cause the sales to increase rapidly. 100,000 copies was a relatively conservative figure. As for this, Nocturnal Ghost, our publishing house will sell 10,000 copies of the original manuscript, and the royalty will be 12%. How about that?" Pei Ziyun smiled when he heard the president's words. Before receiving the Desolate Wood Prize, selling 6,000 copies of the original manuscript for Who is the Second Man was already a very good deal, and the royalty was only 8%. Now that he had received the Desolate Wood Prize, the royalty had increased significantly. This was very realistic. Pei Ziyun did not raise any conditions to the president. He nodded his head and said, "White Rock Academy has helped me a lot. I agree to this condition." Sakako frowned and seemed to have something to say. However, Pei Ziyun remained unmoved. After the president left in satisfaction, Sakako turned to Pei Ziyun and said, "Yamada Takashi, the price can be raised a little more." Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, "Although I have received the Desolate Wood Prize, I am indeed a newcomer. I'm not like some newcomers who have already debuted for 5 to 6 years. That's why I don't have a lot of reputation, and my asking price can't be too high. White Rock Academy's price is actually very fair, and I've taken quite a bit of risk. Furthermore, I'm happy working with White Rock Academy, and there's no need to haggle over every ounce. We'll have a long time to work together in the future. The original draft of the 200,000-word Nocturnal Ghost alone was worth 5 million yuan. If it sold 100,000 copies, it would be 12 million yuan. Including the ongoing sales of Who is the Second, it would be an annual income of 20 million yuan. Pei Ziyin needed money, but he didn't care much about it. He wasn't calculative about it either. He was willing to receive favors from others, and he would repay them in kind. Most importantly, although he hadn't announced that he had completed his mission, he could feel that he had completed a huge part of it. He was overjoyed and decided to continue working hard. Plans can't keep up with changes, but this change is very beneficial. The wooden blade dominates the entire country. My original plan was to sweep away all the dojos. But how can sweeping away the dojos compare to sweeping away the evil spirits? Thinking of this, Pei Ziyin took out his phone and looked at the time. Seeing that the meeting was about to end, he said to Sakako, "Now, it's almost time to go to the Rimian dojo." Hearing this, Sakako did not speak. She confirmed the time and nodded. "Yes, Yamada Takashi. It's almost time. Our people have been arranged. Let's go through the back door." After saying this, Sakako was very pleased with Yamada Shinji's confidence. Although she did not know where this confidence came from, the Japanese were very superstitious and believed that momentum often determined victory or defeat. She immediately got up and led Pei Ziyun to a small door and out of the hotel. Obviously, this small door was a hidden passage of the hotel. It was only used in emergencies or special circumstances. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to avoid the reporters. After all, although they were strangers before and no one paid attention to them, Sakako had just received the Iraqi reward. This was the focus of the reporters. So how could they leave so easily? Although it was drizzling when they went out, they saw a row of cars within 10 steps. Sakako personally held an umbrella and pointed to a silver-gray car in the middle of the car, saying, "Yamada Takashi, this is your car. Please come in." Pei Ziyin entered the car and found that the driver was silent. He was wearing a black suit and looked solemn. This was the background of Mikawa's shrine. "Let's go." Sakako took over the command of the car and did not let the chores bother Yamada Shinji. After giving the order, she found that there was no objection and felt relieved. The car quietly filed out and crossed the road in the light rain. Chapter 707. On the road, the convoy drove at a moderate pace. In the car, Sakako introduced the situation of the Rimi Gakuen to Pei Ziyun. The Rimi Gakuen was not in Tokyo, but in Hakone. Hakone was located in the southwest of Kanagawa Prefecture, 90 kilometers away from Tokyo. It was surrounded by green peaks and streams. From afar, one could see the snow-capped peak of Mount Fuji. Up close, one could see the cherry blossoms on the trees. There was an endless stream of tourists. It was a hot spring town in Japan and a health resort. Many aristocratic families built their gakuen there. Sakako said in a serious tone, "Yamada Shoto, the Rimi Gakuen is located at Lushan Lake. It is 45 meters deep and is surrounded by white smoke all day long. In the past, the Shinagawa shogunate set up a checkpoint here. The sake inside is very special and is quite famous in this area. If you're interested, you can try it." This kind of sake was made with exquisite craftsmanship. It was made from the famous Shoto Palace water. The color was clear, soft, and refreshing, and it had a unique aroma. The alcohol content was about 16%. People who were nostalgic would want to taste it. Although the Rimi Gakuen is built in a very good place, it is not a good place. You must be careful, Sakako said very seriously. She was a responsible person. Since she had become Yamada Shinji's assistant, she would complete it seriously and fulfill her duties. Sakako saw that Pei Ziyun was serious but not nervous. She was slightly disappointed and a little impressed. She had put in a lot of effort to collect information, but she felt that she was not very valued. She was a little disappointed, but her keen intuition detected Pei Zi-yun's indescribable confidence. She thought again, wasn't this what she had been dreaming of? She had been groomed since young to serve the samurai in the future. In the past, she did not know how many times she had imagined what a samurai would be like. The man in front of her, although young, had the soul of a samurai. What was there to be dissatisfied with now? Thus, she continued, the Remy Club. Back then, the Remy family was originally granted a bounty of 33,000 stones. In order to secure the family business, the son of the first wife married the daughter of an important minister, Tanagawa Daichi. However, things were unpredictable. Tanagawa Daichi lost power, and the Remy family was implicated. Their bounty was reduced to 4,000 stones for the crime of altering the city without permission. Tanagawa Yamado's daughter, Tanagawa Kaori, also known as Remy Kaori, was forced to commit suicide. Her henchman died with her, and the Remy dojo became the evil dojo. Sakako Sanako recalled the information she had read in the Makawa Shrine's information room. According to the information obtained by our Makawa Shrine, in recent years, there have been more than a dozen vicious incidents related to the Remy dojo, the most serious of which was the murder of Ohara Masahiro. The 3,000 sons of Sakakami were still a little frightened as they recalled the contents. A welfare home for the disabled was attacked by a knife-wielding man. The incident resulted in the deaths of 19 people. The Japanese National Police Agency claimed that this was the largest murder case in Japan in the past 100 years. What was even more shocking was that the cause of death was that all the victims had their throats and hearts slit. Their deaths were extremely tragic. At that time, the entire society was shocked. According to the information provided by the Metropolitan Police Department, the course of events was as follows. Ihara Masako first wrote a letter to announce the battle plan, then broke into the orphanage with a weapon in hand, and tied up the orphanage staff who came to stop him. Then, he went from room to room with a knife. After that, he turned himself in to the Metropolitan Police Department. But according to the information from our Makawa Shrine, this vicious incident has a very close relationship with the Remy dojo. Ihara Masako would usually greet his neighbors, and his personality was relatively cheerful. He would often invite some friends to his house for gatherings. In the eyes of others, he was a good young man. But ever since Ihara Masako went to work in the Remy dojo, his personality changed drastically. He became moody and aggressive. Therefore, the Makawa Shrine suspected that he was possessed by the evil spirits of the Remy dojo, similar to the previous Ishiro ferryman. In addition, there are other incidents that all show that the Remy dojo has a deep relationship with the evil spirits. Even the Makawa Shrine has reason to believe that the Remy dojo has the ability to control the evil spirits. Sakako Sanako said, "Unfortunately, we haven't found out who is related to the Remy dojo." Pei Ziyin frowned and asked, "Can't the Remy dojo be closed down?" They wanted to close it down and demolish it, but it happened again and again, and the impact was great. Most importantly, the Remy dojo sent out Remy dojo posters, and many officials and rich people joined. It is said that they all benefited from it. Their power cannot be underestimated. In addition, it is said that the Remy dojo is connected to the depths of the Yellow Springs. Although the Remy dojo is a dojo of evil spirits, it is also a dojo of suppression. Therefore, it has been preserved. Now, it has become a dual ground. Tokyo to Hakone, if it was a sedan, could be reached in slightly more than an hour. As Sakako Sanako explained the situation of the Remy dojo to Pei Ziyun, the convoy was gradually approaching their destination. At this moment, Pei Ziyun suddenly felt his body shake. He looked into the distance, as if some kind of force was attracting him. What was going on? Could it be related to the Remy dojo? Pei Ziyun was very surprised and asked, "Are we already at the Remy dojo?" Sakako Sanako paused and said, "Let me take a look. We haven't arrived yet, but we are not far away." "What's wrong?" "Yamada-chi, why are you suddenly asking this question? What's the matter?" Sakako Sanako asked curiously. "Nothing much. I'm just a little curious about where the Rimi dojo is. Pei Ziyin smiled and explained casually. But as the convoy drove, the force of attraction became stronger and stronger, and the resonance seemed to gradually strengthen. The dual stick in my bosom is heating up. Pei Ziyin understood a little. This force was indeed related to the Rimi dojo. Could this attraction be the so-called cause and effect? Very soon, the convoy turned into a mountain road and arrived at a place. Sakako Sanako quickly came out and opened the door for Pei Ziyin. She crossed her hands over her abdomen and bowed deeply to Pei Ziyin. Yamada-chi, you must do your best. You must come back alive. Pei Ziyin looked at Sakako Sanako's nervous expression and said, Didn't you ask me not to kill? Yamada-chi, this is different. The Rimi dojo is a place for duels. Whoever enters will fight to the death. Sakako Sanako lowered her face. You can only come out after killing the enemy. Please don't be lenient, please. Don't worry, Sakako, no problem. I will definitely come back alive. You will be able to see me tomorrow. As he finished, Pei Ziyin patted Sakako Sanako's hand. Sakako Sanako looked at Pei Ziyin, suddenly placing his hand on hers, and was stunned for a moment. She wanted to use her hand to pull it away, but she resisted and bowed even more deeply. Pei Ziyin got out of the carriage and waved to Sakako Sanako before turning around and walking up. The Rimi dojo looked like an apartment from the outside. It was mostly gray and white, and the surrounding environment was a little strange. The trees were very lush, and the color was dark green. There was only a small path from the front of the Rimi dojo to the side of the road. There was no grass on it, and it was surrounded by dense shrubs and weeds. If it was nighttime, walking on it would make one shudder. Even if it was daytime, ordinary people would feel a chill when they walked on it. Pei Ziyin walked over and knocked on the door of the Rimi dojo, but there was no response. It seemed like there was no one here. After a while, a maid came out. Her face was snow white, and she was dressed in a light-colored maid uniform. She respectfully asked Pei Ziyin, This is Rimi dojo. May I know who you are? What can I do for you? When Pei Ziyin heard this, he felt that she did not know anything. Pei Ziyin took out the invitation from his bosom. This invitation was given to him by Tomoshioka of the Uchiyama group. The maid looked at the invitation and hurriedly bowed and said, So, it's a guest. Please come in, please follow me. She politely invited Pei Ziyin in. They passed through the courtyard, passed a few slopes, and came to a high place. Looking around, he could see hills, forests, shrubs, clear springs, and ancient pavilions. He continued along the quiet stone path. On the west side of the garden was a guest room. Along the way, he passed by a pond and an ancient tower. It looked very big, but did not seem to have many people. Finally, he arrived at an elegant room. Hello, please come in. The maid bowed. Pei Ziyin took off his shoes and entered the room. The maid immediately bent down to tidy up his shoes and asked, What would you like to order? I like some sushi, amaterasu, and roasted meat. I don't need alcohol as a beverage, just some tea. Pei Ziyin said naturally as he looked around. The decorations were very elegant. The walls were covered with paintings, and there was a table in the middle of the room with lantern-shaped lights. The painting was very strange. It was of a woman, a child, a young girl, a married woman, a middle-aged man, and an old man. This painting depicts the horror and sorrow of aging. When they were young, they were very beautiful. However, as they aged, they lost their youthfulness, especially in old age. Their faces were full of wrinkles, and their skin was sagging, losing its elasticity and luster. Hanging it here, it really does look like a haunted house. Pei Ziyin thought to himself, but did not make a sound as he sat down. Hi, I'll get it done now. The maid bowed again and left. Walking along the corridor, it was strange. It was almost dusk, but after walking a few steps, the surroundings turned dark, as though the sun had set. The furnishings in the room seemed very new, but the style was very old. A thick fog seeped in. The maid was stunned, like a wooden doll. After a long time, she turned around and walked along the corridor. She saw a faint light coming from the gaps of the paper door. As soon as the maid approached, the door opened. The light coming from the door was from a candle. The room was about 20 tatama mats wide. There was an altar in the wall, on which there were coins and scrolls with incantations. The candles flickered, and there was a musty and fragrant smell in the air. A woman was kneeling in the middle of the room. "Jishua, the guest is here," the maid said in a daze. Hearing the maid's voice, the woman slowly raised her head. The faint red light from the candle shone on her face. It was an extremely old face, full of age spots. She said slowly, "Ah, there's a guest? You have to take good care of them. Every guest is important to us." "Hi, I understand." The maid bowed deeply. Just as she bowed, the last ray of sunlight disappeared, following which, the face on the mirror changed rapidly. The old woman's height shrank, and her skin became smooth and tender. She looked like a 7 or 8-year-old Luoli. Chapter 708. "Quick, quick, Roku! Get up quickly and come with me." Suddenly, someone tugged at Pei Ziyun's arm and said, "The ghost race is attacking. Even if we are young, we are still warriors and have to fight." Pei Ziyun was confused and did not know where he was. He looked around and realized that it was a young man who was older than him by 1 or 2 years. When he first saw him, Pei Ziyun felt that this person was unfamiliar. But in the blink of an eye, the feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared and was replaced by a sense of familiarity. This person was his older brother, Rikumi Naoto, and he was Rikumi Roku. His father was a powerful samurai and the son of the head of the family. However, he had unfortunately perished in a battle against the evil demons. Currently, they were living together with their grandfather, the head of the Rigian family. Above them were 4 older brothers, all of whom were cousins. Roland was ranked 6th in the family. Normally, everyone would just refer to him as Roland, as there was no official name for him yet. The Rikumi family's mission was to fight against the evil spirits. The family had a mission, which was to suppress the evil spirits for generations to come. This was not a problem, but in the past 10 years, the evil spirit's strength had gradually increased. And for some reason, the number of their followers had increased as well. This caused the Rikumi family to be under a lot of pressure. What was more serious was that previously, the ghost race had directly attacked the Rikumi family. This was something that had never happened before. In the end, the Rikumi family did not prepare well and lost many warriors, which caused the family's strength to decrease greatly. Rikumi Roku's parents had also died in this attack. After the previous attack, according to the investigation, the reason why the ghost race attacked the Rikumi family was because of the appearance of a powerful evil spirit named Kenichiro Ishiya in the Evil Spirit Ridge. He forcefully subdued the followers of the Evil Spirit Ridge and ordered them to attack the Rikumi family. The Rikumi family suffered heavy losses, but the evil spirit Kenichiro Ishiya was also heavily injured by the Rikumi family. Even so, the Rikumi family's mission to suppress the Evil Spirit Ridge was even more difficult. But now, it had only been less than a month since the last attack, and the ghost race was attacking the Rikumi family again. Could it be that something big had happened in the Evil Spirit Ridge? Could it be that the evil spirit Kenichiro Ishiya had recovered his strength? Or was there some other reason? Pei Ziyun thought about it and felt a strange feeling. At the same time, he felt a warm feeling in his chest. But all of this was thrown to the back of his mind. No matter what, now that the evil spirits were going to attack again, Nishikari Rokuro would definitely protect his family and avenge his parents, so he would fight against the evil spirits. Just as Pei Ziyun was deep in thought, Naoto Kazuhiko noticed a trace of hesitation and asked curiously, "Little brother, what's wrong?" Pei Ziyun shook his head and said, "Oh, nothing much." Hearing these words, Naoto Rigian pulled Pei Ziyun along and said, "Little brother, let's go and meet grandfather first. Let's see what plans he has for the ghost race's attack." As he stepped on the road, Pei Ziyun looked out and saw that the walls of the mansion were filled with soldiers from the Rigian family. Below the walls, there were enemy soldiers who were emitting ghostly auras. Pei Ziyun could sense that they were still alive. In the forest further away, there was a group of soldiers. In the middle of the group, there was a general who commanded hundreds of soldiers. Was this general the evil demon Kenichiro Ishiya? What's wrong with those soldiers? During the last attack, Kenichiro Ishiya did not bring many of his family members with him. Oh right, is Kara a living person? Peizian was puzzled, but immediately realized. That's common sense. Those family members worship evil spirits and are living people who use them in exchange for power. The sounds of killing were incessant, and from time to time, screams of agony could be heard. It was unusually cold, as though it was spring or summer, and yet it felt so cold that one's hand were about to freeze. It reminded one of winter. What was even more horrifying was that the enemy had leaped onto the wall with all his might. However, with a single command, a spear pierced through his body with a pu sound. The enemy screamed in agony, but did not retreat. Instead, he charged forward, fresh blood gushing out his chest. Another 2 spears pierced through his body, and he could not hold on any longer. He screamed in agony as blood gushed out of his wound, and he lay motionless. These are the Ghost Race's soldiers. Peizian watched as he followed Naoto Rigian into a courtyard. The courtyard was huge and was usually used to entertain guests, but now it was filled with a group of people, a group of fully armed men. Peizian looked over and realized that the leader of the family was standing in the middle of the group. He bowed to the leader and said, "Grandfather." The leader of the Rigian family was Peizian's grandfather, and his name was Kenichi Rigian. Kenichi Rigian looked to be in good health. Although his hair was white, his cheeks were rosy and his eyes were bright. He sat on a chair with a walking stick in his hand. Although he did not speak much, his voice was deep and powerful. He did not smile much, but just by looking at him, one could tell that he was powerful. In Peizian's memories, Kenichi Rigian was a powerful warrior. He had once used his own strength to kill several evil spirits. His strength was unimaginable. Although Kenichi Rigian was old now, his strength was still unfathomable. All these years, he had not fought much. The last time the evil spirits attacked, it was said that the evil spirit Kenichiro Ishiya was heavily injured by Kenichi Rigian. But no one knew if this was true or not. At this point, there was a loud bang. A person drenched in blood rushed in. He was a warrior from the Rigian family, Rigian Kazuhiko. He hurriedly said, "Leader, this is bad. We can't hold on any longer. The outer perimeter has been breached." Seeing this scene, Kenichi Rigian stood up from his chair and used his walking stick to knock on the floor. He looked serious and said, "What are you panicking for? We are from the Rigian family. Even if we meet with danger, we will not retreat. Remember the glory of being a warrior. The reason why there are strong and weak people in this world is because the strong will never give up when faced with the challenges of fate. The weak will only be cowards and will choose to give up when faced with a small setback." Raiken Kenichi looked around and said, "Now, do you choose to be the strong or the weak? Hi, rest assured, leader. We will live up to our reputation as warriors. We will fight our enemies to the end." Rigian Mu-Zi raised his arms and shouted. Rigian Mu-Zi was of the same generation as Peizian's father, Rigian Rigian. He was also a warrior. Although he was not very talented, he was very hard-working and loved to fight. Whenever he had time, he would participate in the suppression of evil spirits. Now, there was a scar on his face. It was left behind when he fought an evil spirit. Even so, he had never given up on fighting the evil spirit. On the contrary, he saw the scar on his face as an honor. It was the glory of being a warrior. Hence, when he heard Kenichi Rigian say this, Rigian Mu-Zi did not hesitate and was the first to stand up and support him. Yuji Rigian slapped his chest and shouted, "Fight, fight, fight! The glory of a warrior will not be tarnished. The glory of the Rigian family will not be tarnished." At this point, Naoto Rigian also spoke out, "Don't worry, we will fight the evil spirits to the end. We will not give up." Peizian could only feel a certain emotion spreading through him. At this point, there was a whistling sound coming from outside. The Rigian family had increased their attacks. Hearing this, Naoto Rigian pulled on Pei Yun's hand and said, "Little brother, we are the true descendants of the Rigian family. Our father was the successor of the Rigian family. Although he died in battle, we still have to inherit and protect the Rigian family. The ghost race is attacking. For the glory of the warriors, and to let Rigian Mu Zi and Yuji know that we are the true successors of the family. Please fight with me." Pei Yun did not follow Naoto Rigian's footsteps. He pulled his hand back and pulled out his sword. Pooh! There was a flash of light as the sword pierced through. Naoto Rigian seemed to be on guard, but it was too late. The sword perfectly avoided his ribs and went straight for his heart. The sound of flesh being pierced could be heard as blood spurted out from his back. Naoto Rigian screamed out in agony. His entire body trembled as blood flowed out from his mouth. However, he did not want to die and pulled out his sword. He had only pulled out half an inch when the sword was pulled out. More blood spurted out, but Pei Yun avoided it, not staining it. Naoto Rigian screamed out in agony once more. He opened his mouth and was about to speak when the sword flashed again. His throat was sliced open, revealing a bloody wound. He fell to the ground, clutching his neck with both hands. His entire body was convulsing, and his screams were accompanied by blood. Pei Yun looked at the dying Naoto Rigian on the ground, expressionless. The people around him shouted out, "Idiot, have you gone mad? Sixth brother? Have you turned into a demon? Why aren't you kneeling down and begging the family head for forgiveness?" Such actions, to the Rigian family, made it seem as if he had been bewitched by evil spirits. However, the family head, Rigian, who was standing in the middle, was shocked. He used his walking stick to support himself as he retreated several steps. When Pei Yun saw this, he ignored the fact that he was surrounded and shook his head. As expected, you're awake. This is called a duel, but it's too unfair. You've deceived me, and yet you're awake. If I'm not wrong, I've been set up as your grandson. Naturally, you'll have the authority to command me, and it'll be difficult for you to resist. That's not all. There's also the ghost race plot. The entire family will fight against the enemy, and I can't possibly be a deserter. Once we start fighting against the ghost race, it's fine if I die in the process. You'll win. Even if I didn't die, I would have been drained of all my energy and wounds by now. Then, my brother, who is fighting side by side with me, would suddenly make a move to kill me. That would have been the end of me. Pei Yun spoke word by word, his tone cold. I have to say, this plot is very interesting. I've been mesmerized. Pei Yun waved his sword. Tell me, how much did you pay? That's why Rigian is so biased towards you. You even tampered with the weapon. As he spoke, the cold light of the saber gradually faded, and it turned back into a wooden saber. A wooden saber could kill, but it required special skills. Disregarding everything else, if one were to treat the wooden saber in one's hand as a real saber and directly stab the bone, the wooden saber might break. No matter how profound the technique was, it was impossible to change the result of the wooden saber breaking. If it wasn't for the fact that he was immune to confusion as a god, he would have definitely died this time. You. How could you be awake? This is impossible. Raiken Kenichi's voice was hoarse, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 709. Ridiculous. Faced with the shock and doubt of Rimi Kenichi, Pei Yun replied lightly. Even if a god was controlled by the laws of the world, how could he be bewitched? Kill this traitor. At this time, the three of them rushed towards Pei Yun. The one in the middle had a resolute look on his face as he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, Rimi Kenichi threw away his crutch and quickly retreated. Pei Yun looked at the three people rushing towards him and discovered that they were Rimi Muzi, Yamahiro Masahiko, and Yanagi Yukako. Rimi Muzi was one of the top 10 warriors of the Rimi clan, while Yamahiro Masahiko was a warrior who married into the clan. In Pei Yun's false memory, he had once used 3 evil spirits as a price to win the beauty of the Rimi clan, Rimi Jasmine. But now his true identity was unknown. Yanagi Yukako was a retainer of the Rimi clan and had served the Rimi clan for generations. Only one person did not rush towards him. Pei Ziyan glanced at him and found that it was Rimi Yukako. Not only did he not attack Pei Ziyan, but he pointed at Rimi Muzi and said, "Yamada-kun, please be careful. This person is tailing Yusaku. He is very dangerous." Pei Ziyan listened to this person and looked at the three people rushing towards him and narrowed his eyes. From information obtained by the Jinchuan Shrine, he knew this person. Tailing Yusaku was a private soldier of the Hung Yuan family, and he was the strongest one. However, he had a very serious problem, which was that he was extremely bloodthirsty and did not know when to stop. Because of this, the Hung Yuan family rarely used this person. Pei Ziyan did not expect that this person would appear this time. Kill! Tailing Yusaku approached quickly and slashed with his long sword. The cold light reflected in Pei Ziyan's eyes. He's actually a martial arts master. Different paths lead to the same goal. It was unknown where Tailing Yusaku had learned the art of killing from, but he had already mastered the essence of being fast, ruthless, and accurate. Facing Tailing Yusaku's sword, Pei Ziyan's eyes did not waver. He moved slightly and pointed with his wooden sword. Tailing Yusaku suddenly felt his sword deviate and his hand sank. For a moment, he could not even hold the sword. Impossible, impossible. Izhao, who was at the back, was shocked. He had killed people like flies, so he could tell that the person in front of him didn't use much strength at all. But this was like a stroke of genius, and he was able to deflect his long blade. If it weren't for his great strength, he would have lost his grip. In previous battles, it was not that Tachibana Yoshiaki had never encountered people who were proficient in techniques, but all of them were martial arts masters in their 30s or 40s, in the prime of their lives. And the guy he was fighting now was only a 12-year-old middle school student. Pei Ziyan dodged to the side, and Yamahiro Masahiko's long blade missed its mark. With a wooden blade, as long as the angle was right, it could even pierce through metal, much less flesh. There was a pu sound, and fresh blood spurted out. Yamahiro Masahiko's chest had been pierced through. Fresh blood spurted out as he fell to the ground. It was obvious that he would not survive. Seeing her comrade die, Yashitsu Yoshiko let out a bestial howl, jumped out, and slashed downwards. Almost at the same time, Masakazu Yoshiaki stood still, slashing backwards. Whirling wind slash. Pei Ziyan lowered his body and crouched down. The cold light swept past his back, and he leapt up again. Not only did he avoid the slash, but he also collided with Yashitsugi Yoshiko. Two shadows crossed each other in midair and landed heavily on the ground. Pooh! Yashitsugi Yoshiko fell to the ground and let out a blood-curdling scream. The wooden blade had sliced through his ankle, but miraculously, it did not cut through the bone, but cut through the flesh and tendons of his leg. Yashitsugi Yoshiko did not expect Pei Ziyan to be so fast. Even though he was trying to dodge, he still managed to make such a move. Hence, he was unable to dodge the blade. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and Yashitsugi Yoshiko fell to the ground. He hugged his bleeding leg and screamed in pain, his voice filled with despair. Yashitsugi Yoshiko, who had been through hundreds of battles, understood that the tendons of the leg were the tendons of the ankle connecting the muscles and bones. Once they were broken, the bones would not be able to be moved. Once they were completely severed, even if modern surgery was used to reattach them, the person would still be crippled. He would need to rely on crutches to walk, which was why his screams were filled with despair. Pei Ziyan, who was standing firmly on the ground, did not stop, but continued to retreat. Indeed, a cold light swept past him and missed him by a hair's breadth. However, the clothes on his back were torn apart. Blade chi? There's such a thing in this world? Pei Ziyan touched his back in astonishment. His clothes were torn, and there was a thin red mark on his skin, for which a drop of blood seeped out. Who are you? Seeing that Tailing Che Izhao, who had dealt with his two comrades in an instant, suddenly lost his temper. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He slowly opened his shirt, took out a syringe, and pricked himself. Immediately, 20 milliliters of liquid was injected into his body. This was the maximum amount that Tailing Che Yizhao could take. Within 2 breaths, Tailing Che Yizhao's entire body swelled up, and his eyes were bloodshot. His skin was bloodshot, and the veins on his hand were popping out. Waving his long blade, he pounced forward. My speed has increased by 30%, and my strength has doubled. And from the looks of it, I don't see him going berserk but calm. His blade techniques have improved, and I smell something disgusting. Pei Ziyan saw the strange changes in Tailing Che Yizhao's body. Although his expression did not change, his eyes narrowed, and he became more serious. At this point, Tailing Che Yizhao's strength had undoubtedly surpassed Pei Ziyan's. Pei Ziyan exerted some strength on his toes and ran sideways towards Yoshiko Yanagi, who was hugging her ankle. Tailing Che Yizhao, whose eyes were bloodshot, followed Pei Ziyan. Yoshiko Yanagi saw Pei Ziyan and Tailing Che Yizhao rushing toward her. She immediately picked up her long blade and waved it at Pei Ziyan. This attack was not meant to kill Pei Ziyan, but to cooperate with Tailing Che Yizhao. However, Pei Ziyan dodged to the side and easily dodged the attack. With a flash of his wooden blade, a thin slit appeared on Yoshiko Yanagi's throat. Yoshiko Yanagi grabbed her throat, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Her eyes were filled with regret, and she fell. Kill! Tailing Che Yizhao chased after her. When he saw Yoshiko Yanagi's death, his long blade flashed, and a cold light flashed. Pei Ziyan used his leg to kick, and Yoshiko Yanagi's body flew out and was blocked in midair. Rip! Rip! A sound rang out, and a saber light flashed. Yanagi Yoshiko was cut into pieces. Blood and flesh splattered in the air, and a drop of blood fell into Tailing Isaku's eyes. Tailing Isaku could not help but close his eyes. Pooh! He felt a sharp pain in his heart. Tailing Che Yizhao let out a long scream. When he opened his eyes, the wooden blade had already pierced through his heart. No! Tailing Che Yizhao spat out blood. Impossible! I'm a warrior too. Tailing Che Yizhao refused to die and struggled in agony. If he was an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. However, an unimaginable force was trying to struggle, and as he struggled, a thick, dark aura rushed out. So that's how it is. Is this the divine ghost medicine? No wonder your blade techniques are so terrifying. In the true path of martial arts, even if one had an inheritance, one had to go through thousands of tempering before they could reach the point of perfection. However, during this process, 9 out of 10 people would die. Tailing Che Yizhao in front of him with this medicine could indeed save his life many times. His tyrannical nature could also be understood. This was a mutation. Pei Ziyan instantly understood and swung his wooden blade down, stopped struggling, and died obediently. The blade flashed, and Tailing Che Yizhao's throat was cut open. The sound of Tailing Che Yizhao's struggling voice turned into hoarse blood foam. Seeing that Pei Ziyan had killed all his men in the blink of an eye, Hung Yuanyu's face was filled with fear. He pointed and said, Kill this traitor who has been possessed by an evil spirit. The entire process only took a few minutes. After receiving the order, the remaining people of the Remy family came to their senses, and with a shout, they rushed forward. Ignoring the blood and the blade behind him, Hung Yuanyu turned around and fled. However, after taking a few steps in the corridor, he realized that someone was blocking his way. He immediately became furious. Okatamoshi, you traitor! Hung Yuanyu stretched out his old, spotted hand and pointed at him with a trembling finger. You betrayed the main family, and everyone can kill you. I will not let you go. You never thought of letting me go, right? Okatamoshi bowed, but his tone was very cold. You always said that your descendants and retainers are incompetent, and that no one can support the Hung Yuan family. But what about young Master Hung Yuan Yuichi and Lady Oyujin? How they die? They died because you were suspicious, took power, and eliminated dissidents. The Remy family also lost an excellent heir and retainer. The one who really caused the decline of the Hung Yuan family was you. Okatamoshi said coldly, I know too much, and my intelligence made you suspicious. You already had the intention to kill me, right? If I hadn't immediately expressed my willingness to die and participate in this Remy family, I'm afraid that my head would have been taken by tailing Che Yi a few days ago. Okatamoshi showed a mocking expression to Hung Yuanyu. You only have yourself to blame for this. 7 or 8 corpses were lying on the ground. Okatamoshi turned to Pei Ziyun, who was walking over slowly. Yamada-kun, the Remy family will not rest until one of us is dead. Please get rid of him immediately, because half of the power of the Ghost Clan outside is actually related to this person. Kill him, and the power of the Ghost Clan will be weakened by at least half. Only then can we kill our way out. When Hung Yuanyu heard this, his face was filled with despair. He originally thought that Okatamoshi wouldn't know about this top secret, because this was his last hope of survival and also his trump card. Now, everything was over. Hung Yuanyu hissed, I will not forgive you. He turned around and took out a short knife, killing a person behind him. He shouted, someone come quickly. Hung Yuanyu's face was filled with fear, and scales could be seen on his face. So, not only did you covet the mermaid's fish, but you've also colluded with a ghost? Did you give tailing Che Yi Zhao the medicine? Seeing this scene, Pei Ziyun understood. There really was a case of someone researching the ghost god medicine and injecting it, and then turning into an evil spirit. Facing this, Okatamoshi was slightly shocked, obviously not expecting this. All of a sudden, Hung Yuanyu's body seemed 10 years younger, and he rushed outside. Almost at the same time, with a loud bang, the door in the middle was smashed open, and the Ghost Clan rushed in with a long spear and a long sword. Chapter 710. Without waiting for the ghost to arrive, Pei Ziyin flashed and pounced towards the old man, Hiroyuki Kenichi. Protect the master! Two made step forward and stood between Hiroyuki Kenichi and Pei Ziyin. However, Pei Ziyin did not care that they were women. With a slash of his wooden blade, it sliced through skin, flesh, avoiding ribs, and pierced the heart of one of the maids. Blood splattered everywhere. As the wooden blade was pulled out, the maid screamed and fell to the ground. Pei Ziyin did not wait for the maid's corpse to fall to the ground. With a flash of the wooden blade, her throat was cut open. With a piu sound, blood immediately spurted out. However, the strange thing was that the maid who had been cut open was still struggling. Even the cut throat had sprouts growing out and was trying to heal. When Tomoshi Oka saw this scene, he saw that Pei Ziyun did not care and continued to rush forward. He shouted, Yamada-kun, be careful. However, just as he shouted, he stopped. A white light flashed, and the two maids screamed. The blood from their wounds seemed to have turned into oil and started to burn. This is the curse of the Jin Chuan Shrine. Tomoshi Oka was dumbfounded. There were no more obstacles between Pei Ziyun and Hiroyuki Kenichi. With a light tap of his feet, he immediately pounced in front of Hiroyuki Kenichi. Seeing Pei Ziyun rapidly approaching, Hung Yuan Xiong turned pale with fright. He didn't expect that these two true members of the ghost race wouldn't even be able to block Pei Ziyun for a split second. His old face was pale, but he still shouted at Pei Ziyun, Yamada Shinji, you can't kill me. I am Hiroyuki Kenichi. I am the head of the Hiroyuki family. I am a member of the government. You cannot kill me. Hiroyuki Kenichi shouted loudly. If you kill me, my family will take revenge on you. The government will not let you off either. You and your family will not escape death. If you let me go, I will make you a member of the government. Also, I will give you a lot of money. 3 billion. No, 5 billion. I can. Seeing Pei Ziyun walk forward with a wooden face, Hiroyuki Kenichi trembled. He wanted to continue speaking, but before he could say anything, a pu sound was heard. The wooden blade flashed and pierced through his heart. Hung Yuan Xingxiong opened his mouth and spat out blood. His eyes were filled with anger, unwillingness, and despair. The kin of the ghosts were about to arrive, and he was unwilling to give up. However, it was too late. No, it's not over yet. I can still take my revenge. As he thought this, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which then transformed into a black snake. With a single leap, it pounced towards Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun was not surprised in the slightest. Facing the incoming snake, he dodged to the left and swung his blade. With a pung sound, the black snake was sliced into two and fell to the ground. The two halves of the snake's body fell to the ground, still writhing nonstop. The two halves of the body touched each other, faintly trying to heal. Without hesitation, Pei Ziyun stepped forward and stomped on the black snake's head. The black snake's body struggled for a while before it exploded into a puddle of blood. At this time, with a loud bang, the last door collapsed, and the ghost kin finally rushed in. Be careful, there are many of them, and only the brain and heart are vital points. If it's any other wound, we can still kill them, but we'll need to stab them many times. Oka Tomoshi immediately reported. Is that so? Pei Ziyun's figure flashed, and two PU sounds could be heard. The ghost kin that had just rushed forward were immediately stabbed twice, and a wound appeared on their chest and shoulder. I'm speaking the truth. Such a wound would not be of much use. But as he spoke, Okatomoshi could not help but open his mouth wide. He saw that two ghost kin did not care about their wounds, but as soon as they rushed forward, they suddenly screamed in pain. The blood that flowed out of their wounds seemed to have turned into oil, and with a loud bang, it started to burn. Following this, Pei Ziyun leaped up onto the fake mountain. With a wave of his wooden blade, another two ghost kin fell to the ground, and then they fell to the ground. Wherever Pei Ziyun's long blade went, arcs of light flashed, and the ghost kin screamed in pain as they fell to the ground. With another roll, he dodged the attacks of the ghost kin, and the wooden blade came down from above, piercing through their skin. These ghost kin were still waving their blades, but as Pei Ziyun pulled out his wooden blade, a ball of Yin fire burned, and their eyes dimmed. They fell to the ground. Just like that, Pei Ziyun continued to dodge the attacks of the ghost kin, using his exquisite martial arts skills to kill them. As long as he managed to create a gap in their defense, they would immediately burn up and turn into ashes. This, indeed, in ancient Japan, they called blade techniques the art of war. Now it's true. Every movement, every action, is in accordance with the art of war. It's all about avoiding the enemy's strong points and attacking the enemy's weak points. Of course, the most frightening thing is this curse technique. It's simply fatal. Every time Pei Ziyun leaped onto the fake mountain, the eaves, or any other unfavorable location, he would kill the enemy. It seemed like a long time, but at the same time, it seemed like a very short time. Originally, there were close to 100 ghost kin, but now their numbers dwindled rapidly, and the ground was filled with ashes. Tomoshi Oka realized that the number of ghost kin had been greatly reduced, and there were only 16 left. Seeing this, Tomoshi Oka finally regained his senses. He's an unparalleled warrior, a true 100-man killer. Could it be that the world is going to have another sword saint? The last time he appeared was when the shogunate changed. The Seiguchi group was known as the 1,000-man killer, Nozomi Hayuzan. He assisted the shogunate in the war, fighting against the various vassal states, killing the shogunate's traitors, and assassinating Nakahara Ryotaro, one of the core members of the anti-shogun faction. It can be said that he played a key role in the change of fate. Because of that, he was given 1,100 stones. Now, there's going to be another Nozomi Hayuzan. Tomoshi Oka immediately thought of the information he had received. In the past 10 years, the evil spirits had awakened, and all sorts of mysterious powers have been awakened. Could it be that the era of war has arrived? Thinking of this, Tomoshi Oka's eyes burned with passion. Pei Ziyun did not know what Tomoshi Oka was thinking. He tilted his body slightly and dodged two long swords. With a slash of his wooden sword, he sliced a piece of flesh off the shoulder of a ghost's skin. With another stab, the wooden sword pierced into another's heart. Blood spurted out from the wound, splashing into the eyes of the person opposite him. His movements slowed down. At that moment, Pei Ziyun turned around and slashed with his wooden sword. His enemy's forehead turned red, and a crack appeared. The person screamed in pain, and flames burst out from his body. Without waiting for the corpse of the ghost kin to fall to the ground, Pei Ziyun leaped forward and slashed at two of them. Blood splattered everywhere, and flowers of blood appeared in the air. Following that, flames began to burn. With this, Pei Ziyun easily killed the rest of the ghost kin. The sounds of killing subsided, and Pei Ziyun panted heavily. He felt that his strength was almost depleted. Humph, if they were really alive with my current strength, even with my Grandmaster techniques, I would have used all my strength to kill half of them. But the other party is a ghost, and the place that they were pulled into is not the world of the living. Although I can't break the seal on my divine power, just a hint of it is enough to kill them all. If he wasn't a god, he wouldn't know how terrifying this was. Just his gaze alone was enough to burn evil ghosts. Pei Ziyun took a few deep breaths and looked around. However, the scene had not changed. He frowned, and his gaze landed on Tomoshioka, who was not far away. When Tomoshioka saw Pei Ziyun's gaze, he felt as though his skin was being sliced open. His heart trembled, and he suddenly remembered the rules of the Rimi dojo. He immediately knelt down in front of Pei Ziyun and said, "Yamada-kun, I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Please grant me my wish." As soon as Tomoshioka finished speaking, Pei Ziyun felt that the scene had changed. Following that, a few claps could be heard, and a group of people walked out from the fog. These people were all wearing ancient kimonos and wooden clogs. In the middle was a woman wearing a 12-dan robe. During the Heian era, the 12-dan robe was the official robe of the noble women. It could be said that anyone who had the right to wear it could be called a ji. In modern times, the women of the royal family would wear the 12-dan robe during ceremonies, weddings, and ceremonies to ascend the throne. Of course, what attracted more attention were the 6 samurai. One of them was the 100-man general in the forest. Pei Ziyun glanced at her and saw her speaking seriously. How amazing! I am Rimi Kaori. I didn't expect to see a real samurai today. Rimi Kaori turned her body slightly and said to Tomoshioka, "Also, your adaptability is not bad. In times of chaos, if you can become the ruler of a city or a country, I would be honored to receive you." As she said this, Rimi Kaori took out an exquisite invitation and bowed again, handing it to Pei Ziyun. Pei Ziyun bowed slightly and took the invitation from Rimi Kaori. He then saw the light and shadows changing, and everything became hazy. Then, like an ink painting, the colors faded and everything around him disappeared. One was dark and one was dark. Pei Ziyun looked over and saw that it was a May day. It was still a little chilly in the early morning. A few stars were shining, and he was in a courtyard. It seemed to be a tea house with simple stone steps, short pine houses, and stone lanterns arranged in rows. It had the feel of an ancient servant, and Tomoshioka was not far away. Almost at the same time, the fog quickly dissipated. "You're back." Pei Ziyun wanted to say something, but his heart skipped a beat. He raised the wooden blade and looked at it under the starlight. There was a shocking change on the wooden blade. The wooden blade was covered in blood, and when it came into contact with the starlight, it condensed into a dark color. At first glance, it looked like a mess, but upon closer inspection, it seemed to have turned into patterns. Each pattern was an evil spirit, and the largest pattern was that of an old man. His face looked a bit like Hung Yuan Xingxiang. Pei Ziyun used the wooden blade to cut the air lightly, deep in thought. He then took out the invitation that Rimi Kaori had given him and looked at it. There was not much written on the exquisite invitation. There were only 3 words on it: guest invitation. Tomoshioka exhaled heavily and looked around. He noticed Pei Ziyun's doubt and took a step forward. "This is the guest invitation of Rimi Club. From now on, you can enter the Rimi Club. "Oh, is that so?" Pei nodded. With these few words, the fog dissipated completely. When the light of dawn shone through, he could hear the voices of people. Chapter 711. Have I completely escaped from the illusory world? Pei Ziyin looked around. The sun had not risen yet, but the sky was already bright. He looked at the Ramenkoku and sighed. He thought to himself, this Ramenkoku is not simple. From what Pei Ziyin remembered, just fighting with the ghost dependents had consumed a lot of his energy. Although the ghost dependents were not strong, there were too many of them. They were difficult to deal with, and their weaknesses were hard to find. If not for the fact that they were trapped in the illusory world, although he could not break the seal, he could still sense them and kill them all in a short period of time. If others were to encounter these ghost dependents, they would most likely be surrounded and killed. Even if they were to deal with these troublesome ghost dependents, it would take a lot of time and energy. In the end, they would end up exhausted. Omoka Tomoshi seemed to have thought of this as well. He bowed deeply and said, Yamada-kun, thank you very much for your help. Please follow me. Although the sky is bright and the Ramenkoku is relatively safe, there are still many taboos. The exit is in the hall in front. I think it is better to leave this place. Omoka Tomoshi and Yoshio Hung Yuan had been to the Ramenkoku before, so they had some understanding of the geography and the situation. Disregarding everything else, just Jizhua alone was not a good time to meet. When Xiaobai was separated, she would grow old. To a woman, this was undoubtedly a very unpleasant thing. Pei Ziyin nodded and followed Omoka Tomoshi. After walking for a while, they turned a few corners and saw a large hall. The hall looked half gray and half black. From time to time, there would be some dark stripes. Looking at these stripes made one feel dizzy and irritated. Pei Ziyin saw the corpses in the middle of the hall. He counted them carefully and realized that there were 5 of them. One of them was the corpse of Yoshio Hung Yuan. His face was ferocious, and there were bloody holes in his body. Pei Ziyin turned and asked, Are we not going to deal with these corpses? The other corpses were fine, but this Yoshio Hung Yuan was, after all, from a prestigious family. He was the son of a vassal state. The shogunate had also seen that someone had used the name of the emperor to divide Japanese society into nobles and samurai. Hence, the shogunate had decreed that the difference between the two should be removed. This was the Teisei Shoichi. There were 5 ranks: duke, marquis, count, viscount, baron, and samurai. The old nobles were given the title of baron and above according to their family. The Hung Yuan family used to have the title of viscount. After entering a democratic society, these titles of nobility were abolished. However, most of the members of parliament were made up of these people. They were active in both the political and business circles, and had served as the prime minister of the inner cabinet many times. Therefore, even if it was reasonable to kill Hengyu and Yukio, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. If reason and law were to be used everywhere, what class would there be? Pei Ziyin wasn't afraid, but he knew what was going on. Just as he finished speaking, the 5 corpses on the floor started to change. First, the blood, which still carried a fishy smell, quickly dried up. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the corpse gradually dried up until it shrank into a shriveled corpse that no longer had a human shape. Is this a sacrifice? Seeing this scene, Pei Ziyin suddenly understood why the Li Jingguan would side with Hung Yuanxiong. Perhaps Hung Yuanxiong's various methods were part of the reason, but to the Li Jingguan, it was the sacrifice that attracted them. But when did Ritkin know that he was suitable to be a sacrifice? Could it be that this Rimi-chan has some kind of probing ability and found that I'm more suitable as a sacrifice? Or is there some other reason? This thought flashed through Pei Ziyun's mind. Tomoshi Oka didn't know what he was thinking. He lowered his head and said, Yamada-kun, as you can see, this is a sacrifice. Do you see that door? The exit of the Rimi-chan is that door. As long as you walk out of that door, you can leave the Rimi-chan. Tomoshi Oka pointed to a door as he spoke. With that, he took a few steps forward and stepped out. Pei Ziyin watched as Tomoshi Oka walked out. Without hesitation, he followed suit. Indeed, the moment he stepped out of the door, it wasn't the original door, but he had indeed left the Rimi-chan. It felt like a boundary. Tomoshi Oka didn't leave. Instead, he waited outside the door. He took a deep breath and bowed. Yamada-kun, thank you once again for your help. Although the Hung Yuan family has declined, now that Hung Yuan Xiong is dead, I'm afraid there will be an intense turmoil in the Hung Yuan family. Not only the Hung Yuan family, but also the businesses related to the Hung Yuan family. Hence, I have to go back and deal with a series of matters. Do you need my help? Pei Ziyun asked. No, Yamada-kun, you've already saved my life. I'll repay you after I've dealt with the Hung Yuan family. Is that so? Pei Ziyun replied nonchalantly. He nodded casually. Let's do that then. Pei Ziyun walked out. Seeing Pei Ziyun move, Tomoshi Oka followed suit. They left the Rimi-chan and arrived at the road outside. There was still some distance to go. Tomoshi Oka asked, Yamada-kun, do you have any dreams now? Pei Ziyun smiled. My dream is to let my conquering the national society spread all over the country when I'm still in junior high. Secondly, I hope that my works can become popular all over Japan. Pei Ziyun had already published his footprints on the internet and was accumulating his fame. Once he made it public, it would definitely cause a sensation. A 12-year-old had traveled all over the country and published many outstanding works, winning the Araki Prize, Oka Prize, and Ogawa Prize. How shocking was that? This was a legend that only appeared once in 100 years in Japan. In short, I hope that when I graduate from junior high, I can make big news, even if it's to dominate the country for a short period of time. Pei Ziyun spoke the truth seriously. Hearing this, Tomoshi Oka couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He thought to himself, dominate the country for a short period of time? This was actually a hot topic in Japan. Hence, Tomoshi Oka nodded and said, hey, so that's how it is. I understand. As he walked down the mountain, Pei Ziyun noticed that 3000 Sakako's car was still parked by the side of the road. He could vaguely see that there was someone in the car. He guessed that it was 3000 Sakako. However, he didn't see any other cars. They must have gone back. Tomoshi Oka stopped in his tracks and bowed to Pei Ziyun. Yamada-kun, we're already on the way. Let's split up for now. I'll go that way. Someone will come and pick me up. Pei Ziyun nodded and bowed. Have a safe journey, Okoshi-kun. With that said, he walked straight to 3000 Sakako's car and knocked on the window. Hearing the tong-tong sound, 3000 Sakako was shocked. She looked up and saw Pei Ziyun outside the car. The moment she saw Pei Ziyun, she was delighted. She opened the car door and shouted, Yamada-kun, I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. You're really amazing. In the past, it would take 2 or 3 days to see the results. 3000 Sakako opened the car door and let him in. Then, she served him sushi. Sushi was supposed to be cold food. For some reason, Japanese people like cold food. They weren't used to eating hot food. She lowered her head and said, Yamada-kun, you must be hungry. Please have some. Where are you going? Do you want to rest in Hakone or... Let's go back. This place is only an hour's drive from Tokyo. We can go straight back. Pei Ziyun took the sushi and looked at it. Bonito sushi? Hey, I know Yamada-kun likes it. This kind of sushi was made by patting the meat of the bonito and roasting it until the skin was brown. However, it was not roasted through. Then, the meat was drizzled with sauce. The meat was a translucent purple red. Although sushi could be eaten in one bite, the cheapest one in this bag cost 450 yen and the expensive one cost 850 yen. There was also the highest grade purple sashimi, which cost 2,000 yen. This was a matter of course. If he went to Ginza to buy sushi, even if he didn't order a geisha to accompany him, it would cost about 30,000 to 50,000 yen. Pei Ziyun took a big gulp and finished one of them, revealing an expression of disgust. He then took another gulp and finished another one. This was the downside of Japanese food. The portions were too small. It tastes good. After a few bites, Pei Ziyun sighed. I like the fish inside. I'm more interested in sashimi. It's a pity you don't like it very much. 3000 Sakako drove the car and drove Pei Ziyun to the city of Tokyo. She continued, "Yamada-kun, congratulations. You become famous in one battle this time." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun, who was sitting in the back of the car, killed another one. He said, "It's not a big deal to become famous. I just hope there won't be any trouble in the future." At this moment, there was a beeping sound. Pei Ziyun felt full. He took out his phone from his pocket and found a text message. He unlocked it and looked at it. This text message was to inform him that the reward for the Baraki reward had been transferred to his account. The reward for the Baraki reward was not much, only 3 million yen. Pei Ziyun looked at the text message and asked 3,000 Sakako, "Now that I've obtained the Baraki reward, do you think it's possible to obtain the Oka reward or even the Ogawa reward?" When 3,000 Sakako, who was driving, heard this, she paid attention to the situation on the road. She thought for a while and said, "Yamada-kun, the 3 major rewards are not just about the quality of the book. Behind the 3 major rewards, there are more social factors. I'm very sorry that although our Ogawa shrine can help you with the Baraki reward, it's difficult for us to do anything else. Moreover, objectively speaking, your reputation and social influence are still far from the 2 awards," said 3,000 Sakako apologetically. The 3 major rewards were the Baraki reward, the Oka reward, and the Ogawa reward. They had a very important position in Japanese literature. Japanese society attached great importance to these awards, especially the latter 2. After all, the Baraki reward focused on newcomers who had just made their mark, while the Oka reward and the Ogawa reward focused on the truly famous writers and some top writers. Their works, to a certain extent, had the power to influence society. Therefore, the selection of the latter 2 awards was very strict. Even the Japanese government was very concerned. Therefore, it did not mean that it could not influence the selection, but it undoubtedly required a lot of power and was very difficult. Pei Ziyun was not an unreasonable person. He had only been in the industry for a year and had already obtained the Baraki reward. It was very rare, not to mention the Oka reward and the Ogawa reward. However, Pei Ziyun was confident in his superb works. Even if he could not get the Ogawa reward, he could still fight for the Oka reward. At that moment, he was thinking if he should speed up the publication. This would cause him to lose some money, but what he wanted was never money. Chapter 712. Right, Yamada-chi. He looked at the 3,000 sanis in front of him and suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Pei Ziyun and asked, "I saw someone beside you just now. In my impression, isn't he Hung Yuan Xiong's man?" Because of Pei Ziyun's life and death battle with Hung Yuan Xiong, the 3,000 sons of Sakakami had used the information from the Jin River Shrine to find out more about Hung Yuan Xiong's surroundings. On the other hand, Tomoshi Oka was a cadre that was highly regarded by Yukio Tsuneo. If it was in the past, he would even be a retainer. Naturally, he would be taken seriously by the 3,000 sons of Sakakami. Therefore, even though Sakako only took a cursory glance, she still recognized Tomoshi Oka from the outline. Oka Tomoshi was able to survive the life and death battle in Rimi Dojo. Sakako Sanako asked. This didn't make sense. No, Tomoshi Oka, he surrendered to me. As Pei Ziyun spoke, he caressed the wooden blade. The blood on the blade had turned black. The entire wooden blade gave off a very special feeling. It was terrifying, solemn, and heavy. Anyone who looked at it for too long would feel a sense of awe and awe. On one hand, he was observing the changes in it. On the other hand, he casually said, "In the battle of the Rimi Dojo, if not for a few key hints from Oka Tomoshi, I'm afraid I wouldn't have won so easily. At the very least, I have to spend more time and pay a higher price in order to win this battle," Pei Ziyun said plainly. Then, as if he had thought of something, Pei Ziyun shook his head and repeated Oka Tomoshi's words. He asked, according to Oka Tomoshi, Hung Yuan Xiong was the cause of the decline of the Hung Yuan family. Is that true? Well, if it's from Oka Tomoshi's mouth, it's still credible. I did hear that Yukio Hangyun doesn't do things well, but I didn't expect it to be to this extent, Sakako Sanako said seriously. In her memory, whether it was the Yuanshan incident or the Sata transaction case, Oka Tomoshi's performance was remarkable. Because of his outstanding ability, he was highly valued by Yukio Hongyuan. Now, it seemed that he was also deeply suspected by Yukio Hongyuan. There was no contradiction. However, Tomoshi Ogang's betrayal is also disgusting. Sakako Sanako frowned. And I heard you say that in order to survive, he recognized you as his master in the Riken Dojo and immediately ran away. Sakako Sanako showed a trace of disgust. She had been adopted by the Makawa Shrine since she was a child and had always been nurtured by the shrine. The Makawa Shrine was a traditional shrine. Even though it was now a democratic society, it had not changed and retained many traditional views. Loyalty was the quality of a warrior. Currently, Tomoshi Oka was helping Yamada Yuki, but the other party had betrayed his master, causing the 3,000 Sakakami to despise him. When Peizian heard this, he looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. We're living in a democratic society now. In a democratic society, no matter how much tradition was upheld, the past was falling apart. Be it culture or civilization, they were all secondary products of society. There was only one way to truly protect tradition, and that was to keep the original social structure unchanged. But that was a cute thought. At this time, Tomoshi Oka had already sat in the car that was picked up by his subordinates. Tomoshi Oka didn't let the car start immediately. Instead, he made the car stop by the side of the road. He watched as cars passed by one after another and quickly headed in another direction. He smiled. These cars were all rushing over because they had received the shocking news of Yoshio Hang's death. One reason was to pass the news to the forces behind them, and the other was to make the corresponding arrangements. That was why they were in such a hurry. Unfortunately, no matter how much preparation you make, are you as good as me? Tomoshi Oka took out a specially made cigar from the pocket of his black suit. With a snap, he lit the cigar with a lighter, took a deep breath, and puffed out a cloud of smoke. In the car that was surrounded by clouds, Tomoshi Oka's eyes flashed, as if he was thinking. After a while, Tomoshi Oka took out his mobile phone, pressed a few buttons, and flipped to the screen. A person appeared on the screen and said to this person, "Yasuda, Yoshio Hong is dead. What are your plans?" The person on the screen was Yasuda Hayushu. He wasn't shocked by the news and immediately asked. Yasuda Hayushu was the second butler of the Yoshio family. He had a very important position in the Yoshio family and had considerable authority. If the Yoshio family was compared to an ancient country, Yoshio Hong was the emperor and Yasuda Hayushu was the deputy prime minister. Let Yoshio Hong succeed as the next patriarch. Inside the car, Tomoshi Oka took another puff of smoke and said coldly, "Yoshio Hong is a weak person and is not suitable to be the patriarch." Yasuda Hayushu said, "Yoshio Hong only had one son, Yoshio Masashi, but he died of illness early. Fortunately, he left behind 4 grandchildren, Yoshio Yuichi, Yoshio Kyoko, Yoshio Yum, and Yoshio Hong. Yoshio Hong was Yoshio Hang's 4th and youngest son. He was weak and hesitant. This didn't mean that he didn't have the ability, but his personality was born like this. This made Yoshio Hong very dissatisfied. Because Yoshio Hong himself was a decisive and unscrupulous person, he might be suspicious of outstanding people, but he looked down on this kind of personality even more. He was very dissatisfied with his youngest son's weakness. Because of this, Yoshio Hong was not in the range of Yoshio Hang's successors. He only handed over some unimportant businesses to Yoshio Hong. Now, Yoshio Hong was mainly in charge of the Yoshio Hang's liquor business. Although Yoshio Hong was hesitant and had a weak personality, he still had some talent in business. He managed the business that Yoshio Hong handed over to him in an orderly manner. Recently, it even showed signs of prosperity. Even so, Yoshio Hong and the rest of the family were not happy with Yoshio Hong. They never considered letting him succeed and were ready to pin their hopes on Yoshio Hong. Yoshio Hong was the son of Yoshio Yuichi. He was still in elementary school and was very smart. but this person is very suitable for us. We don't want the property of the Yoshio Hung family. It will all be given to the young master and the ladies. But as long as Yoshio Hung succeeds, the influence of the family group and politics will disappear. Isn't this good? Tomoshi Oka looked at him coldly and said, "Do you want to serve Yoshio Hung and wait for him to grow up? You're right. Let's do it this way." The other side was silent for a long time, then nodded and said. After hanging up the phone, Tomoshi Oka smiled. The most important part was settled. Then he made a few more calls before putting away the hot phone in his hand and falling into deep thought. Tomoshi Oka was indeed a very important cadre of Yoshio Hung. Even the Oka family used to be the retainers of the Yoshio Hung family. However, Tomoshi Oka knew that Yoshio Hung had always been worried about him. Although Yoshio Hung had given him many secret things to do, Yoshio Hung was still worried. This was partly due to his talent, but also because he had participated too much and knew too much, such as the mermaid's blood. Yoshio Hung was undoubtedly a cruel and merciless person. Tomoshi Oka believed that if he did not make any changes, the final result would be death. It would be similar to Yoshio Hang's previous assistants. Tomoshi Oka did not have any evidence. Even if there was evidence, it was not top-secret information that he could obtain. However, the most important thing for a person was to have a brain. It was clear as long as he looked at the results of his predecessors. One or two could be considered an accident, but if there were a few in a row, it would be useless to cover it up. Therefore, in order to survive, Tomoshi Oka had taken many actions behind the scenes. He had even joined forces with many people from the Yoshio Hung family to form a loose alliance. It was impossible for such a move to be completely hidden, so Yoshio Hang's killing intent intensified. However, modern society was, after all, a democratic society. It was impossible to kill people casually. It might take a few years for the plan to be revealed. However, the Rimi school's operation was too sudden, so Tomoshi Oka had no choice but to participate. Because Tomoshi Oka knew too many of Yoshio Hang's secrets, if he did not decisively request to participate, what awaited him would be immediate death. In fact, Tomoshi Oka and the alliance already had a complete plan to deal with Yoshio Hung. But before they could implement it, an unforeseen event occurred. Now, the plan was naturally useless. It's good that it's useless. Otherwise, I might have lost. No matter how much he planned, Yoshio Hung was the rightful head of the family after all. The resources he controlled were far greater than the loose alliance. The possibility of him failing was very high. Even the most optimistic estimate was that his chances of winning were only 30%. But now, Yoshio Hung was dead, and he, Tomoshi Oka, had successfully survived the Rimi school's battle. That was enough. Tomoshi Oka did not make a move against Yoshio Hung, because in Japanese society, such behavior would make him a public enemy. Of course, if it was due to Yoshio Hang's incompetence that led to the independence of his subordinates and family, it would be relatively normal. There had been many such incidents in the past. Thinking of this, Tomoshi Oka smiled. After thinking for a while, he took out his phone again, dialed a number, and made a call. When he heard a respectful greeting, he said calmly, "Takeda, donate 10 million yen to Milan Private High School. Also, specify the purpose. Half of it will be given to the Domination Society." Tomoshi Oka's phone call was to an organization that was responsible for managing his assets, SBI Asset Investment. This organization was large in scale and had a good reputation. Most importantly, this organization could not be interfered with by Yoshio Hung. Because of this, Tomoshi Oka handed over half of his private assets to SBI Asset Investment to manage. This organization managed his assets very well. Every year, there would be profits, which Tomoshi Oka was very satisfied with. Takeda was the person in charge. It could be said that with Yoshio Hang's death, this huge sum of money alone would allow Tomoshi Oka and even the Oka family to gain a foothold in Tokyo. Donating 10 million yen to Milan Private High School was to express his sincerity to pay Zion. This amount of money was just a small fraction of a huge sum. Although Tomoshi had seen Pei Ziyun's martial arts during the battle at Rimi's school, he still wanted to see Pei Ziyun's other abilities. In today's society, martial arts was not the only thing. After making the call, Tomoshi muttered, "Yamada-kun, if you want to be my lord, then show me your tolerance." Chapter 713. Milan Private High School, classroom in the second row. Hayakawa Naomi was wearing a student uniform. Her face was tense as she listened to the teacher. She held a pen in one hand and took notes. Milan Private High School was like any other high school. It had 5 main subjects: Mandarin, mathematics, English, sociology, and science. Mandarin was divided into literature and grammar. Mathematics was divided into mathematics and geometry. English was divided into written and conversational. Sociology was divided into geography and history. Science was divided into biology and earth. Japanese education had 2 main characteristics. One was order, and the other was localization. Hence, Mandarin Japanese was very important and difficult. Not only did the school and teachers pay attention to it, but the students also paid attention to it. The teachers were also very serious during lessons. This class was Mandarin, and it was taught by the Mandarin teacher, Masashi Shijinaga. Masashi Shijinaga was the most serious teacher in the class. Hayakawa Naomi tried her best to be careful during the Mandarin class to avoid being reprimanded. However, she still took the time to look at the time on her watch. This was a rare thing for an outstanding student. The reason was that the National Domination Society had an activity that all members had to attend. Hayakawa Naomi had to be there when the class ended. Recently, she could feel that her luck had improved. Nothing had happened to her, and the rumors about her had died down. The gratitude in her heart was hard to imagine. Finally, the bell rang. Hayakawa Naomi packed up her stuff and ran out of the classroom. She went to the club's activity room. When Hayakawa Naomi reached the activity room, she heard someone talking inside. Within the activity room, Pei Ziyun was holding onto a multicolored newspaper. This was a modified version of the newspaper. He nodded his head and said in satisfaction, "This is not bad. Print it and send it to those who have not chosen a society yet." Pei Ziyun pointed at the newspaper and said to the people in the activity room, "Yes, Minister." Fukuoka Maya immediately replied, "But, Minister, we can send out advertisements and print them. However, I'm afraid we will not have enough funds." Murata Saikairo suddenly thought of this and scratched his head. Actually, Murata Saikairo was a very serious person. Although on the outside, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and wasn't very astute, he was actually very attentive to details. Hence, when Pei Ziyun finished speaking, he immediately thought of this problem. Is that so? Although 10,000 taels of silver seemed like a lot of money, it was actually not a lot of money when it came to spending. Pei Ziyun thought for a while and said, "Then, leave the funding to me. Go and print it now." "Yes." Fukuoka Maya and Murata Saikairo bowed respectfully. To be fair, Japan's education was indeed unique. At the very least, this kind of deference and obedience was in line with the needs of leaders. After Pei Ziyun told them about this matter, Hayakawa Naomi mustered her courage and whispered to him, "Minister." Pei Ziyun was surprised and looked at Hayakawa Naomi's eyes. This young lady had been scared out of her wits by Ji Dao last time. Naturally, she was feeling uneasy and wanted an explanation. But to Pei Ziyun, since she had just joined his society, protecting her was a matter of course. Besides, it was just a matter of convenience. Pei Ziyun understood very well that this kind of conflict with Hung Yuan Xiong was actually unavoidable. Even without Hung Yuan Xiong, there would still be Chang Zhua. Therefore, he said considerately, "Oh, it's Naomi. Your problem has been solved. There's no problem, don't worry." "Ah, really?" Hearing this, Hayakawa Naomi's face reddened, and she could not help but ask. Following this, Hayakawa and Naomi mustered her courage and lifted her head to look at Pei Ziyun. Seeing his confident expression, she believed his words. "Thank you so much." Hayakawa Naomi was no fool. The last time she and Pei Ziyun had been invited by the extreme Tao sect, the leader of the extreme Tao sect had offered her a shocking sum of 30 million rupees. After she had rejected his offer, the leader had offered Pei Ziyun 50 million rupees in exchange for giving her up. Naomi Hayakawa had no idea how much 30 million yen was, but she knew that only 30 million yen could let her and her mother live well for 2 weeks. 30 million yen could buy a pretty good apartment in Tokyo. She could hardly afford that kind of money. To be honest, when she heard that the leader of the extreme Tao sect took out so much money to bribe the leader, her body trembled and her heart turned cold. She was afraid that Pei Ziyun would give up on her. Before she joined the Dominate the Nation Society, she had always been called a jinx. No one was willing to approach her, and no society was willing to accept her. Only the Dominate the Nation Society took the initiative to accept her. The members of the society treated her very well. Even when Tetsuyama Toshida got into a car accident, the leader did not blame him. Hayakawa Naomi was very grateful to Pei Ziyun. At that time, if Pei Ziyun had accepted the offer and given up on her, Hayakawa Naomi didn't know what to do. Would she have committed suicide? She still wanted to live. However, Naomi Hayakawa was shocked to find out that Pei Ziyun had rejected her without any hesitation. At that moment, Hayakawa Naomi's mind went blank. All she wanted was to get closer to him. Now, Pei Ziyun said that the matter had been resolved. She didn't know how much effort he had put in. Everyone in Japan knew that the extreme Tao sect was not a simple organization. They had connections with many different parties and had deep roots. They even had a protective umbrella. It was difficult to deal with them. Thinking about this, Hayakawa Naomi clenched her sleeves and said, leader, what do you like to eat? I want to do something for Yamada-kun and the society. I don't know how to do much, but I can bring some snacks. After saying this, she mustered up her courage and said, although my skills aren't that good, I will work hard to learn. Please. In Japanese society, the most important thing was to be useful to the group. Hayakawa Naomi's eyes were filled with hope. In the past, when she was ostracized, she even thought of suicide. However, she wanted to live on and persevere a little longer. Now that she had the society to accept her and the leader to protect her, she finally managed to persevere. But if that was the case, she hoped that she could be useful to the leader and the society. Even if it was just a little, it would be good. That was her value. If you want to talk about food, I usually like to eat a lot of it. But in general, I don't really like soba noodles and udon noodles that only have soup. Hearing this question, Pei Ziyun did not think about her complicated feelings. He propped his chin on his hand and thought about it carefully. But if you put more meat and vegetables in it, I'll eat it. The soba noodles tasted good, but according to Japanese customs, they would at most have chicken soup. Even if they did have meat, it would be thin and small. Pei Ziyun was not interested in noodles without meat. He added, the sashimi is okay, as long as there are no eggs. I don't really like curry. Compared to India, the Japanese loved curry more, which made him feel helpless. Japanese curry wasn't too spicy, but because it was infused with concentrated fruit paste, it had a heavy sweetness to it. Other than accompanying rice, it could also be used as a soup base for ramen and oolong noodles. Honestly speaking, Pei Ziyun really couldn't stand the taste of this curry. But curry in Japan was everywhere. Curry powder and blocks were a must at home. Not only was it convenient to use, but it also saved time. There was no need to go to a restaurant, learn how to cook, or buy ingredients. All he had to do was heat it slightly and pour it on the rice. Hence, every time Pei Ziyun's mother used curry to cook, Pei Ziyun would be unhappy and complain, in the future, don't use curry in cooking. Don't eat curry? That was strange. There were people in Japan who didn't eat curry. Not only Yamada Izumi, even Hayakawa Naomi was surprised. But she quickly hid it in her heart and asked Pei Ziyun, well, if that's the case, what do you like the most? Let me think about it. Well, my favorite food is sushi and amaterasu. Pei Ziyun thought for a while and answered casually. Oh, so that's how it is. Hayakawa Naomi nodded her head as her face turned even redder. She then said, "Minister, please let me cook for you and the department." Hayakawa, Naomi, clenched her fists and made up her mind. "I have to learn cooking from my mother so that Yamada-kun will like me." Pei-zi-yin did not think too much about it. He looked at her warmly and said softly, "All right, I'll have to trouble you. However, the department will pay for the ingredients." To Pei-zi-yin, as a leader, he had to accept the feelings of his subordinates. If his subordinates were willing to think for him in the department, then he would accept it. This was a good cycle, as it would increase the loyalty of his subordinates and increase their sense of security. Besides, this was a small matter and was not worth rebuking. "Hey, you agree? I'll definitely work hard." Hayakawa, Naomi bowed and replied, her eyes filled with happiness. She stole a glance at Pei-zi-yin and saw that he was still working. She then took out her phone and sent an email to her mother, telling her that she wanted to learn how to cook. She then started to daydream, and her face turned red. At this point, Pei-zi-yin was deep in thought as well. What should I do with the money for the club? It was still manageable now. However, if the domination of the Nation Club were to expand, and there would be more activities, the money would not be sufficient. Hence, he had to think of ways to earn more money. This did not mean that Pei-zi-yin had no money. Pei-zi-yin had $6 million in his bank account. Furthermore, there was still the royalties from White Rock Institute Publishing House. That would be at least $10 million. However, the money of the club belonged to the club, and the money of the individual belonged to the club. The money of the club belonged to the club and was considered a public asset. In Japan, there was a clear distinction between public and private assets to prevent unnecessary conflicts. Pei-zi-yin was thinking about how to solve the problem of the club's finances. When he looked up, he noticed that Hayakawa Naomi's face had turned red. Even her ears were starting to turn red. "Naomi, what's wrong?" Pei-zi-yin asked. Hayakawa Naomi was startled and replied, "Nothing, I just felt a little stuffy." "Stuffy? It's May now. That's all right. It's not July yet." Hayakawa Naomi did not know how to reply. At this point, footsteps could be heard from outside. Someone shouted, "Is that Department Head Yamada? The student council is looking for you." Hayakawa Naomi heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 714. Takami Genji shouted from the door. He was an ordinary member of the student council and was mainly responsible for running errands and making announcements. Although this job was tiring, he felt that it was a very meaningful job, and he enjoyed it very much. Pei-zi-yin walked out of the activity room and looked at Takami Genji, who was standing outside the door. He asked, "What's going on? Is there something the student council needs from me?" Takami Genji wore a pair of spectacles, had a buzz cut, and was dressed in a student uniform. He looked very capable, but now he had one hand on the wall and the other hanging by his side. At the same time, he was panting heavily, giving off a feeling of fatigue. Recently, the student council had been very busy, and there weren't many people running errands and making announcements. There were only 2 or 3 of them. Takami Genji was usually a warm-hearted person, and when he joined the student council, he took the initiative to take on this troublesome task. Because of this, he was praised by the student council. However, time was very tight, and he usually ran to complete it. Hearing Pei-zi-yun's words, Takami Genji heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Ah, Department Head Yamada, the president is looking for you." After saying this, Takami Genji thought for a moment. "When I went out, I saw the president's expression and thought that this shouldn't be a bad thing." Hearing this, Pei-zi-yun smiled and bowed his head in thanks. "It's been hard on you." Takami Genji wiped the sweat off his forehead again and smiled. "Yamada-kun, I still have work to do today, so I'll take my leave first." After saying this, without waiting for Pei-zi-yun to say anything, Takami Genji ran off into the distance again. "This fellow, he's really full of energy." Pei-zi-yun walked towards the student council's office. The student council's office was not far from the Dominate the Nation's activity room, about 500 to 600 meters away. Pei Ziyin walked along the corridor and soon entered the student council. In the office of the student council, Seiko Harada was wearing a student uniform and had a long ponytail. She looked youthful and pretty. She was now sitting at the desk, writing with a pen from time to time. She also touched her forehead with her hand, obviously thinking. Pei Ziyin walked in and stood in front of Harada's table. He bowed slightly and said, "President, you were looking for me?" Harada Seiko awoke from her thoughts and raised her head to look at Pei Ziyin. She was slightly taken aback. This Yamada Shinichi was only a freshman, but he looked very different from the other freshmen of the same grade. This thought flashed through Harada Seiko's mind. She nodded and asked, "How is your work in the club?" Hearing Seiko Harada's words, Pei Ziyin didn't quite understand what she meant. So he said, "President, our society's activities have been going well recently. We're on the right track. Last time, we successfully carried out the second weekend activity. These few days, the society is planning to print some newspapers, intending to expand our influence." "Well, I see." Seiji Harada nodded. "You did a good job, and the club is also very meaningful. It allows the club members to be educated and influenced by traditional culture, and traveling can also influence one's character. So, I have good news for you now. That is, according to the decision of the school and the student council, we have decided to increase our support for you. This is a specially made club card. The funds are inside, and the password is written on the back. Please make good use of it." As she said this, Seiji Harada took out a grayish-black card from her office drawer and handed it to Pei Ziyin with both hands. "Oh, you're giving me money?" Pei Ziyin thought to himself as he took the club card from Seiji Harada's hands with both hands. He bowed and thanked her. "Hi, thank you for the school and the student council's attention. Please rest assured, I will not let you down." If that's the case, I can rest assured. Work hard. Yamada Shinichi." "Hi. If there's nothing else, then I'll take my leave." Pei Ziyin bowed again. Seeing that there was nothing else to say, he turned around and left. Watching Pei Ziyin leave, the president of the student council, Nishimura Hideyoshi, touched his glasses and asked, "President, are we really going to give him the 5 million won so easily?" Nishimura Hideyoshi was the president of the student council. He was mainly in charge of the club's accounts and other specific matters. He was considered one of the most influential people in the student council. It was said that he was one of the strong contenders for the next student council president position. Although Nishimura Hideyoshi's family was not particularly rich, it was still above the middle class. His father was a director of a company and usually had a monthly allowance of 150,000 won. Of course, compared to the family of President Seiji Harada, Nishimura Hideyoshi naturally paled in comparison. This was because Seiji Harada's family was not simple. It was said that they were from a large family. Nishimura Hideyoshi had also observed the clothes that Seiji Harada wore. All of them were branded or handmade, which showed how well off his family was. However, when Nishimura Hideyoshi saw President Seiji Noda directly hand over the 5 million won to a new club for a freshman, he felt a little envious and unwilling. 5 million won, that's my expenses for 2 years. Although large clubs have the mission to fight for glory for the school, and the fees are high, this is too much. Even the Dominate the Nation club only has 5 members. This is his money in the first place. Seiji Harada immediately saw through Nishimura Hideyoshi's emotions. Fiddling with a pen, he said calmly, "Someone donated 10 million won through SBI Asset Investment Institute, and half of it was clearly designated to be transferred to his club. What, that guy, Yamada Shinichi, is so rich?" Nishimura Hideyoshi was shocked. He did not expect that a guy who seemed to be showing off his abilities would have such a deep foundation. This means that his family background is definitely not ordinary. With this thought, the unwillingness and jealousy in Nishimura Hideyoshi's heart gradually disappeared. After all, such a person was not someone he could provoke, and he was not someone who did not know the gravity of the situation. He did not rely on brute force to become the club president of the student council. Moreover, the school can receive half of the money out of thin air, and the rest of the money can be used on the school club. The purpose of the Dominate the Nation Club is not bad. I have no reason to object. Nishimura Hideyoshi was very successful in doing things, and Seiji Harada did not want him to disappear like Chiharu Sagawa, so he explained. Chiharu Sagawa died. The police report said that she disappeared, and after 3 years, she was declared dead. Although Seiji Harada did not know the whole story, he knew a little about her family background. Is that so? So that's how it is. Could this be the legendary way that big families and societies nurture their heirs? Nishimura Hideyoshi knew that in order to nurture their heirs, many heirs would become important members of the student council and would be given funds in such a way. With this thought in mind, he looked at Seiji Harada. Perhaps only someone like her would be in the same world as Yamada Shinichi. Unknowingly, the unwillingness in Nishimura Hideyoshi's heart disappeared, and he started to feel discouraged. As he walked out of the student council, he saw Murata Saikairo and Hayakawa Naomi holding a box in their hands. She asked the two of them, "Excuse me, are you new students?" "Yes, we are," the two of them replied. "Have you joined a club?" "Not yet." "That's good. We welcome new students to join our club." "Ah, you don't have to join a club. You can take a look and have a look." Hayakawa Naomi took out a magazine from the box in her hands and gave it to each of them. "What does this club do?" "If it's a religious club, I don't want to join. I don't want to join a club that challenges people every day. No, our club is not a religious club, nor is it a club that challenges people everywhere. It's actually a club that tours and tours. You can come and have a look. Even if you aren't interested, it's all right. Just come and have a look." Murata Saikaro smiled shyly. These two fellows are really a doer. They move so quickly." Peizian looked at them and nodded his head in satisfaction. From the time Peizian had instructed Murata Saikaro to print the magazine to the time he had completed his task in the student council, less than half an hour had passed. In such a short period of time, Murata Saikaro had already finished printing the magazine and distributed it to the students. Peizian then turned to Murata Saikaro, who was distributing the pamphlets, and asked, "Hey Saikaro, how did you get this done so quickly?" Ha, it's nothing much. I just used up all of the club's funds." Murata Saikaro said, "I used A4 paper from the convenience store, 10 yuan for black and white, 50 yuan for color. It's half the price in school, but I only printed 200 copies. There aren't many first-year students. 200 copies is more than enough. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first," Peizian said as he walked towards the school gate. At the school gate, Peizian inserted the club card into the ATM machine and keyed in the number. A moment later, a string of numbers appeared. 5 million. Peizian touched his chin and muttered to himself, 5 million? Who gave it to me? The school can't be so generous. Even if there is, it must be a big club that can bring glory to the school. For example, the basketball club, and it must be from the higher education department. Peizian immediately sent an email to Sakako Sanako. After waiting for a few minutes, the phone rang. It was Sakako Sanako. She said, "Yamada Sanako, I didn't send the money. I'll find out who gave it to you. There's another news. Mako Takamori and Kawako are here." "What? Mako Takamori and Kawako are here?" Peizian was a little surprised. "Are they here to travel?" "If they're here to thank me, it's not necessary." "Yes, they're here to thank you. More accurately, they've bought a house near your house, and Kawako is transferring here," Sakako Sanako said. "Moreover, they changed their surnames. Now they're called Mako Ishiwatari and Kawako Ishiwatari." "Is that so?" Peizian was a little emotional. Mako Takamori still had some conscience after accepting the 1.5 billion yuan. "If you have nothing else to do, please come back early today," Sakako Sanako added. "They're already at your house as guests." "Understood." Peizian hung up the phone. After thinking about it, he sent a group email to the club members, telling them that if there was nothing else, they could go back early and not wait for him. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi was distributing the magazine. Her group had 100 copies, and it was nearing the end. She was thinking about going home to learn cooking from her mother. When she received Pei Ziyun's email, she immediately agreed. Chapter 7:15. On the tram, Pei Ziyun carried a school bag and thought about what Sakako had said. He didn't know why Kawako and Mako Takamori were looking for him. However, ever since Pei Ziyun dealt with Yakuza, who was possessed by an evil spirit, he had been busy with other things and hadn't contacted them. He didn't know how they were doing now. In fact, Pei Ziyun missed Kawako a little now. Time passed quickly on the tram. Pei Ziyun felt that he had reached home in just a few minutes. This was also related to the fact that elementary and middle schools in Japan had to be located in a nearby school district. The average journey by car was 15 minutes. When Pei Ziyun got off the tram, he saw a silver-gray car in front of his house. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Mako Takamori and Kawako's car. No, to be more accurate, it should be Mako Ishiwado and Kawako's car. Just as expected, when Pei Ziyun used the key to open the front door, the moment he stepped into the courtyard, QOZ heard the noise and rushed over. Kawako was wearing a snow-white dress with a grayish-black cartoon mouse on it. It was very cute. Her short legs ran over and her face was full of smiles. Pei Ziyun saw Kawako rushing over and reached out to catch her. Kawako jumped in his arms. Oni-chan, did you miss Kawako? Looking closely, Kawako was a little chubbier. There was still baby fat on her face, and she looked very cute. Pei Ziyun felt a little guilty. He only thought of her today and hadn't thought of her before. However, she didn't say anything and just said, "Of course I did. I thought about it once today." Kawako happily leaned into his arms and felt at ease. She shouted, "Oni-chan, Kawako wants to learn kendo from you. Kawako wants to skip a grade." Hearing this, Pei Ziyun was very surprised. He didn't know why Kawako suddenly had such an idea. In Japan, all children above the age of 6 had to go to elementary school. After primary school, they would continue to study in junior high school. Primary school lasted 6 years, and junior high school lasted 3 years. In his memory, Kawako had just entered the 4th grade of primary school. She still had to study for 2 more years before she could enter junior high school. She hadn't even finished primary school and wanted to skip a grade. When did Kawako have such a strange idea? Pei Ziyun wanted to ask her mother, Ishidu. Pei Ziyun carried Mengzi to the living room and realized that Mengzi was very light. She had even put on a little weight recently. This could only be attributed to the fact that she was not well off in the past, which resulted in a lack of nutrition. Hence, her body was too thin. When he entered the living room, he saw Ishiwatari chatting with his mother and Sakanu Sanako. When Pei Ziyun first saw true son Shidu, he was slightly surprised. Although the current true son Ishidu was wearing a kimono and looked very refined, he gave off a kind of radiant feeling. Pei Ziyun could still remember the first time he had seen Shidu. Although she still had some features, her entire body was under the pressure of death, and she looked very haggard. She gave off the feeling of a dying flower. But now, she looked much younger than before. Pei Ziyun couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, only wealth could support people. As he entered, the 3 women looked at him. Their gazes landed on Momo, who was nestled in his arms. Pei Ziyun then placed her down and bowed to her. He then said to Ishiwatari, "Gao-san-san, welcome. However, didn't you say that students can't skip grades in school? Is that Momo still there?" In Japan, it was generally impossible for students to skip grades. This was because this was a rule that was instilled in them from a young age. Hearing this, Ishiwatari stood up and returned the bow. "Yamada-kun, I have already changed my surname to Ishiwatari. Momo is also called Masako Ishiwatari." Although Pei Ziyun already knew that Ishiwatari had changed his surname, he was still used to it and forgot to correct himself. His face turned slightly red as he said, I'm sorry, Ishiwatari." In Japan, calling someone by the wrong name was a very rude thing to do. One had to apologize to the other party to show respect. It's all right, you don't know. Under normal circumstances, Momo shouldn't have skipped grades. But now, she can still do it if she puts in some effort. Furthermore, Momo's results are not bad. She has already studied in junior high, so skipping grades won't affect her too much. Ishiwadari didn't mind the small mistake that Pei Ziyun had just made and softly explained. Ever since Ishiwadari had obtained the shares, the first dividend was a total of 30 million yen. She first paid off her debts, then used the remaining money to buy a house near Yamada's house. It was still not enough, but if she paid the dividend next year, it would be more than enough. Furthermore, once she became an independent director, she would get to know many people with power and could transfer schools and skip grades. Oh, so Momo is a genius in studies. Peiziya nodded. Indeed, Japanese students generally couldn't skip grades, but there were exceptions in special circumstances. After all, this policy was aimed at the entire Japanese student class. It didn't matter if the rich and powerful did it. Anyway, there were many homecoming society members and ghost society members. After all, this was a democratic society. Even if some policies were to be implemented, they couldn't be too forceful. Sakako pursed her lips into a smile and said, although Momo has only followed the shrine and learned kendo for 3 months, she has improved very quickly. It won't be a problem under your guidance. To Sakako, as long as she could understand a little about culture and education, she would be able to obtain a graduation certificate. No one expected a samurai to become a top student. Yes, Oni-chan. Momo is very good. She learns things very quickly, Momo said to Pei Ziyun, gesturing with her small hands. All right, since that's the case, train with me. Pei Ziyun looked at Momo's cute face and didn't reject her. If not for him, Momo might be able to survive and become the heir of Jinchuan Shrine. He didn't know why, but when he came out of the Ritkin Shrine, he felt a gap in his spiritual sense open up. This feeling was out of nowhere, but he immediately believed it, because this was the perception of a god. If that was the case, he would have snatched Momo's opportunity. Perhaps he could make up for it by teaching her in passing. He wasn't prepared to teach anything that went against the rules of this world. However, he was very familiar with the kendo of Jinchuan Shrine. This little girl is so skinny. Perhaps I can teach her some techniques to improve her physique. The Tao techniques of the Desu world couldn't be passed down, but it was more than enough to modify them and create a simple set of techniques. Ah, really? When Ishiwatari heard this, he was extremely happy and bowed. That's great. To thank you, may I treat you to dinner? Seeing Ishiwatari's sincere expression, Pei Ziyun and Yamada Izumi didn't reject him. When Hayakawa Naomi reached home, Hayakawa Dutsu was in the kitchen making tamako. Hayakawa Naomi threw her bag down and ran into the kitchen, her eyes fixed on her mother's every move. Hayakawa Dutsu noticed it immediately. She turned around and looked at her daughter's expectant eyes. She then smiled and asked, "What's wrong? Naomi, do you want to learn how to cook from your mother?" Hearing her mother's question, Hayakawa Naomi didn't hesitate. She nodded her head and replied, "Yes, mother. I want to learn how to cook from you." When Hayakawa Dutsu heard her daughter's words, she couldn't help but smile. Ever since her daughter had joined Yamada Shinji's Dominate the Nation, she felt that her daughter had become much livelier. When she heard that her daughter wanted to learn how to cook from her, she didn't hide anything. She then pointed to the tamako that she had made. "Naomi, look, this is tamako. Although it's a common dish, it has to be fresh and tender. It's not easy to make it taste so good. The secret is that we don't use milk or water. Instead, we use stock to make the egg roll more tender and fragrant. I'll teach you this today. Mother has a special recipe for tamako. I guarantee that the taste will be amazing." Hayakawa Dutsu said to her daughter. "Really?" Hayakawa and Naomi asked excitedly. Seeing her daughter's expression, she couldn't hide her emotions. Did she have someone she liked? Hayakawa Dutsu couldn't help but tease her. "Why, Naomi, do you have someone you like? Who made you want to learn how to cook? Was it Hiroshi Kanazuka?" "Mother, it's not him." Hayakawa Naomi denied. Hiroshi Kanazuka was the son of Hayakawa Naomi's next-door neighbor. He was about the same age as Hayakawa Naomi, and they had a good relationship. Even when Hayakawa Naomi was called a jinx, Hiroshi Kanazuka still kept in touch with her. Is that Ui Toshio? Hayakawa Dutsu asked again. Ui Toshio was Hayakawa Naomi's childhood friend. They were childhood playmates, and Hayakawa and Naomi loved to play with him. She even announced that she wanted to be his bride. No. Hayakawa and Naomi blushed and screamed. Oh, is that the Yamada minister who gave you a gift last time? Hayakawa Dutsu asked. At this time, Hayakawa Naomi didn't say anything. She didn't dare to answer. Hayakawa Dutsu looked at Hayakawa Naomi and understood. She said to her daughter, "It's Yamada minister. Naomi, you have to work hard. Although you have learned how to cook for me, you have only learned 70 points. You have to keep improving." Hayakawa Dutsu said bitterly. Hayakawa Naomi was a good student, and she was cute. She had many friends, so she didn't have time to learn how to cook. But after she was called a jinx, she had no one to play with. She had no choice but to learn from her mother. Yes, Hayakawa Naomi nodded when she heard her mother's words. After lunch, Hayakawa Naomi filled the lunchbox and returned to her room with a smile on her face. She fell on her bed. She was happy every day, and life became more interesting. She looked forward to seeing her classmates and Yamada minister tomorrow. Moreover, she had friends again. Hayakawa and Naomi covered her face and tried to cool it down. Is this what it feels like to miss someone? Just the thought of going to the club and talking with them filled her with anticipation. It was getting late. She fell asleep under the thin quilt and thought to herself, "My first formal cooking was done with my mother's help. Is this cheating?" She felt a little guilty. No, I will finish it sooner or later. This is not cheating. Hayakawa Naomi was relieved. She was busy during the day and cooked at night. Soon, she fell asleep. Gradually, Hayakawa Naomi felt like she was sinking into the sea. It was strange, but she was not afraid at all. She swam happily in the water. After some time, she seemed to hear a voice. Someone was calling, "Naomi, Naomi, who is calling me?" Chapter 716. The dream did not seem to affect Hayakawa Naomi, and she forgot what she did in the dream. But when she woke up in the morning, Hayakawa Naomi felt a slight headache. She did not know why. Of course, Hayakawa Naomi did not take it to heart. She got up and rubbed her face with her small hands. Then, she ran to the bathroom. She was in a good mood today. Yesterday, her mother, Hayakawa Taduko, taught her how to make tamagoyaki. While brushing her teeth, Hayakawa Naomi thought to herself, "When I have mastered tamagoyaki, I must make it for the director. He will be shocked." Hayakawa Naomi could not help but smile as she thought about it. Hayakawa Taduko was very busy in the morning. Most Japanese men would have lunch at the company and go home at 9 to 11 p.m. Only in the morning was the family gathering time. Housewives had to wake up at 5 a.m. to prepare breakfast for the family. When she saw her daughter walking by, she felt something was wrong. She looked up and thought for a while. "Hayakawa, have you put on makeup?" "No, I haven't washed my face yet." Hayakawa Naomi had classes for the whole day, so she did not stay at home. She packed up her things, drank a bottle of milk, and ate some toast. Then, she was ready to go to school. But when she was at school, Hayakawa Naomi asked her mother, "Mom, can you make more food tonight? I want to learn more." After saying that, Hayakawa Naomi lowered her head. Hayakawa Taduko was happy to hear her daughter's words. She praised her daughter. "Oh, you are indeed my Naomi. Do your best. Mom will make you rice balls tonight." Although the rice balls are simple, there are many varieties, and they are easy to carry around. You can also put fillings in them. I will teach you seriously. Hayakawa Tadako looked at her daughter's shy expression and smiled. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. In Japan, most families do not forbid their children from dating. This is because this is the time when they first learn to love, and they think that it is beneficial for their children's growth. At this time, if there are no special circumstances, the family will not stop them from dating. According to the law, a girl can get married at the age of 16. Hayakawa Tezuko was confused as she watched Naomi Hayakawa leave. Why do I feel that Naomi looks prettier today? After class at noon, Hayakawa Naomi took the huge lunchbox to the club's activity room. She had received an email in the morning, informing her that the club was recruiting new members. At this time, the president was also in the activity room. Naomi Hayakawa jogged all the way through a corridor. She heard people talking from time to time. At first, she didn't care, but after the news was repeated a few times, Naomi Hayakawa started to pay attention. She took a closer look and realized that she recognized him. It was Yu Jiang from the next class. Because there were often activities held by several classes, Naomi Hayakawa got to know some of her classmates, and Yu Jiang Watani was one of them, although she wasn't very familiar with him. Yu Jiang Wagu was very short, only about 1.2 meters. He had a ponytail and was wearing a red dress. He said enviously, "Have you heard? An 8-year-old transferred to this junior high school. Her name is Kawako Ishidu." Although Yu Jiang Wagu was short, he had a special characteristic, which was that he loved to gossip. He had a wide circle of friends and could always get the latest news in the school. Every time there was something new in the school, the students in the next class would hear the latest news from Yu Jiang Wagu. Therefore, Yu Jiang Wagu had some fame among the students. Across from him was Kashiko Tsuchi, a good friend of Yu Jiang Wagu. How is that possible? Will the school agree? Kashiko Tsuchi widened her round eyes and asked incredulously. "Sai, I heard that a certain school director made a deal with it." Yu Jiang Wagu said with envy. I really envy those kids who are born into rich and powerful families." Hayakawa, Naomi Hayakawa, heard this and realized that they were talking about a transfer student. Hearing this, she lost interest and quickly went to the club's activity room. When Hayakawa Naomi reached the activity room, she saw a few people busily working in the classroom next door. From the looks of their uniforms, they were not students but staff members. They were doing some simple cleaning and renovations. Looking at the messy classroom next door, Hayakawa Naomi was puzzled. What was going on next door? What were they doing? At this point, a familiar voice rang out. It was the head of the club. Pei Ziyun was in the club's activity room, talking to a young girl dressed in black and white. "Kawako, you have to know that your body is your foundation. Now, I'm going to teach you to improve your physique. It will make your body stronger and your movements more agile. When you practice your sword skills, you will get twice the results with half the effort." Pei Ziyun's face was serious. When he saw Hayakawa Naomi enter, he said, "All right, Kawako, take a break. Today's training will end here." "Hi, Oni-chan." Kawako stopped what she was doing. She was sweating profusely, and even her hair was drenched. She looked extremely disheveled. "What's this?" Hayakawa Naomi asked curiously. "Oh, it's nothing much. It's just that the club has expanded, so I opened up 2 classrooms. You're looking at the people I hired. They're currently working on these things." Pei Ziyun said as he pointed at Kawako, "This is Kawako Ishidu, our new member." Pei Ziyun turned around and spoke to Kawako solemnly. "Kawako, it's not easy to choose this path. Not only is it tough, you might even get hurt. You might even give up. It's all right. No, my father is a samurai, and Oni-chan is a samurai. Kawako wants to be a samurai as well. Not only must I protect my mother, I must protect Oni-chan as well." Although Kawako looked exhausted, she clenched her fists and swore to Pei Ziyun. "AI, if that's the case, you should continue working hard." Pei Ziyun looked at Kawako's determined face and fell silent. "If that's the case, use the medicine I gave you when you get home." He then turned to Hayakawa Naomi and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Hayakawa Naomi listened to Pei Ziyun's words and suddenly thought of Kawako Ishidu. Wasn't he the transfer student she had heard about? Was he the same person? Wasn't he too young? However, when Hayakawa Naomi felt the weight of the lunchbox in her hands, she forgot all about it. She couldn't wait to share the delicacies she had brought with her president. She opened the lunchbox and looked at Pei Ziyun expectantly. "I brought tempura and sushi. President, would you like to try them?" Thank you. I won't stand on ceremony." Pei Ziyun carefully picked up a box with his chopsticks and took a bite. He could not help but exclaim, It's really not bad. The powder is very thin, and it's not greasy at all. Paizian could not help but eat another box and asked, "Is the fish inside fried?" "Yes, I know that Yamada-kun does not like raw fish, so I fried it." Hayakawa, Naomi lowered her head as she spoke. Seeing that Paizian was enjoying his meal, she felt a sense of joy in her heart. However, she still felt a little guilty. This was because the bulk of the bento was due to her mother's hard work. All she did was help her mother with the chores. Seeing Paizi-yun's satisfied expression, Hayakawa Naomi cheered herself on. She thought to herself, "Naomi, you must work hard. Work hard, and you will be able to make your own bento." "Very good, not bad at all." Paizi-yun did not understand her feelings and continued, "I never thought that you would have such skills, Naomi. In the future, bring some for Kawako as well. I'll pay you 2,000 yuan a day. What do you think?" Hayakawa and Naomi nodded her head and replied, "Yes, no problem." Hayakawa, Naomi suddenly thought, "What's the relationship between Kawako and the president?" At this point, Rokuyama Yukita brought 3 men over and shouted at Paizian, "Haha, Director, these 3 are the newcomers who are willing to join us. Also, Hayakawa, your makeup has improved. You look much prettier now." Hearing this, Paizian nodded his head. In the beginning, he found it strange, but now he understood. In Japanese society, one's image was like a calling card. Hence, regardless of gender, everyone had to manage their image well. It was fine for males, but for females, it was especially serious. In primary school, it was too exaggerated. However, in middle school, one had to learn to put on light makeup. If one did not put on makeup often, they might even be ostracized by the other female students. Paizi-yun had heard of this rumor in the higher education department. There was a senior Teramoto who had a pimple on her face. She did not put on any makeup and only wore a face mask when she went to school. The moment she took off her face mask, the 2 female students who she spent most of her time with looked at her in shock. They had a dazed expression on their faces. In the afternoon, rumors started to spread that Senior Teramoto had been heartbroken and wanted to commit suicide. What kind of madness is this? Note 2. Hayakawa Naomi was secretly overjoyed. She touched her face and asked, "Really?" Paizi-yun looked at the newcomers. They were Akari Tomoyuki, Matoki Masaichi. Akari Tomoyuki was a first-year student. However, due to personal reasons, he had arrived at school late. At that time, the better clubs had already run out of slots. Mutoki Tomoyuki was a man of character. He didn't want to waste his time in clubs that he didn't like. Hence, he resisted the urge to join the club. Just a while ago, Murata Saikairo was distributing flyers for the Domination of the Nation Club. When they saw it, they felt that it was a good club. Hence, they decided to join. A few days ago, they looked for Yuta Rokuyama to sign up. Masaichi was a good friend of Murata Saikairo. He had initially considered joining a foreign language club. However, there was disharmony within the club, and they often suppressed newcomers. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction within the club. Hence, Masaichi decided to leave the club before he could officially join. In the past few days, Murata Saikairo had heard the news and had been telling him about the benefits of joining the Domination of the Nation Club. Paizi-yun couldn't help but feel tempted. The 3 people who were brought here by Yuta Rokuyama bowed to Paizi-yun the moment they saw him and said, "Nice to meet you, department head. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me." Paizi-yun nodded his head in return. At this point, someone brought over protective gear and a bamboo sword. Yuta Rokuyama asked, "What's this for?" "It's a new activity room that the school has given us. Although our main purpose is to travel around the country, we still need to be in good health. Hence, I've decided that this room will be the reference room. The activity room next door will be for you to train your bodies. After all, your health is the most important thing." So that's how it is. Yuta Rokuyama and the 3 newcomers were relieved. Also, after 2 more weekends of activities, it will be June. The exams for the semester are not far away. Hence, I've decided to hold the first gathering in the middle of June. I hope that all of you will arrive on time. I understood. This was a welfare for them. The 3 newcomers hurriedly bowed in acknowledgement. Note 1. Although there is such a custom, according to a Japanese survey, 39% of Japanese females between the ages of 14 to 34 are virgins. Note 2. Actually, in Japan, makeup is not allowed in school. Chapter 717. Hayakawa Naomi was overjoyed. Following her rapid improvement, Pei Ziyun was full of praises for her food. Even though she had 2 boring math and geography classes in the afternoon, Naomi was still very happy. Moreover, there was going to be a gathering tonight. This was the first official gathering of the Dominating the Nation Society, and she was looking forward to it. After class, Hayakawa Naomi took out her mobile phone from her pocket and called her mother, Hayakawa Tachiko. She explained the situation to her mother and told her that the club was having a gathering and that she might be home late. She then rushed to her destination. The gathering was on the 2nd floor of Sanjoya, which was not far from the school. It was only a few hundred meters away. Since there was a discount for students, many gatherings and activities were held here. Hayakawa Naomi was very familiar with this place. It was already the 11th of June. Hayakawa Naomi walked for about 10 minutes before reaching Sanjoya. When she entered, she heard Yukina's unique voice greeting her. Hayakawa-san, why are you only here now? We've been waiting for you for a long time. We're just waiting for you and the president. Yukina drank his tea and shouted at Hayakawa Naomi. Hearing this, Hayakawa Naomi was a little embarrassed. She bowed and said, I'm sorry. I have classes in the afternoon and am late. Please forgive me. Murata Saikiro's eyes were filled with awe as he scratched his head and laughed. You don't have to apologize, Hayakawa-san. You're not late. Hayakawa and Naomi looked at the people at the table and realized that there were quite a number of them. Including herself, there were a total of 9 people. Almost all the members of the society were present. The only ones who were not present were the president and Kawako. Sanjoya was a well-known mid-range restaurant near the school. It was neither expensive nor cheap, but the food was very affordable. Hence, it was very popular among the students of Milan Private High School. Moreover, there were private rooms in Sanjo House. When people came here to eat, if they wanted a bit more private space, they could book a private room. The price of the private rooms here was not expensive, just a little more money, so it was very popular. This was the first gathering of the Domination Society, and they had booked a private room. There was a big table in the private room that could fit more than a dozen people. Only 9 people had arrived, and there were still a few empty seats. So, Hayakawa Naomi found an empty seat and sat down. Due to the absence of Pei Ziyun, the members of the club were chatting amongst themselves. Hayakawa Naomi sat down and tore off her wet towel. But as soon as she sat down, she heard a whisper. She saw Yuta Hariyama whispering to Murata Saikiro, "Hey, Ichiro, don't you think that Hayakawa is getting more and more beautiful?" After saying that, he glanced at Hayakawa Naomi. Yeah, she looks like a different person. Murata Saikiro glanced at Hayakawa Naomi and nodded. I even want to ask my mom about this. She said that girls change really quickly in middle school, but isn't that a little too fast? Yuta Toniyama took another peek and said in disbelief. Although Yuta, Toniyama, and Murata Junichiro's voices were soft, Hayakawa Naomi could hear them clearly, as though they were speaking right beside her ear. Hearing these words, Hayakawa Naomi blushed. She wiped her face and took out a small mirror from her bag. She opened it up and realized that she had indeed changed quite a bit. Indeed, I seem to have changed. Is it because of my dreams? Hayakawa Naomi asked herself as she looked at her own face. During this period of time, Hayakawa Naomi was living a blissful life. She was only troubled by small matters. Every night, she would hear someone whispering to her in her dreams. She did not know what they were saying, but when she woke up in the morning, she could not remember anything. All she could remember was a slight headache. Because of this, Hayakawa Naomi and her mother had gone to the hospital for a checkup. However, they did not find anything wrong with her. At this point, Pei Ziyan walked in. When Pei Ziyan walked in, everyone at the table stood up and bowed to him. "Leader, you're here." Pei Ziyin looked around the room, and his gaze landed on Hayakawa Naomi. Hayakawa Naomi had changed a lot in the past 2 weeks. Her waist-length hair hung down lazily, and her eyes gradually lit up. She might not know it, but her frown and smile made her heart skip a beat. Furthermore, her beauty was growing. Was this the awakening of her mermaid bloodline? Pei Ziyin shook his head and suppressed his excitement. Seeing that all the seats were taken, he said, "Sorry for the trouble, everyone. Please take a seat. You can't drink alcohol, but you can order something else." In Japan, alcohol regulations were very strict. Since a long time ago, there had been a prohibition of Underage Alcohol Act. Anyone who was under the age of 20 was not allowed to drink alcohol. Shops and eateries that sold alcohol to underage people could be fined up to 500,000 yen. It could be said that Japan was one of the strictest countries in the world when it came to the prohibition of underage alcohol. Apart from the laws, they had also put in a lot of effort to spread the word. Regardless of whether it was government departments, organizations, or schools, they were all trying to spread the word about the dangers of underage alcohol. In terms of punishment, if a student was found to have drunk alcohol, he would be suspended or even expelled from school. There were vending machines on the streets of Japan, but it was not easy to buy beer or other alcoholic beverages. It was the same in shops as well. Shops were often afraid of being punished for selling alcohol to underage people. If their license was revoked because of this, they would feel that it was not worth it. Because of this, Pei Ziyin did not order any alcohol. He only ordered milk tea and some dishes. The people around him looked at each other and chose the same black tea and milk tea as Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin couldn't help but sigh. This was one of the things that Japanese people didn't feel right about. If they were to gather for a meal, even if they didn't have a superior, if one of them ordered a type of wine or drink, everyone else would have to order the same. If they didn't, it would mean that they didn't understand the atmosphere and would be ostracized by the entire group. However, the black tea and milk tea were made from milk from Hokkaido. It tasted pretty good and he liked it very much. Since everyone ordered the same type of food, it was fine. Very quickly, a waiter brought the milk tea and dishes to the table. "Then, let's have a drink." Pei Ziyin raised his cup and stood up. When they saw Pei Ziyin stand up, the other members all stood up as well. They gulped down their cups of wine. When Pei Ziyin finished his cup, Hayakawa Naomi and Kawako, who were sitting beside him, reached for the milk tea. However, Kawako's hands were too short. Before she could reach for it, Hayakawa Naomi had already picked it up and poured another cup for Pei Ziyin. Pei Ziyin's gaze swept across everyone at the table. He realized that everyone was not pouring their own cup, but others. This was a common practice in Japan. Don't fill your own glass. Someone else will do it for you. Your job is not to fill your own glass, but to fill the glass of the person sitting next to you. It is said that this is good for unity and promotes teamwork. That's why it's so perverted in certain aspects. Of course, a leader can choose not to refill a cup for his subordinates. Pei Ziyin could only ignore this group of idiots and said, "Everyone, listen up. What I'm going to say next is very important. On the 18th of next month, our school term will end. The first holiday tour will begin soon. Hence, within these 30 days, please decide on our first holiday destination, as well as our itinerary. Also, be prepared for the trip. If you're unable to join us, please inform us in advance." Pei Ziyin looked around at everyone at the table and said loudly, Hey, Minister, no problem." Sitting opposite Pei Ziyin, Yutaka was the first to speak. He placed his cup of milk tea on the table and said loudly. Because it was a gathering today, Yutaka was dressed more formally than usual. However, Pei Ziyin looked at Yutaka patting his chest with both hands. No matter how he looked at it, he felt like a small gorilla patting his own chest. At this point, Hayakawa Naomi raised her hand as well. Her face was red as she said softly, "Yes, Minister, I have no problem with it. I can join." At the same time, everyone expressed that they had no problem with it. Pei Ziyin looked at this scene and continued. If that's the case, everyone, please enjoy your meal. Regarding our first holiday destination, as well as our itinerary, if anyone has any suggestions, we could discuss them now. Hearing this, everyone sat down to discuss this topic. Seeing that everyone had sat down to discuss, Pei Ziyun heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, he heard someone knocking on the door and said, "Yamada-kun, may I come in?" Pei Ziyun was currently at the second level of Sanjoya. Most of the rooms were private rooms. Once the dishes were served, the doors to the private rooms would be closed. Usually, no one would disturb them. The voice was steady and powerful, and it was slightly familiar. It was obviously a grown man's voice. Pei Ziyin furrowed his brows and put down the cup at his hand. He jumped up from his chair and walked to the door, opening it. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this person was Tomoshi Yuka. Tomoshi Yuka was wearing a pair of dark sunglasses. His hair was combed straight up, and he wore a dark blue suit. He wasn't alone today. There was a middle-aged man who was wiping his sweat. Tomoshi Yuka bowed at the door and said, "Yamada-kun, sorry to disturb you. If you don't mind, why don't we go up to the third floor to talk?" As Tomoshi Yuka spoke to Pei Ziyun, his gaze swept across Hayakawa Naomi, who was sitting beside Pei Ziyun. He was startled for a moment before looking away. However, Tomoshi Yuka's heart was slightly shaken. Hayakawa Naomi, of course, knew who she was. This was because this girl was the core of Hangyuin Yukio's Mermaid Blood Project. Tomoshi Yuka was Hangyuin Yukio's confidant and knew her very well. Not too long ago, the battle at Rimi Dojo was also caused by her. Tomoshi Yuka remembered that she wasn't as beautiful as she was now. Could it be that her mermaid blood had awakened? The middle-aged man behind Tomoka Oka also saw Hayakawa Naomi when Tomoka Oka bent down. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide in amazement. He couldn't look away. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.